Chapter 4866. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was still too much for him to deal with these Yuan Guang tribe members. If he went all out, he would have no problem suppressing a Guangxian imperial envoy. If the other party was careless, he might even be killed by Lu Ming. Previously, one of Yuan Jiuji's Guangxian imperial envoys, Yuan Han, had died at the hands of Lu Ming. However, Yuan Han was killed by Lu Ming more or less because of his carelessness. To be honest, a Guangxian imperial envoy would not be killed so easily even if he was no match for Lu Ming. In addition, there were two powerful 9-man joint attack formations attacking Lu Ming together. Lu Ming was naturally no match for them. To be able to kill dozens of people under such a siege, including a king-level imperial envoy, was already an amazing combat strength. At this time, Lu Ming's combat strength was not at its peak and was no longer comparable to Yuan Yu's. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Chase him, don't let him leave. Yuan Yu roared. His body was like a ray of light as he chased after Lu Ming. The 9-man joint attack formation turned into a sword light and chased after Lu Ming. As for the others, they followed far behind. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying, and they really did not dare to get too close. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape. Die. Yuan Yu shouted coldly. Thousands of light beams turned into thousands of sharp swords and stabbed at Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that the void was pierced and the whistling sound resounded through the sky. Boom! Lu Ming turned around and slapped out a palm. It turned into a huge continent and blocked behind him like a shield. At this time, Lu Ming's combat strength was not at its peak. The continent's power was also not at its peak. After being stabbed by hundreds of thousands of swords, it was immediately pierced with holes and then exploded. I've used up too much of my strength. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. Although the power of the heaven-breaking form and desolation form had increased greatly, the power consumed when using them had also increased correspondingly. Just now, Lu Ming continuously used the heaven-breaking style and desolate style, which consumed a lot of his energy. At this time, more than half of Lu Ming's taboo power had already been consumed. If this continued, Lu Ming's situation would become more and more unfavorable. He had to shake off Yuan Yu and the others as soon as possible. Let's go up the mountain and use the broken formation there. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and rushed towards the mountain peak that he had just descended from. Around the mountain, there were still many broken formations left. Although these formations were broken, it did not mean that there was no danger at all. Some of the broken formations still retained a terrifying power. Previously, Lu Ming had studied it carefully and spent a lot of time before he managed to pass through the array area. Although his attainments and formations were far inferior to Danden's, it took him some time to memorize some of the broken formations that still possessed terrifying power. Lu Ming intended to use these broken formations to block Yuan Yu and the others so that he could escape. They had been at the foot of the mountain, so they quickly rushed to the array formation area. Lu Ming's figure changed and rushed past a broken formation that still possessed terrifying power. Lu Ming knew that there was a powerful broken formation here, but Yuan Yu and the others did not. They did not have the time to carefully identify it. Therefore, when Yuan Yu rushed over, he naturally triggered the broken formation. Whoosh! The broken formation was suffused with multicolored light. A part of the runes appeared and turned into dozens of purple blade lights that slashed towards Yuan Yu and the others. Yuan Yu's face changed drastically. His light beam hair danced wildly and formed an impenetrable defense in front of him. Bang! The purple blade lights slashed at Yuan Yu's light beam hair. Yuan Yu's light beam hair was constantly chopped off. Yuan Yu's body was also blocked. At the same time, the combined attack of the 9 people was also blocked by the purple blade lights. As for the other primordial light race members, because they were far behind, they weren't attacked by the broken formation. Otherwise, who knew how many of them would have died? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming charged forward and quickly approached the mountain peak. Go around this broken formation, shouted Yuan Yu. He rapidly retreated, dodging the sharp light of the broken formation. Then he chased after Lu Ming from another direction. The combined attack of the 9 people was the same. Unfortunately, this mountain peak still possessed terrifying broken formations. There was more than one. In their rush to chase after Lu Ming, they were led into holes several times by Lu Ming and were attacked by the broken formations. After being blocked several times, Yuan Yu and the others completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it, damn it. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking at the empty surroundings, Yuan Yu roared furiously, his face extremely distorted. He had suffered at the hands of Lu Ming time and time again. This time, he had even lost a battle envoy. Yuan Yu's mood was terrible. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lu Ming into pieces. At this time, Lu Ming had already left this mountain peak and appeared on the side of another mountain peak. Lu Ming's face was a bit pale, and he couldn't help coughing up blood. With a plop, Lu Ming sat on the ground, looking extremely dispirited. However, Lu Ming's gaze was still bright. He looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Who is it?" Lu Ming, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here." A cold laugh rang out. Then, a group of people appeared. They were actually from the heavenly human race. The one leading them was the Lord Extermination of Heaven. Beside the Lord Extermination of Heaven were 2 other experts on the same level as the Lord Heaven. However, the Lord Heaven of 100 Battles was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, the heavenly human race had split up. "Extermination, so it's you," Lu Ming said coldly. "Lu Ming, you seem to be seriously injured. However, your strength is really beyond my expectations. You actually managed to escape from so many experts of the Primordial Light Clan. Your speed of improvement is really frightening. I really can't let you live," the Lord Heaven of Extermination said. His eyes were emitting cold, killing intent. He and the other 2 experts on the same level as the Lord Heaven slowly surrounded Lu Ming. "You saw everything just now?" Lu Ming pretended to be shocked and asked. "Of course. I happened to see it not far away, so I set it up here in advance." The Lord Heaven of Extermination smiled. "You want to kill me with just a few of you?" Lu Ming sneered. "I have to admit that if you were at your peak, we wouldn't be able to kill you. However, I saw how seriously injured you were in the previous battle. It's already a miracle that you're still alive. How much strength do you still have?" The Lord Heaven of Extermination sneered. "Is that so? Why don't you try?" Lu Ming said calmly. The Lord Heaven of Extermination couldn't help but hesitate when he saw Lu Ming's calmness. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. In the previous battle, Lu Ming was able to contend with a Guangqianwang envoy. Such combat strength was simply shocking. During the battle at the Heaven Destroyer base, Lu Ming had killed 3 of the Lord Heaven's strongest experts and displayed his terrifying combat strength. Later on, Ye Immortal speculated that Lu Ming shouldn't be able to use his strength at will. It might even be difficult for him to use it. The Lord Heaven of Extermination also came to this conclusion after many tests. Could they have guessed wrongly? End of chapter. Chapter 48-67. Could they have guessed wrongly? Lu Ming's real combat strength had always been so terrifying. Had he been faking it all along? Had he been pretending to be weak all along? Even if he was faking it, he was seriously injured by the Primordial Light Tribe. It's a miracle that he didn't die from such injuries. He's just hanging on by a thread. He definitely doesn't have much power left. The Extermination Lord of Heaven warned himself. However, he was still unsure. He then looked at a tall and burly figure. It was a primordial divine spirit puppet. The heavenly human tribe originally had 2 divine spirit puppets, and their combat strength was comparable to the Lord of Heaven. However, one of them had self-destructed, and now there was only one left. The Extermination Lord of Heaven was cautious, and he did not dare to step forward because of his doubts. He controlled the primordial divine spirit puppet and let it step forward. Bam! The primordial divine spirit puppet took a step forward, and its body grew rapidly. Its body was filled with various kinds of powerful energy. These energies combined in a strange way and formed a chaotic and terrifying energy. "Kill!" The primordial divine spirit puppet roared and threw out a punch. The huge fist crushed the void into chaos, and the giant fist was like a small mountain as it flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The divine battle spear had already appeared in his hand. He performed the sky-piercing form, and the spear struck the primordial divine spirit puppet's giant fist. The divine battle spear was sharp and indestructible. It broke through the chaotic energy of the primordial divine spirit puppet and pierced through its giant fist. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered, and the primordial divine spirit puppet could not help but retreat. Lu Ming flew forward and swept the divine battle spear across the primordial divine spirit puppet's body. The primordial divine spirit puppet's body shook violently as it retreated. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks. The primordial divine spirit puppet was no match for Lu Ming. The difference was huge, and it was completely crushed. Even if it was a puppet that was not afraid of death, it was useless. After 10 moves, with a bang, the primordial divine spirit puppet's body was swept away again. It flew out horizontally and almost broke into 2 halves. A few heavenly humans couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the primordial divine spirit puppet. Their bodies directly exploded, and the courtyard collapsed on the spot. As for the primordial divine spirit puppet, it was lying on the ground, motionless. It was already half destroyed. All of the heavenly human tribe, cultivators, gasped in shock. Your battle prowess, your battle prowess. How is this possible? The extermination lord of heaven roared in horror. His eyes were filled with fear and panic. The primordial divine spirit puppet had a combat strength comparable to the strongest lord of heaven, yet had been crippled by Lu Ming in about 10 moves. Such combat strength was simply terrifying. It didn't look like it had been seriously injured and was struggling at death's door. He was clearly a demon king. Extermination, I will kill you today. Lu Ming's cold figure was heard. His murderous intent was as cold as a knife. He stepped in the air, and a powerful aura pressed down on the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven's face turned pale, and a chill ran down his spine. Whoosh! He turned around and left without hesitation. He was as fast as lightning. It's too late to leave now, Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped out and rushed toward the Lord of Heaven like a ray of light. Previously, the Lord of Heaven had targeted him several times and wanted to harm him. At that time, Lu Ming had tolerated it because it wasn't a good time to strike. Now there was no need. This time, he had to get rid of the Lord of Heaven. Although Lu Ming had been severely injured in the battle with the Primordial Light Tribe, it was not as serious as the Lord of Heaven and the others had imagined. Firstly, his vitality was extremely tenacious. His soul was scattered in every cell, and it was difficult to destroy it all at once. Secondly, Lu Ming's recovery speed was also extremely terrifying. Although it hadn't been long, he had already recovered a lot. Although his remaining combat strength was not on par with experts at Yuan Yu's level, if he went all out, it was still very easy to deal with the strongest Heaven Monarch level existence. Previously, it only took him about 10 moves to cripple the primordial divine spirit puppet. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming caught up with the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming, the heavenly human tribe, the quasi-sage tribe, and the Heaven Destroyer are in a cooperative relationship. You can't kill me. The Lord of Heaven roared in horror. Ridiculous, Lu Ming said indifferently. The war god's spear suddenly pressed forward. The spear light surged like a mountain and pressed down on the Lord of Heaven. I'll fight you to the death. The Lord of Heaven knew that Lu Ming wouldn't let him go. He roared as if he had gone crazy and erupted his strength to the extreme. The divine weapon in his hand was also a source-level divine weapon. He injected all the origin energy he controlled into the weapon and blasted it with all his strength. Clang! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Next, Extermination Heaven Monarch's body shook violently. His body was sent flying like a broken sack. He crashed into a huge boulder and smashed it into pieces. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. One of his arms that was holding the source-level divine weapon was twisted and deformed. His bones were broken inch by inch. However, people like the Lord of Heaven also had astonishing vitality and recovery ability. As long as his soul wasn't destroyed, the injuries on his body could be quickly healed. Crackling sounds could be heard from his arm as his muscles wriggled and quickly recovered. Kill. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and charged forward, not giving the Lord of Heaven time to recover. Ghost God Dance. The Lord of Heaven shouted. His body flashed and flashed like a ghost. Obviously, he was far inferior to Lu Ming in a head-on confrontation. He wanted to use his movement technique to fight Lu Ming. However, he had miscalculated. He struck out with his palm and used the Desolation style. It formed a continent that covered a large area and enveloped the Lord of Heaven. Boom! On the continent, a powerful force erupted. The earth rumbled, and some places kept exploding. The Lord of Heaven was also hit by the powerful force. He couldn't help but slow down. He used all his strength to fight against the continent. He slashed out an earth-shattering attack on the continent. Although the continent shook violently, it didn't break open. Although Lu Ming's combat strength wasn't at its peak, and the Desolation style wasn't at its peak, it wasn't something that the Lord of Heaven could easily defeat. As if struck by lightning, the Lord of Heaven fell to the ground. Lu Ming took the opportunity to stab out with his spear and pierced the Lord of Heaven's heart. The Lord of Heaven was severely injured. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura was a little weak. Quick, come and help me. Come and help me deal with this Lu Ming. The Lord of Heaven roared. This was because he found that when Lu Ming attacked him, no one from the heavenly human tribe came to help. Instead, they fled in panic, including the old Lord of Heaven. Annihilation, you block him first. We'll retreat first. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. We'll report it to the Patriarch and let him avenge you. Let's go, let's split up. The old heavenly monarch roared. He didn't stop and quickly flew away. End of chapter. Chapter 4868. This old and strongest Lord of Heaven was wearing a golden armor. He was one of the 9 strongest Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. He had fought with Lu Ming at the Heaven Destroyer base before. Back then, 4 of the strongest Lord of Heaven cooperated with Yi Xiaoxian to kill Lu Ming. In the end, 3 of the strongest Lord of Heaven were killed by Lu Ming, leaving only one of them alive. The old and strongest Heaven Monarch who was lucky enough to survive was the one in front of him. Therefore, he was traumatized by Lu Ming. Whenever he saw Lu Ming, he would tremble with fear. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming displaying such terrifying combat power, the scene of the battle at the Heaven Exterminating Army's camp surfaced in his mind. He did not dare to stay and fight. He could not wait to run as far away as possible. The other heavenly human tribe members did not dare to stay and ran away with all their might. Even the strongest Lord of Heaven could not withstand a single blow. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? You damned bastards! Seeing the heavenly human tribe members running away, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination let out a desperate roar. Hee hee, looks like no one can save you. Lu Ming laughed and stabbed with his war god spear continuously. Lu Ming, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Let's die together. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination roared with a vicious look in his eyes. His body emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura spread out. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination was going all out. He was burning his origin energy crazily and preparing to self-destruct at the same time. He's holding back. Looks like he doesn't want to self-destruct at all. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Although the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was burning the origin energy in his origin seed, he did not really want to self-destruct. He was holding back. Obviously, he did not want to die. Boom! Swoosh! Lu Ming used the Chaos form and the Sky-breaking form consecutively to attack the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. After a few moves, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was hit again and half of his body exploded. This time, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was too severely injured. His aura was weak and his face was pale. Even his soul was greatly damaged. Even if he went all out and burned his origin energy, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Ah, let's die together. Let's die together. Extermination Heavenly Lord roared crazily. The aura that was exuding from his body became even more terrifying. This time, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination finally decided to self-destruct. He knew that he would definitely die, and it would be difficult for him to escape. In his desperation, he wanted to drag Lu Ming down with him. Dazzling light burst out of his body, and his body began to swell. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not stop attacking. He threw out another palm, and a piece of land was formed, pressing down on the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination was in complete despair. Originally, he did not intend to self-destruct completely. He wanted to see if he could scare Lu Ming. If Lu Ming saw him self-destruct and quickly retreated, then he could stop the self-destruction and take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not plan to escape at all. He did not stop attacking. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination let out a hysterical roar. His body quickly swelled, and then he completely self-destructed with a boom. The power of the self-destruction of the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was very terrifying. The violent power swept in all directions, trying to devour Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was prepared. When the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was about to self-destruct, he was ready to use the greater teleportation technique. The moment the Lord of Heaven of Extermination self-destructed, Lu Ming had already used the greater teleportation technique. The void rippled, and Lu Ming's figure disappeared from a spot. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared on a flat ground thousands of miles away. Phew, I'm lucky. I didn't enter a dangerous place. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ming did not dare to use the greater teleportation technique here unless it was necessary, because he could not guarantee where he would be teleported to. This place was full of terrifying formations. If he were to teleport into a formation, he would not even know how he died. Even though most of the formations on the various peaks were destroyed, there were still many remaining formations with amazing power. If he were to teleport into the remaining formations, it would be very dangerous. Lu Ming would not use the greater teleportation technique unless he had no other choice. However, the power of the self-destruction of the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was too terrifying. Even if Lu Ming was injured, it would be very dangerous if he was swept away, because the destructive power was likely to destroy all of Lu Ming's cells in an instant. Fortunately, Lu Ming was lucky and did not teleport to a dangerous place. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and rushed towards the place where the Lord of Heaven of Extermination self-destructed. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination had a source-grade weapon. Given the quality of a source-grade weapon, it would not be destroyed even if it self-destructed. A source-grade weapon was extremely valuable. Lu Ming did not want to miss out on it. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the place where the battle had taken place. He saw that there was a huge crater. Everything in the crater had been vaporized. Only the weapon lay quietly in the middle. As for the Lord of Heaven of Extermination's storage ring, it had been destroyed in the self-destruction. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the Lord of Heaven of Extermination's source-grade weapon. Then his body flashed, and he left the place. Such a huge commotion would definitely have alerted others. The people of the Primordial Light Tribe would most likely catch up with him soon. Indeed, not long after Lu Ming left, Yuan Yu arrived with experts. However, they had lost track of Lu Ming long ago. By now, Lu Ming had already appeared in a secluded place and was absorbing the energy of the primordial crystal to recover. As the energy of the primordial crystal was absorbed and refined, Lu Ming recovered quickly. New cells started to divide. In just half a day, Lu Ming's 6 trillion cells that had been destroyed had all recovered. Another half a day later, Lu Ming's power had returned to its peak. After recovering, Lu Ming continued on his way. He headed towards the mountain peak where Xianxia and the others had parted ways. However, when Lu Ming arrived, he did not see Xianxia and the others. Given their strength, they should be fine. Lu Ming pondered this. Among Xianxia and the others, the Bone Demon's combat strength was comparable to the Guangxian Imperial Envoys. Furthermore, they had a joint attack formation. As long as they did not encounter a large group of people from the Primordial Light Tribe, they should be able to self-destruct. Next, Lu Ming passed through 2 more mountain peaks. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a violent explosion. Then, a dazzling light shot up into the sky. A huge battle had broken out on a mountain peak not far away. That is, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was because he could sense the aura of perfect heaven's power within the light. Yi Immortal. Lu Ming immediately determined that it was the Yi Immortal. This perfect heaven's power was extremely condensed. It far surpassed Yi Xiaoxian's perfect heaven's power. In this paradise, only the Yi Immortal could control such perfect heaven's power. Demonic Qi. It's the bone demon. Then Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could sense the bone demon's demonic qi within the light. Chapter 48:69. Lu Ming could sense the demonic aura of bone demon. Demonic aura and perfect power of heaven were constantly clashing against each other. It was obvious that bone demon and Yi Immortal were fighting. If bone demon was there, Xianxia and the others were most likely there as well. Whoosh! Lu Ming transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward the battlefield. Halfway up the mountain, where Lu Ming was heading, an intense battle was taking place. Bone Demon and Yi Immortal were engaged in an intense battle. Bone Demon's defense was invincible and his body was indestructible. He ignored his defense and attacked with all his might. However, Yi Immortal wasn't weak either. Yi Immortal was covered in a battle armor. This battle armor was a top-grade, source-grade divine weapon armor, and its defense was astonishing. At the same time, Yi Immortal was also wielding a top-grade, offensive, source-grade divine weapon. It could be said that he had no weakness and was locked in battle with Bone Demon. In fact, Bone Demon was slightly at a disadvantage. Clearly, Yi Immortal had also had a fortuitous encounter during this period. Although his cultivation was still at 9th tier Divine Master Realm, his strength had increased. His blood was boiling like a primordial beast. His perfect power of heaven had also become more condensed and integrated with his physical body. His overall combat strength was stronger than before. Coupled with a set of top-grade, source-grade divine weapon armor, his overall combat strength had already surpassed Guangxian emissaries like Yuan Yu. It was also because of Bone Demon's powerful defense that he was able to fight Yi Immortal. If it were any other expert of the same level, they would be even more defeated. On the other side, there was also a huge battle. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubbles, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Wan Shun, and Xianxia were gathered together. They were surrounded by a formation that protected them. This formation was set up by Dandan by combining the remnants of the formation here. Its defensive power was extremely strong. They relied on this formation to resist the attacks of the Heavenly Human Tribe. This was because the Heavenly Human Tribe's offensive power was too strong. They actually had a joint attack formation, a 9-man array formation. Indeed, the Celestial Clan's 9 Lord of Heaven level individuals laid down a 9-person joint attack formation. Its power was extremely terrifying. Dandan and the others had set up a combined spell formation, but they were no match for the combined spell formation of the Heavenly Human Tribe. The Heavenly Human Tribe's 9-man joint attack formation was something that Yi Immortal and the others had obtained from the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. It was an ancient joint attack formation that was extremely powerful. Moreover, the Celestial Race's formation was formed by 9 Lord Heaven, all of them peak God Lords. All 9 of them had the same cultivation, so they were able to perfectly execute the combined formation. Dandan and the others' joint attack formation was no match for their opponents. It wasn't that their joint attack formation was inferior, but that they only had 8 people, 1 less than their opponents. Furthermore, the 8 of them had different cultivation bases. Among them, Xiaoxia was a peak Divine Master. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, was a 9th level Divine Master. Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shun, and Tang Jun were all 8th level Divine Masters. In order to fully unleash the combined formation's power, it was best if the people who set up the formation had the same cultivation base. If their cultivation bases were uneven, it would be very difficult for the formation to reach its peak. This was why Dandan and the others had been unable to match the combined formation of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Most importantly, the Heavenly Human Tribe's 9-man joint attack formation didn't have just one, but two. Thus, Dandan and the others were quickly defeated. At the crucial moment, Dandan combined the remnants of the formation here and used it to temporarily block the Heavenly Human Tribe's attack. However, this was only something Dandan had set up temporarily with the remnants of the formation here. Its power was limited, and it couldn't hold on for too long. At this moment, the formation was constantly trembling, as if it would collapse at any moment. Haha, today I'll kill all of you. Why bring your heads to Lu Ming? I wonder what kind of expression Lu Ming will have. In the 9-man joint attack formation of the Heavenly Human Tribe, a Lord of Heaven sneered. That's right. Lu Ming killed Annihilation, so we'll use the people Lu Ming cares about the most to pay tribute to him. We'll let Lu Ming know what regret is. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles also spoke coldly. He stood to the side and didn't make a move. Clearly, Ye Immortal and the others already knew that the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation had been killed by Lu Ming. When Lu Ming killed the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation, the people who had fled in all directions had already reunited with Ye Immortal and the others. Ye Immortal's gaze was also very cold. He had just arrived when he heard that the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation had been killed by Lu Ming. This made his desire to kill Lu Ming extremely strong. Not long after, they encountered Xianxia and the others. He naturally wouldn't let them go. Annihilation deserved to die. Let me tell you, if Lu Ming can kill Annihilation, he can also kill you. You'll die at his hands sooner or later. Dandan hooted from within the formation. Sword of the Heavenly Human, Yang Annihilation, Berserk Demon Divine Blade. Yi Wuxia and Gu Mo both unleashed their Genesis techniques. Their Genesis techniques continuously clashed in the air, instantly clashing countless times. Then, both figures retreated at the same time. A corpse from the previous era should have been buried forever in the ruins. Now, I'll send you to sleep. Ye Immortal's cold voice rang out. Then, the space between his brows glowed, and an invisible ripple rushed out towards Gu Mo, immediately retreated, as if he had been struck by lightning. The demonic chi on his body trembled. His soul had suffered a terrifying attack. Your weakness is indeed your soul. Then die. Ye Immortal's eyes lit up. The light between his brows became even more dazzling as he continued to launch his soul attack. Ye Immortal was a reincarnated person. His soul was shockingly powerful, while Gu Mo had a weakness. His soul was in his eye sockets and had no defense. Although Gu Mo's soul wasn't weak, it was still very easy for him to be attacked without any defense. Kill! Bone Devil roared, wanting to take the initiative to attack. But as he charged out, he was struck by Yi Wuqian's soul attack. His body shook violently, and he retreated. The devil chi on his body faded, and his aura weakened. BZZ, BZZ. Ye Immortal launched a few more soul attacks. Gumo's aura weakened even further. His soul was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Gumo, quickly enter the array. Don't fight him head-on. Xianxia shouted. It was obvious that Gumo wouldn't be able to hold on for long if this continued. His soul would be completely destroyed. When that happened, no matter how tough his bones were, it would be useless. Gumo turned around and charged towards Xianxia and the others. You won't be able to escape. Kill! Ye Immortal shouted coldly as he quickly chased after Gumo. At the same time, he used his Genesis technique, Destruction of the Sun. A sun appeared and shone brightly. Every ray of light with a ray of sword chi that enveloped Gumo, clang, clang, clang. Gumo's body was hit by a series of attacks. His body was immediately stopped in its tracks. Chapter 4870. Crack. The formation Dandan and the others were in let out a cracking sound. The formation could no longer withstand the attacks and was about to collapse. Gumo, Dandan, and the others were now in grave danger. Activate the two formations together and defeat them, Ye Immortal ordered. At the same time, he increased the intensity of his attacks on Gumo. He used Genesis techniques to block Gumo's attacks, and then used spirit attacks to attack him. As Ye Immortal's voice faded, 9 more heavenly human race experts flashed and set up a formation. These 9 members of the heavenly human tribe were all heavenly lords. They were all at the peak of the divine master realm, and each of them had a heart protection mirror on their chests. These heart-protecting mirrors were the carriers of their formations. Dense runes appeared on the surface of the 9 heart protection mirrors. The runes intertwined and connected into a single entity before transforming into a warrior clad in golden armor. The golden warrior wielded a golden battle sword and slashed at the formation where Xianxia and the others were in. The combined power of the 2 formations was too strong. Dandan and the others' formation couldn't withstand it at all. It collapsed after a few moves. Then, the 2 golden warriors charged at Dandan, Xianxia, and the others. The terrifying power made everyone's expression change drastically and their hearts turn cold. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia Moon tried their best to resist, but they were too weak compared to the combined attack of the 9 heavenly human race experts. With just one move, they were sent flying. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. It's over. I haven't reached the peak of the universe yet. I don't want to die. Dandan screamed. Swish! At this moment, a spear light pierced through the void and stabbed at one of the golden warriors at an astonishing speed. The spear light was so fast that the golden warrior couldn't defend himself in time. Boom! The spear light pierced the golden warrior's head. However, the golden warrior's defense was also very shocking. He managed to block the spear light, but his body was sent flying. He crashed into a mountain rock and shattered a large piece of it. Swish! A figure appeared in the void. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. When he arrived, he saw that Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others were injured. In a fit of rage, he swung his war god spear and sent a golden warrior flying. Following that, Lu Ming swung his war god spear horizontally, striking another golden warrior. With a loud boom, the golden warrior was sent flying and crashed into a mountain rock. What a powerful joint attack formation! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This was also a 9-man joint attack array formation. However, Lu Ming felt that the 9-man joint attack array formation of the heavenly human tribe was actually stronger than the one of the primordial light tribe. However, this wasn't hard to understand. The primordial light tribe's combined attack array formation had probably been refined by them, while the heavenly human tribe's combined attack array formation had probably been obtained from the purple heaven hollow. It was obviously more advanced and mysterious. Even joint attack arrays with the same number of people could be divided into different levels of strength. When Lu Ming had faced the 9-man joint attack array of the primordial light tribe, he had been able to break the opponent's array formation with a single blow. However, he hadn't been able to break the heavenly human tribe's combined attack array formation. Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others, they were all overjoyed. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming, you finally made it. Let's F***CK them up. Dandan shouted. Little Qing, Autumn Moon, Yue, are you guys all right? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and the others with concern. We're fine. Lu Ming, hurry up and save Senior Bone Devil. He can't hold on for much longer. Xianxia hurriedly sent a message to Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on Ye Immortal. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight and killing intent. Swoosh! Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and charged towards Ye Immortal, thrusting out his battle god spear. He immediately used the sky splitter form. Given Lu Ming's current strength, Ye Immortal's face turned grave and his heart thumped wildly in his chest. He couldn't be bothered to continue attacking Bone Devil. Instead, he brandished his sword and unleashed a Genesis art. Boom! Their attacks collided, producing a deafening explosion. Violent shockwaves swept out in all directions. Die! Lu Ming didn't stop attacking after his first attack. He unleashed the primordial desolation form again. A continent formed and pressed down on Ye Immortal. Sword of the heavenly human, destruction of the sun. Yi Immortal unleashed another powerful Genesis art. Dazzling rays of light enveloped the entire area. Endless sword chi swept across the sky, attacking indiscriminately. In the end, both the primordial desolation form and Lu Ming were blocked. However, Yi Immortal's expression was extremely grave and ugly. After several exchanges, Yi Immortal realized that he was inferior to Lu Ming in terms of offensive power. How is this possible? Yi Immortal had lived for countless years, but he had rarely encountered such a situation. Lu Ming was only an 8th-layer Divine Master. Moreover, he didn't know any Genesis arts, but his battle prowess had already reached such a level. It was simply unbelievable. This was only possible when one's foundation and talent had reached an unimaginable level. It would have made sense in the primordial desolation continent of the previous era. After all, there were simply too many monsters back then. He had seen even more monstrous geniuses with even more shocking talents. But in this era, it was simply too unbelievable. Yi Immortal is only SOSO. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and brimming with confidence. Back in a Halo world, Lu Ming and Yi Immortal had fought for the human king body, but they had still been no match for Yi Immortal. But now, Lu Ming was able to fight Yi Immortal even though he was only 1 layer lower than him. This greatly boosted Lu Ming's confidence. Swish, 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 Lu Ming brandished his war god spear. Spear lights crisscrossed as they repeatedly stabbed at Yi Immortal. The two engaged in an intense exchange of blows. On the other side, the heavenly human race's 2 9-man joint attack formations charged towards Xianxia and the others. However, Guemo had already recovered. Demonic chi surged and blocked the 2 golden warriors. Although Gumo's spirit had been damaged during his battle with Yi Immortal, he was still an existence that surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven. His battle prowess was still very strong. Even though he wasn't at his peak, he had no problem blocking the attacks of the 2 golden warriors with his strong defensive capabilities. The joint attack formation didn't have any soul attacks. The strength of the souls of the other heavenly human race members was far inferior to Yi Immortal's. Even if they had soul attacks, they wouldn't have much of an impact on Guemo. This gave Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and the others a chance to catch their breaths. They took out divine pills and swallowed them to recover quickly. Not far away, Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles and the others' eyes lit up. They wanted to attack Xianxia and the others. However, Dandan and the others saw through them immediately. Dandan waved his hands, and countless runes flew out. They combined with the damaged formations on the scene and set up another defensive formation. Although this formation was only set up temporarily, it was still very powerful when combined with the damaged formations on the scene. It wouldn't be a problem to block a few of the strongest Lord of Heaven for a while. Chapter 48-71. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles and the others circled around and attacked. As expected, their attacks were blocked by the array. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yi Immortal had already exchanged more than a dozen blows. Both of them were giving it their all and unleashing their ultimate moves continuously. Both of them were greatly drained. But at this point, Lu Ming's advantage was obvious. He had completely gained the upper hand and was beginning to suppress Yi Immortal. Clang! A spear light pierced Yi Wuxia. However, Yi Wuxia relied on his peak source-grade armor to block the spear light. Lu Ming was indeed slightly stronger than Yi Immortal in terms of direct attack power. However, Yi Immortal had the advantage of a soul-grade armor. Lu Ming could not completely suppress Yi Immortal and cause him much damage. Boom! Boom! Following that, the two of them exchanged a few more blows. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and blasted Yi Immortal with his spear. Of course, the attack power was still blocked by the armor on Yi Wuxia's body. However, Yi Wuxia's body was also sent flying and smashed into a mountain rock, shattering it. Damn it! Yi Immortal roared in his heart. Although he had blocked Lu Ming's attack with his armor and did not cause much damage to himself, he was still embarrassed. In the eyes of others, he was being crushed by Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to his prestige in front of so many heavenly human tribe cultivators. Who was he? He was the strongest patriarch in the history of the heavenly human tribe. But he was still defeated by Lu Ming, even though his cultivation level was higher than Lu Ming's. It was really embarrassing. Kill. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and attacked Yi Immortal relentlessly. Yi Immortal roared in anger. The two of them continued to exchange blows. But after a few blows, Yi Immortal was sent flying by Lu Ming and crashed heavily into the ground. How could this be? In the surroundings, the heavenly humans' faces became deathly pale. Their bodies trembled as if they had suffered a great blow. In their hearts, the invincible patriarch Yi Immortal had actually been defeated in a single blow. Their faith had taken a heavy blow. This was even more unbearable than being suppressed themselves. Boom! Yi Immortal rushed up into the sky from the ground. His body was surging with a terrifying aura. He looked at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. How many years had it been since the collapse of the great desolate continent and the beginning of the new epic? However, he was humiliated by a young man. Unforgivable. However, he had lived for a long time after all. His mind was firm and he was astute, so he quickly calmed down. Go! A cold voice came from Yi Immortal's mouth. Today, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Lu Ming and the others. Although they had 2 9-man array formations, Lu Ming's group had 2 people on the same level as him. Guimo wasn't at his peak right now. That was why the 9-man array formations were able to fight Guimo to a standstill. If Guimo was at his peak, the 9-man array formations might not be a match for him. If they continued to fight, they would be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Yi Wuxia's command, the rest of the heavenly human tribe members rushed toward Yi Wuxia, including the 2 9-man formations. They broke free from the Bone Demon's grasp and rushed toward Yi Wuxia. Lu Ming didn't stop them. Yi Immortal was watching him closely. If he wanted to make a move, Yi Immortal would definitely stop him. He knew that although he was stronger than Yi Immortal, there was a limit to his strength. It was almost impossible for him to cause much damage to Yi Immortal. Moreover, after exchanging so many blows, he had expended a lot of energy. If this continued, it wouldn't be good for him. It was impossible for him to keep Yi Immortal and the others here. He might as well let them leave. Soon, the heavenly humans gathered behind Yi Immortal and slowly retreated. Before long, they had completely disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Whoosh! Dandan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It had been really dangerous just now. Fortunately, Lu Ming had arrived in time. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming said as he headed in another direction with Xianxia and the others. The battle just now had caused a huge commotion. They were afraid that it would attract the primordial light tribe. Before long, they arrived at the other side of the mountain range. There is a huge crack here that extended all the way into the depths of the mountain range. Dense purplish gold paradise divine light constantly seeped out of the crack. Lu Ming and the others found a secluded place to rest at the edge of the crack. Dandan set up a concealment array formation that enveloped Lu Ming and the others. It was as if they had disappeared from their original spot. The others could not see Lu Ming and the others at all. After that, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu, Dandan, and the others sat down cross-legged and began to recover. In less than half a day, Lu Ming and the others had recovered to their peak condition. However, they did not leave. Instead, they stood guard here. Rather than wander around, it was safer to stay here. If they wandered around, they would easily encounter the primordial light tribe. If they stayed here, there was a chance that treasures would fly out of the crack. Moreover, now was not the time to enter the crack. They could only enter when the paradise divine light seeped out of the crack. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. They had indeed gained something by standing guard here. Every time there was a tremor, treasures would fly out of the crack. Of course, most of them were desolate crystals, which were immortal stones. However, they had also obtained an immortal crystal. They now had dozens of immortal crystals in their hands. These immortal crystals were good stuff. They contained origin imprints and were very useful to origin realm existences. Although they could not be compared to origin-grade divine herbs, they were still supreme treasures. During this period of time, the primordial light tribe had searched almost all the surrounding mountains and obtained some treasures. They had also entered the mountain that Lu Ming and the others had first entered and saw the 4 statues. However, the 4 statues did not react to the primordial light tribe at all. In another direction, the heavenly human tribe and the quasi-saint tribe had gathered together. The reason they had gathered together was to join forces against the primordial light tribe. Now, both the heavenly human tribe and the quasi-saint tribe had 5,000 to 6,000 people. In total, there were more than 10,000 people. During this period of time, Yuan Baji had also led people to attack the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe. However, after a great battle, both sides had suffered losses. The primordial light tribe did not have much of an advantage. The primordial light tribe had the strongest Lord of Heaven. Although there were more powerhouses at the level of the top Lord of Heaven, the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe were not inferior to each other. The quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe had won. As for the quasi-saint tribe, their foundation was very deep and they had mastered many joint attack battle techniques. The heavenly human tribe also had 2 9-man joint attack formations. This kind of strength was already very strong and was not much weaker than the primordial light tribe. After this battle, the primordial light tribe did not continue to attack the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe. If the primordial light tribe's strength could crush the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe, they would naturally destroy the 2 tribes without any hesitation. However, when their strength was not much stronger, they hesitated. Chapter 48:72. The primordial light race would have to think twice when they were not that strong. Once they fought, even if they could annihilate the celestial race and the quasi-saint race, they would suffer great losses. There were more than one living being in the Forbidden Lands. They were also competitors. If the primordial light race suffered great losses, how could they compete with the Tsangming race and the Malevolent Yin race? Their most important goal was to find enough resources to awaken more of their people. As for annihilating the quasi-saint race, the celestial race, the heaven destroyer, and the evil demons, that was secondary. As long as enough of their people were awakened, it would be easy to annihilate the quasi-saint race, the celestial race, the heaven destroyer, and the evil demons. Therefore, the major forces formed a balance around the realm aura. The quasi-saint race and the celestial race occupied one area, while the primordial light race occupied another. Everyone was waiting for the heavenly abode divine light to overflow from the realm aura. Then, they would enter the depths of the realm aura to search for treasures. Now that the heavenly abode divine light was so dense, no one dared to enter. If they encountered a giant beast formed by the heavenly abode divine light, they would die. That kind of giant beast was too terrifying. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent rumble came from the depths of the realm. At the same time, the ground shook violently. The tremor was stronger than before. The entire mountain range was shaking violently. Heavenly abode divine light kept rushing out from the cracks. Moreover, the cracks kept extending forward, tearing the mountains in the deepest part of the mountain range apart. There were 3 mountains in the deepest part of the mountain range that were still intact. The formations on them were also intact. At this time, dazzling rays of light appeared on the 3 mountains. Formations emerged one after another to resist the tearing of the cracks. Crash! Suddenly, everyone saw that the top of one of the mountains collapsed due to the tremor, revealing a corner inside. There were several light balls among them. Within each ball of light, there was a piece of black armor. Bang! Suddenly, one of the balls of light shattered, and a piece of black armor flew out like a bolt of lightning. It was flying in the direction of the primordial light race. In the process of flying, the black armor emitted a powerful aura, as if it was an invincible expert. That's a source-level weapon. No, it's a top-level, source-level weapon. Many people cried out in alarm. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Chiu Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others' eyes shone brightly. This battle armor was actually a top-tier soul-grade divine weapon. Not only that, it was a defensive type item. Such a treasure was simply too rare. It was more than 10 times more valuable than a top-tier source-grade divine weapon of the same grade. Lu Ming's current shortcoming was his defense. If he had a top-grade defensive divine weapon, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state when he encountered Yuan Yu and the others. He wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. Even turning defeat into victory wouldn't have been impossible. A top-tier defensive source-grade divine weapon was simply too valuable. Unfortunately, this armor was flying in the direction of the Primordial Light Tribe. A few Primordial Light Tribe martialists had already flown over. One of the Guangxian royal emissaries shot out a beam of light and bound the battle sword tightly before handing it over to Yuan Baji. Ambassador Guangxian was Yuan Baji's subordinate. What a pity, what a pity! Whether it was the quasi-mortal tribe, the heavenly human tribe, or Lu Ming and the others, they all sighed in their hearts. This kind of treasure was something the heavenly human tribe, the heaven destroyer tribe, and even the quasi-immortal tribe desperately needed. Among the heavenly human tribe, Lu Ming only saw Yi Immortal and Yi Xiaoxian possessing such a treasure. Of course, some Origin Realm martialists might have such a treasure, but most people didn't. Obtaining such a treasure would greatly increase one's battle prowess. Therefore, everyone's eyes were fixed on the few mountains in the depths of the meridian. Just now, they saw that there were several similar armors in the collapsed corner of the hall, and that was only a corner of the palace that had collapsed. Were there any other similar armors in the palace that had not collapsed? Were there any other treasures apart from the battle armors? Powerful chi refinement techniques from the previous era? Or a complete set of joint attack arrays? These were all unparalleled treasures. It seemed that there were many other incomparably precious treasures in the depths of the meridian apart from the divine herbs, immortal stones, and immortal crystals. Everyone rubbed their hands eagerly, waiting for the heavenly paradise light to dissipate completely. Maybe we can refine a treasure that can pass through the heavenly paradise light and enter the depths of the meridian first. At this moment, Dandan suddenly spoke. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Gu Mo, and the others' eyes lit up. Dandan, are you serious? Are you confident? Lu Ming asked. Of course, but we need the help of the space-time bubble. When the heavenly paradise light is not very dense, we can pass through it, Dandan said. However, Lu Ming and the others were still a little uncertain, because Dandan's eyes were shining as he stared at the few mountains in the depths of the meridian. The light of greed was almost tangible. Lu Ming was really worried that Dandan was taking the risk out of desperation because of his greed. But in the end, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Among all the parties present, they were relatively the weakest. Needless to say, the primordial light race had 3 Guangxian royal envoys, including Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji. There were also some terrifying joint attack arrays, such as the 21 people joint attack array. The quasi-saint race and the heavenly human race had already joined forces. Both sides had 2 Guangxian royal envoys, and there were also many joint attack arrays. Lu Ming and the others did not have the slightest advantage in a head-on competition. However, if they could enter the meridian first, they would be able to seize the opportunity and obtain a lot of treasures. Lu Ming and the others decided to let Dandan and Bubble give it a try. Immediately, they gathered the materials that Dandan needed. Dandan and Bubble began to refine. The others continued to wait. Immortal stones and immortal crystals flew out of the cracks and intercepted them. Soon, another month had passed. During this month, the area shook even more violently. Many of the arrays in the depths of the meridian were torn apart. It was only a matter of time before those arrays were completely torn apart. In addition, the heavenly abode divine light under the meridian was also very diluted. The heavenly abode divine light that was overflowing now was much thinner. Of course, it was still very dangerous for all parties. However, there are already people who could not bear it anymore. For example, the 3 Guangxian royal envoys of the primordial light race had already started to move. They rushed into one of the cracks. Obviously, they wanted to take the risk and enter first to seize the opportunity. Seeing this, the people of the heavenly human race and the quasi-saint race also could not bear it. The quasi-saint race's expert, who was comparable to the Guangqian royal envoys, also rushed into one of the cracks. Chapter 48-73. Then, on the heavenly human tribe's side, Ye Immortal, who was covered in a suit of armor and covered in the perfect power of heaven, also rushed into a crack. All the experts who were comparable to the Guangqian royal envoys entered the meridian first, trying to seize the opportunity to seize the treasures. Lu Ming and the others were a little anxious. Dandan, are the treasures you refined ready? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Don't worry, it'll be ready soon, Dandan replied. Dandan's speed was fast, but in fact, it only took a day. A day later, Dandan refined 2 suits of armor. The armor was engraved with runes and was shrouded in the power of time and space. The aura of these suits is somewhat similar to the leap-crossing airship. Lu Ming took a closer look and found that the 2 suits of armor were somewhat similar to the leap-crossing airship. That's right. I refined them based on the leap-crossing airship and added the power of time and space. Given your and Gumo's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to wear these suits of armor and pass through the heavenly abode divine light. Dandan patted his chest and said, Should? Lu Ming looked at Dandan with distrust. Lu Ming really didn't trust this guy. Cough, cough. I used the wrong word. It's not should, it's should. Are you still worried about me? Dandan raised her head, looking as if she was a master. Of course not. Lu Ming replied without hesitation. You. Dandan gritted his teeth and wanted to kick Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming didn't give him any face. Don't worry. If there's a problem, I'll take my head to see you. Dandan gritted his teeth and said. Lu Ming muttered in his heart, but in the end, he took a suit of armor. At the same time, Guimo also took a suit of armor and put it on. You guys wait for us here. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others. After bidding farewell to them, he and Guimo rushed into a crack. Xianxia and the others hid in the concealment array. As long as they didn't go out, they should be safe. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming and Guimo dashed into the fissure. Their figures kept flashing as they avoided the heavenly abode divine lights. Although they had the armor refined by Dandan, and Dandan's words could penetrate the heavenly divine light that was not very rich, Lu Ming and Bone Demon were not very confident. It was best to avoid it if possible. The 2 of them were extremely fast. Their figures flickered continuously as they charged towards the bottom of the crack. They dodged over a dozen heavenly abode divine lights in succession. But in the next moment, heavenly abode divine light and the heavenly abode. This heavenly abode divine light covered an extremely wide area. There was no way to dodge it, and one could only face it head-on. Charge! Lu Ming and Gumo's power surged as they activated the armor made by Dandan and Bubbles and rushed towards the heavenly abode divine light. Crash! The heavenly abode divine light hit the 2 of them, producing a crash. However, to Lu Ming's surprise, the impact wasn't very strong. The armor on his body glowed and produced a strange power. This strange power blocked the heavenly abode divine light. In addition, the space-time power on the armor also produced a very good isolation effect, blocking the heavenly abode divine light. It's really useful. Dandan is finally reliable for a few times. Lu Ming was delighted. Of course, this was just his habitual thought. Speaking of which, Dandan had become quite reliable ever since he came back from the Myriad Transformations ruins. Many times, it was thanks to Dandan's help that he was able to avert danger. However, Dandan didn't leave a good impression on people in the past. Therefore, many people subconsciously felt that Dandan wasn't very reliable. It was unknown how Dandan would feel if he knew Lu Ming's thoughts. Soon, Lu Ming and Guimo rushed through the heavenly abode divine light. The consumption of their energy was minimal. Not bad, not bad. This armor is really good. Lu Ming, this way, we can move freely under the heavenly abode divine light. We just have to avoid the particularly strong, heavenly abode divine light. Guemo transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. He was also quite excited. The Guangqian royal envoy of the primordial light race, the heavenly human race, and the quasi-sage race's elites definitely wouldn't have an easy time facing the heavenly abode divine light. Even if they had entered a day earlier, their speed would still be far inferior to theirs. The two of them accelerated and rushed downwards. This heavenly abode divine light vein was very large and very deep. The two of them went downwards for hundreds of thousands of miles before reaching the deepest part of the crack. Divine medicine. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw several stalks of divine medicine growing on a cliff. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared near the divine medicine. It was a main-level divine medicine. Although it was a main-level divine medicine, its medicinal strength was incomparably dense, far above that of an ordinary main-level divine medicine. Although it couldn't compare to the sky jade ginseng that Lu Ming and the others had obtained before, Lu Ming sensed for a moment and discovered that the medicinal strength of this main-level divine medicine was dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary main-level divine medicine. This was because the energy in the depths of the Qi meridian was too dense. These main-level divine medicines had absorbed such dense energy over the years. The medicinal strength accumulated was simply too dense. Lu Ming waved his hand, controlling the taboo power. He plucked a few main-level divine medicines and stored them in the Great Desolation Ring. They urgently needed this kind of main-level divine medicine. Whether it was Lu Ming, Ling Yue, Dandan, or Bubbles, they all needed it to cultivate. After that, they would be able to discover main-level divine medicines from time to time. Every main-level divine medicine, no matter what type it was, had medicinal strength that was far above the main-level divine medicine outside. In just over an hour, he had obtained dozens of these main-level divine medicines. At this time, they had also landed at the bottom of the crevice. Great Desolation Crystal. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the bottom of the crevice, there were densely packed Great Desolation Crystals. These Great Desolation Crystals were embedded in the cliff. It was unknown how fast they were. Unfortunately, it wasn't like the Qi meridian from before, which was an entire vein. However, this was only a corner of the Qi meridian, so it was normal that it didn't form an entire vein. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon took out their divine weapons and dug. Digging one piece at a time was too slow. They cut off the rocks and kept them in their storage rings. When they had time, they would organize them one by one. It took them half a day to plunder all the Great Desolation Crystals here. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least 50 million of them. Don't think it's too little. One had to know that this was only a corner of the Qi meridian, and there was already so much content. Who knew how many Great Desolation Crystals were contained in the center of the Qi meridian? After plundering, the two of them followed the crevice and headed in another direction. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the crevice for several days. In these few days, their harvest was extremely great. There were already more than 100 main-level divine medicines. There were also more than 200 million Great Desolation Crystals. If the main-level divine medicine were to be exchanged for Great Desolation Crystals, in addition to the Great Desolation Crystals he had obtained, it would be close to 500 million. That's source-level divine medicine. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart beat wildly. Chapter 4874. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he saw a source-level divine herb in front of him. It was a source-level divine herb that looked like a poria. A small divine herb was running around on top of the divine herb. A dense medicinal fragrance permeated the air. However, it wasn't a top-tier, source-level divine herb. It was just an ordinary one. A top-tier, source-level divine herb was like a living creature that could run around. However, even an ordinary source-level divine herb was priceless. Lu Ming only had one in his possession. Source-level divine herbs were extremely useful to reciprocity cultivators. They could rapidly increase their cultivation base. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon quickly arrived before the source-level divine herb. Nothing strange happened. Very soon, Lu Ming moved the source-level divine herb into his chaotic ring. There's a fork here. Which way should we go? The Bone Demon asked Lu Ming. That way, where the Primordial Light clan resides. Lu Ming looked to the left. That was where the Primordial Light clan resided. Lu Ming planned to head to where the Primordial Light clan resided. They had the armor refined by Dandin, so they might be able to get ahead of the Primordial Light clan and plunder all the treasures there. The two of them quickly headed to the left, plundering all the treasures they saw along the way. Be careful. There's someone up ahead. The Bone Demon suddenly whispered. The Bone Demon's spiritual senses were extremely sharp, so he could sense that there was someone up ahead. This place was filled with the heavenly paradise light. Ordinary people's spiritual senses would be greatly affected. Once they were far away, their spiritual senses would be greatly affected. However, the Bone Demon was in reciprocity cultivator at his peak. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, so even if they were affected, they would still be much stronger than ordinary people at the same level. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon quickly stopped and found a hidden place to hide. Then, they carefully peered in a certain direction. On one of the cliffs, there was a cave, and inside the cave, there were 3 figures. They were the 3 Guangqian royal envoys of the Primordial Light clan. 2 of them were standing. One of them was sitting cross-legged, as if he was healing himself. One could see that there was a wound on that person's body that was flickering with purple-golden light. That was clearly a wound left behind by the heavenly paradise divine light. Evidently, the Guangqian royal envoy had been injured by the heavenly abode light and was currently recuperating. The heavenly paradise divine light in that area is denser than in other areas. The Primordial Light tribe should have been injured there. Bone Devil pointed in a direction and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and said, that area might contain even more treasures. Let's go and take a look. They were wearing armor made by the Dandin. Even if the Primordial Light race's Guangqian emissary was injured there, they might not be injured. The 2 of them concealed their auras and carefully circled around from the other side. The members of the Primal Light tribe didn't sense them. Soon, the 2 of them approached the region and rushed in. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The Paradise God light continued to swirl around like a raging gale as it slammed into the 2 of them. However, it was blocked off by their armor. As such, the 2 of them didn't receive much of an impact. The 2 of them continued to venture deeper and deeper, traversing several hundred miles. Sure enough, they found a large number of chaos crystals, as well as many main-grade godly medicines. The 2 of them began to loot without restraint. The 2 spent a few days searching for the ancient desolation crystals and the primary godly herbs in the place. They even found 2 source-grade godly medicines. Of course, there was no lack of treasures like immortal crystals. What a great harvest! Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. Lu Ming didn't calculate the exact amount of chaos crystals and main-grade godly medicines that they had obtained over the past few days. However, he estimated that if all of them were exchanged for chaos crystals, they would be worth at least 1 billion. This was very shocking. One should know that the entire chaos crystal mine that they had obtained previously had only been worth a little more than 1 billion chaos crystals. However, this place was obviously not the core mine. It was really shocking that there were so many chaos crystals here. After looting everything, the 2 of them left in one direction, ready to explore other areas. Lu Ming, it's you. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Lu Ming took a look and sneered. The person who had shouted earlier was Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu and the 2 Guangqian imperial envoys under Yuan Jiuji had broken through the slightly thinner heavenly abode light and rushed here. As soon as they rushed in, they saw Lu Ming and Gu Mo. Then, they saw an empty space without even a single chaos crystal. There really wasn't a single chaos crystal left. Lu Ming and the others had looted everything, leaving nothing for them. They were furious, unable to restrain their anger. The 3 Guangqian imperial envoys rushed toward Lu Ming and Gu Mo in a frenzy. Light beams filled the sky like 3,000 sharp swords, stabbing toward Lu Ming and Gu Mo. Let's go. Lu Ming and Gu Mo didn't fight. They rushed in another direction, planning to retreat first. With the same battle strength, 2 against 3, they were obviously at a disadvantage. Lu Ming could easily suppress one of them in a one-on-one battle, but he was definitely no match for 2 Guanxian Imperial envoys. The 2 of them retreated while blocking the light beams. Die for me. This time, we can't let them escape. The Guanxian Imperial envoys roared as their bodies turned into rays of light. The rays of light turned into different divine weapons, increasing their speed sharply as they charged toward Lu Ming and Gu Mo Clang Clang. Bone didn't care about defense. He fought 1 against 2 and blocked the attacks of the 2 Guanxian ambassadors. However, even though he managed to block the attacks of the 2 Guanxian ambassadors, he was still sent flying. He crashed into a dense, heavenly paradise light. Fortunately, he was wearing the armor refined by Dandan and had amazing defense, so he successfully blocked the attack. On the other hand, Lu Ming easily blocked the attack of the 3rd Guanxian king. Gu Mo, let's go to the place where the heavenly abode light is dense. Lu Ming came to Gu Mo's side and transmitted a message to him. Then, the 2 of them changed direction and rushed toward the direction where the heavenly abode light was dense. Coincidentally, a wave of dense heavenly abode light rushed over from that direction. Lu Ming and Gu Mo relied on the armor refined by Dandan to rush into the heavenly abode light. Although they also suffered a great impact, the armor successfully neutralized a portion of the impact. Coupled with their own strength, they were able to withstand the impact. However, the 3 Guanxian Imperial envoys didn't have this ability. They simply didn't dare face such a dense heavenly abode light head-on. Thus, they hurriedly dodged. By the time they avoided the heavenly abode light, they had already lost track of Lu Ming and Gu Mo. Damn it. Yuan Yu and the other 2 Guanxian Imperial envoys roared angrily. Lu Ming and Gu Mo had actually been able to ignore the heavenly abode light and come here before them to plunder all the treasures. Immortal stones, immortal crystals, and divine medicines were more precious than source-grade divine weapons and combined array formations. They didn't lack source-grade divine weapons or combined array formations. What they lacked were immortal stones, immortal crystals, and divine medicines, which contained rich energy and could help awaken more of their people. Chapter 4875. In the following period of time, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon were active under the crevice and obtained quite a few great desolation crystals and main-level divine medicines. At this time, the great desolation crystals and main-level divine medicines in the underground crevice had almost been completely plundered. This was because this was not the core of the Qi Meridian. The core of this Qi Meridian was at the bottom of the 3 mountain peaks in the deepest part. The Great Desolation Crystal Vein should be there. That place had not cracked open yet, and the Heavenly Passage Divine Light had not overflowed yet. It was still very terrifying, and they could not enter for the time being. Since it was not in the core area, the number of treasures it contained was naturally limited. Seeing that there was nothing left to gain, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon left the underground and returned to the surface to meet up with Xianxia, Dandan, and the others. Then, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon took out their harvest from this trip. Everyone began to organize it, digging out the great desolation crystals from the rocks one by one. After calculating, the number of great desolation crystals was more than 1 billion. In addition to those main-level divine medicines, if exchanged for great desolation crystals, it would be equivalent to 500 to 600 million great desolation crystals. In total, it would be close to 2 billion great desolation crystals. This was a huge amount. However, to Lu Ming and the others, it was not a big number. Right now, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, Wan Shun, Dandan, Bubbles, and Tang Jun were all at the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. Needless to say, Lu Ming needed at least 5 billion great desolation crystals for his breakthrough, or even more. As for Ling Yue, Wan Shun, Dandan, Bubbles, and Tang Jun, they were all peerless geniuses in the universe. The power they controlled was also not to be underestimated. The energy required to break through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm was also extremely shocking. Although it could not compare to Lu Ming, it was not too far off. More than 1 billion, or even more than 2 billion, was normal. 2 billion great desolation crystals was at most enough for one person to break through. In the end, everyone discussed and decided to give these treasures to Dandan to break through first. Dandan majored in the Tao of rune formations. Relatively speaking, the resources needed for a breakthrough were slightly less. Of course, this was in comparison to Lu Ming and the others. To others, 2 billion might not be enough, but to Dandan, 2 billion should be enough. Also, along the way, Dandan's formation had played a huge role. He believed that it would still play a huge role in the future. Everyone agreed. Dandan did not hold back and began to refine the desolate gems and divine medicine to break through to the next realm. With the support of the formation, the speed of refining the desolate crystals increased greatly. However, refining so many desolate crystals still required a period of time. Not long after Lu Ming and the others came out, the Guangxian royal envoy of the primordial light race, the powerhouses of the quasi-mortal tribe, and the immortal also came out one after another. When Yuan Juji heard that Lu Ming had stolen their treasures again, he was unable to restrain his anger. He sent out a large number of people to search for Lu Ming and the others. Unfortunately, they could not find the concealment formation set up by Dandan. In the end, they naturally came up empty-handed. Ninth brother, in this purple heaven grotto heaven, whether it is Lu Ming and the others, the quasi-mortal tribe, or the heavenly human tribe, they have all obtained opportunities and become stronger and stronger. If this continues, it will be more and more disadvantageous for us to obtain more resources. We should let more of our people in. Yuan Baji and Yuan Juji discussed. I also have the same idea. With the resources we have obtained during this period, we will definitely be able to wake up many of our people. Seventh brother should also have a lot of gains. Let's send him a message and let him send people to bring the resources back to the tribe. If sixth brother or fifth brother can wake up and enter purple heaven grotto heaven, Lu Ming, the quasi-mortal tribe, and the heavenly human tribe will all die at that time. Yuan Juji said with a sinister expression. Immediately, Yuan Baji and Yuan Juji sent out experts to take a large number of resources and left Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven on a flying boat. In Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, one could leave at any time as long as they took the flying boat. Then, they sent another message. The target was Yuan Baji and Yuan Juji's seventh brother, Yuan Chiji. On the other side, where the heavenly human tribe was, some experts of the immortal and the heavenly human tribe were also discussing. Still haven't found any traces of the source divine T? The immortal asked with a gloomy face. In the previous battle, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. Even with his deep thoughts, he had been in a bad mood during this period of time. Lu Ming's rise was too fast. Even he, an overlord who had lived for countless years, felt great pressure. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible to kill Lu Ming. And the source divine T was a peerless treasure that could allow him to increase his strength quickly. This was because the origin divine T could allow him to reach peak godly master quickly. Generally speaking, it was difficult to use treasures or resources to reach peak godly master from a 9th tier godly master. One had to slowly comprehend it, accumulate it, and achieve it naturally. No matter how talented one was, it was difficult to achieve it in one go. However, there were all sorts of strange things in the universe. This source divine T could defy the heavens. It could allow a 9th tier godly master to quickly break through. However, the source divine T was too rare and precious. It had only appeared in ancient records. No one had seen it in real life. To be more precise, the origin divine T was a type of source divine medicine. A top-grade source divine medicine. It could move freely like a living being. Previously, in another ruin in Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, the immortal had discovered the source divine T by accident. He had followed the origin divine T all the way here. That was right. The immortal had not come here on purpose. He had followed the origin divine T here. Unfortunately, The origin divine tea had disappeared into the meridians as soon as it had arrived. The Yi Immortal had been sending people to search for it all this time. The heavenly human tribe members present all shook their heads, indicating that they had not found it. The Yi Immortal's face darkened even more. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, causing the other heavenly human tribe members to hold their breaths. At this moment, the Yi Immortal's expression changed. He waved his hand, and a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. Someone had sent him a message. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, and a look of joy appeared on his face. I found traces of the origin divine tea. Follow me. Remember to keep it secret. Don't let the quasi-saint tribe or other factions find out. The Yi Immortal warned. Then, the Yi Immortal led a small number of heavenly human tribe members and left quietly. A day later, the Yi Immortal returned with the heavenly human tribe members. There was a look of joy on his face, but it was also a look of pity. He opened his palms, and 2 emerald green leaves appeared in his hands. These 2 leaves were not ordinary leaves at first glance. They were very mysterious and shone with a green luster. On the leaves, there were shadows that flickered continuously. They transformed into all kinds of wild beasts at one moment, and all kinds of divine weapons at other times. They were mysterious and unfathomable. There were thousands of changes, and they seemed to contain endless profundities. It's a pity that the origin divine tea escaped. We only managed to obtain 2 of its leaves. The Yi Immortal muttered. Chapter 4876. The 2 leaves in Yi Immortal's hand were the origin god tea leaves. But it's enough. 1 origin god tea leaf per person is enough to break through. Yi Immortal thought to himself. Then, he said, when Yi Xianxia comes here, tell him to come see me. Understood. The others acknowledged the order and left. They knew that Yi Immortal was going to cultivate in seclusion. After they left, Yi Immortal brewed a pot of tea. He tossed a origin god tea leaf into the water. The tea's aroma immediately filled the air. A refreshing aroma filled the air. One would feel refreshed with just a whiff. Yi Immortal drank the tea in one gulp. Then he sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Several days later, Yi Immortal stopped cultivating. He brewed another pot of tea. After drinking it, he continued cultivating. As time passed, the tremors underground grew more intense. A huge crack had appeared on the foremost peak of the 3 mountains in the depths of the Qi vein. Many of the formations on the mountain had been destroyed. Time passed quickly. It had been 3 months since Lu Ming emerged from the crack. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from Danden's body. After 3 months of cultivation, Danden's cultivation base had finally broken through. He was now a 9th-tier divine master. However, Danden had used up almost all of the desolate gems and main gray divine herbs that Lu Ming had brought back. After Danden broke through, he joined forces with Bubbles to forge an armor that could withstand the heavenly paradise divine light. With their previous experience, Danden and Bubbles were already familiar with the process. Their forging speed increased greatly. In just 2 months, Danden and Bubbles had forged 8 pieces. Together with the 2 pieces that Lu Ming and Gu Mo had forged, they now had 1 each. How about it? Shall we enter the depths of the Qi vein together? We'll take all the desolate gems in the depths of the Qi vein. Danden's eyes shone as he stared at the depths of the Qi vein. The others also looked tempted. Previously, Lu Ming and Bone Demon had only circled around the Qi vein and had already obtained treasures worth 2 billion. Then, just how many resources would the primal crystal vein in the depths of this Qi vein contain? More than 10 billion? Once all of them were captured, they would have all the cultivation resources they needed. Lu Ming was also very tempted. Once he obtained all the resources in this meridian, he would definitely have the resources to break through to the 9th tier of the Divine Master Realm, greatly increasing his battle prowess. At that time, he wouldn't even care about the Guangxian Imperial Envoy. After nearly half a year, the heavenly abode divine light in the depths of the meridians had overflowed a lot. Now, the heavenly abode divine light in the meridians had become much thinner. With the armor refined by Dandan, they might be able to break in and plunder all the treasures inside first. Let's go and give it a try. If it really doesn't work, you can enter my desolate ring, Lu Ming reminded. Then, they put on their armor and prepared to enter the depths of the meridians through the crack. However, just as Lu Ming and the others were about to set off, an intense rumble came from the ground. A terrifying beast roar came from the depths of the meridians. That is, the expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed drastically. The beast roar coming from the depths of the meridians reminded them of the giant beast formed by the heavenly abode divine light. Previously, there was such a giant beast in the periphery. Would there be one in the depths of the meridians as well? They immediately stopped. What a joke. If they entered the depths of the meridians and encountered such a giant beast formed by the heavenly abode divine light, it would be very dangerous. They would have to hide in the desolate ring. Fortunately, they had set off a little later. Roar, 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 roar. Then beast roars came from the depths of the meridians. Dense heavenly abode divine light rushed out continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a giant beast rushed out from the depths of the meridians. Its terrifying aura covered the entire meridians. This giant beast was like a giant bird. Its entire body was purple gold. Without a doubt, it was formed by the heavenly abode divine light. These giant beasts formed by the heavenly abode divine light did not have much intelligence. Of course, it might be because there was not enough time. After a long time, they might develop intelligence. These giant beasts had been living in the depths of the meridians, absorbing the heavenly abode divine light to strengthen themselves. When the earth collapsed, they were alarmed. They instinctively rushed out and attacked crazily. This giant bird was no exception. After it flew out, it attacked crazily. Countless terrifying heavenly abode divine lights bombarded the various parts of the meridians. They also bombarded the formations of the 3 mountain peaks. Those formations exploded with dazzling light. They formed beams of terrifying light that fought against the heavenly abode divine light. The 3 mountain peaks in the depths of the meridians rumbled continuously. Powerful energy overflowed. Although the formations of the 3 mountain peaks were extremely terrifying, they were torn apart due to the collapse of the earth. They could not resist the giant bird formed by the heavenly abode divine light. They collapsed and exploded continuously. However, the body of the giant bird formed by the heavenly abode divine light was also shrinking rapidly. The light quickly dimmed. After about half an hour, the giant bird completely dissipated and turned into nothingness. However, the majority of the spirit formations on the 3 mountain peaks had been destroyed. Even if there were still spirit formations remaining, they were only a small portion. This was completely beyond the expectations of the various factions. Originally, according to their calculations, it would take at least a few months for the earth to collapse and tear apart the formations of the 3 mountain peaks. However, this was abruptly brought forward by a few months. At this moment, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Let's go. Follow me to the mountain peaks. The treasures there are all ours. Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji gave the order. They led the experts of the primordial light race and rushed towards the 3 mountain peaks in the depths of the meridians. At the same time, the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe also rushed towards the depths of the meridians. Let's go too. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others also moved and rushed towards the depths of the meridians. The sudden change disrupted Lu Ming and the others' plans. They originally planned to go underground and plunder the treasures in the depths of the meridians before going to the mountain peaks to compete for the treasures on the mountain peaks. But now, they had to change their plans. The 3 mountain peaks in the depths of the meridians definitely contained precious treasures. Not to mention other things, just the source-level divine armors were priceless. They didn't want to miss out on it. They had to fight for it. The 3 mountain peaks in the depths of the meridians were arranged in a trapezoidal shape. The deeper they went, the more majestic the mountain peaks were. If they wanted to enter the second mountain peak, they had to pass through the first mountain peak. Every mountain peak was very majestic and occupied a very large area. Various forces were rushing toward the mountain peaks from different directions, rushing towards the peak of the mountain peaks. Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. With Dandan around, they could easily avoid the remnants of the formations. Soon, they reached the top of the mountain. Roar, roar, roar. When Lu Ming and the others approached the top of the mountain, roars were heard. One by one, absolute corpses appeared and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 4877. There were actually many extreme corpses on this mountain. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred extreme corpses that charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Only a few of the surrounding mountains had extreme corpses. It seemed like the three central mountains weren't that safe even if they didn't have an array. One could imagine that in the last era, these three mountains were the core of this meridian. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others all took out their divine weapons with blue firestones and charged towards the extreme corpses. The dozen or so extreme corpses at the front had shocking strength. They were all comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. If they were in the primitive universe, a dozen or so existences comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven would definitely be a terrifying force. But now, Lu Ming and the others weren't afraid. Their divine weapons had blue firestones attached to them and could counter the extreme corpses. Moreover, Lu Ming and the others were much stronger than before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon took the lead and charged towards the dozen or so extreme corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The war god's spear vibrated and the spear light expanded. In an instant, 6 or 7 spear lights shot out and enveloped the 6 or 7 extreme corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The sharp spear lights, together with the blue firestones, easily broke through the extreme corpses' protective black energy and pierced through their bodies. Then, a blue flame enveloped the extreme corpses and quickly extinguished the black energy on their bodies. On the other side, the Bone Demon was also powerful. He continuously slashed out with his purple gold battle axe and heavily injured the 6 or 7 extreme corpses. Lu Ming and the others didn't tangle with the extreme corpses for too long. With Lu Ming and the Bone Demon in the lead, they broke through the extreme corpses' encirclement and charged towards the peak of the mountain. In front of them, an extreme corpse appeared to block them. Luckily, there weren't any terrifying extreme corpses here, such as the silver-eyed corpse. Therefore, they couldn't stop Lu Ming and the others. After a while, Lu Ming and the others appeared in a huge hall. This palace was truly enormous. That was because there was only a single palace at the peak of the mountain. It was continuous and unending. Dandan sensed the palace and discovered that there was no spirit formation inside. Thus, they rushed in. Strangely enough, when Lu Ming and his crew entered the palace, the absolute corpses did not chase after them, but stopped outside the palace. Inside the palace, passages crisscrossed, forming a large number of houses. It looked like they were for people to live in. Unfortunately, nothing was left behind. They searched dozens of houses but found nothing. It wasn't until they arrived at a particularly spacious hall that they finally made a discovery. Several glowing orbs floated in the air in the hall. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them. Within each ball of light, there was a scroll. That's right, they were all scrolls, not divine weapons or treasures. However, the eyes of Lu Ming and the others suddenly lit up. Sometimes, the contents recorded in the scrolls were even more precious than divine weapons. For example, it recorded the various Qi cultivation techniques of the previous era, or recorded the various rune formations, or even the way to refine divine weapons, or the way to refine joint attack formation carriers, etc. All of these were priceless treasures. All of them could increase the strength of a large force and become the most profound foundation. This was not something a single divine weapon could compare to. A single divine weapon could only benefit one person, but all of these could benefit almost everyone. For the development of a large force, it was extremely important Swoosh! Lu Ming was the first to rush out. He grabbed at a ball of light with his hand. The defensive power of the ball of light was not strong. It was probably because too much time had passed that its power had weakened too much. Lu Ming grabbed the ball of light and easily grabbed a scroll in his hand. Lu Ming could not wait to open the scroll, wanting to see what was inside. However, after opening it, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This was because Lu Ming did not recognize any of the words inside. It's all the words of the previous era, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. However, it did not matter. He could take the Heaven Destroyer back and let the experts study it. In every force, there were people who specialized in studying the words of the previous era. Over the countless years, by excavating the ancient books in the ruins of the universe and continuously studying them, almost all of the words of the previous era had been deciphered. Even the heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe were passed down from the previous era. Among them, there were words of the previous era that were passed down. It seems that after leaving the Purple Heaven Cave, I have to find time to learn the words of the previous era. Lu Ming thought in his heart. As his cultivation improved, he would come into contact with more things of the previous era. Therefore, it was very necessary to learn the words of the previous era. Otherwise, if he really encountered some fortuitous encounters, he might not be able to obtain them. With a thought, he put away the scroll. Then, Lu Ming pounced on another scroll. At the same time, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others also started to collect the scrolls. Soon, more than 30 scrolls fell into the hands of Lu Ming and the others. Someone's here. Be careful. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that someone was rapidly approaching. Then, a terrifying aura surged like a tide, filling the hall with a gloomy aura. It's the people of the Yuan Guang tribe. Lu Ming looked around and realized that it was the people of the Yuan Guang tribe. Almost all of the elites of the Yuan Guang tribe had arrived. The leaders were Yuan Jiuji, Yuan Baji, and the 3 Guangxian royal ambassadors. In addition, there were some elites who had set up a joint attack formation. Lu Ming. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, Yuan Jiuji's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He shouted, "Kill them! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 3 Guangxian royal ambassadors were the fastest. Before Yuan Jiuji could finish his words, the 3 of them had already pounced on Lu Ming and the others. Their bodies glowed and combined with their divine weapons to launch a terrifying attack. Lu Ming and Gu Mo rushed out and used all their strength to block the attacks of the 3 Guangxian royal ambassadors. Boom! Boom! A few earth-shattering explosions erupted. Violent energy swept around the hall and directly pierced through it. Large holes were blasted open and debris flew everywhere. The hall used to be extremely sturdy. Unfortunately, too much time had passed and it had decayed. It could not withstand the attacks of Lu Ming and the others. Moreover, the powerful energy destroyed those balls of light. However, those scrolls, either because they were protected by the balls of light or because they were very hard, were not damaged. However, they flew in all directions amidst the surging energy. Lu Ming and Gu Mo retreated quickly. "Let's go," Lu Ming shouted. He waved his hand and activated the ancient desolation ring. Xianxia and the others were put into the ancient desolation ring. Then, he and Gu Mo flew in the same direction. The Yuan Guang tribe's combat strength was obviously above theirs. Moreover, the Yuan Guang tribe had not used their joint attack formation yet. Naturally, it was best to retreat. Chapter 4878. Chase. Chase after them. Nine Origin roared and gave the order to pursue while he led some people to grab the scrolls. However, there were still many scrolls that flew into the distance. The 3 Guangxian royal emissaries chased after Lu Ming and Gu Mo. However, the palaces here were crisscrossing and the terrain was complicated. The speed that the Yuanguang clan was so proud of could not be displayed. On the other hand, Lu Ming and Gu Mo dashed left and right. Soon, they completely shook off the 3 Guangxian royal emissaries. The 3 Guangxian royal emissaries had no choice but to leave. After shaking off the 3 Guangxian royal emissaries, Lu Ming and Guemo found a safe place and released Xianxia, Qiu Moon, Dandan, and the others. Those guys, when my cultivation reaches the peak of the Divine Master Realm, I will find a chance to kill them. Dandan said unhappily. Dandan was not bragging. He was good at formations. If his cultivation went further and reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm, he might be able to take care of the Guangxian royal emissaries if he spent more time and used some materials to set up formations. Let's go look at other places, Lu Ming said. Next, they continued to wander around the palaces. Unfortunately, they did not find anything. It seems that we can only rely on the last two mountains if we want to get the divine weapons, especially the last one, Dandan said. His eyes lit up when he mentioned the last mountain. The last mountain was the place where a corner of the palaces had collapsed and revealed a few balls of light that covered the soul-level divine weapons. Let's go to the second mountain, Lu Ming said. They left and went to the second mountain. Between this mountain peak and the second mountain peak, there was an enormous chain connecting them. It was also the only passage between the two mountain peaks. If they wanted to go to the second mountain, they had to pass through this iron chain. Because this area contained a no-fly zone, it was impossible to fly. If they wanted to go to the second mountain, they had to pass through this iron chain. However, when Lu Ming and the others approached the iron chain, they stopped. This was because the other end of the chain was blocked by someone. Yuan Guang clan. That's right, they were still from the Primordial Light clan. They had already passed through the chains and were guarding the second mountain peak. It was clear that if someone were to pass through the chains, they would definitely suffer a terrifying attack. Damn it, the Primordial Light tribe is clearly trying to trap everyone here so that they can monopolize the treasures behind. Dandan growled. Should we charge over? An ominous glint flashed in the eyes of the myriad gods. They had a joint attack formation. If they attacked with all their might, they might be able to catch the other party off guard. No need. The Celestial race and the Quasi-Saint race will definitely not give up. Let's find a place to hide first and wait for them to attack first, Lu Ming said. Good idea. We could just sit back and reap the benefits. Guemo laughed. They found a secluded place to hide, and, at the same time, they could see the situation at both ends of the chain. After a period of time, people from the Quasi-Saint tribe appeared in another direction. However, they didn't make a move. Instead, they hid somewhere like Lu Ming's group and waited for others to make a move. Then, people from the Celestial race also appeared. They were also hiding somewhere. Ancestor, the Primordial Light tribe, is blocking our way. What should we do? The Lord of Heaven asked. Wait for the others to make a move. Ye Immortal said. Lu Ming's group, the Celestial race, and the Quasi-Saint race all made the same choice. They all wanted to wait for others to make a move so that they could reap the benefits. Therefore, they waited for a few hours, but no one made a move. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the second mountain peak. Rays of light shot into the sky, and a palace exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. They could see a few huge figures fighting with an extreme corpse. These huge figures were the joint attack formation of the Primordial Light tribe. There were a total of 3 formations, and they were fighting against an extreme corpse. This extreme corpse was a silver-eyed corpse. It was very powerful and was constantly fighting against the 3 formations. That palace had been destroyed by the combined attack of the silver-eyed corpse and the array formation. That is, at this moment, the eyes of Lu Ming's group, the Quasi-Saint race, and the Celestial race all lit up. There were 15 balls of light in that exploded palace. They could see that there was a saber in each of the 15 balls of light. Each saber was covered with dense runes. They were the carriers of the joint attack formation. That's right, they were the carriers of the joint attack formation. Moreover, they were the carriers of the joint attack formation of 15 people. The more carriers there were, the more people would set up the formation, and the more powerful and valuable it would be. The carriers of the joint attack formation of 15 people were left behind by the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. It was definitely a masterpiece and priceless. The hearts of Lu Ming's group, the Celestial race, and the Quasi-Saint race all sped up, especially Lu Ming's group and the Celestial race. The Heaven Destroyer and the Celestial Race all lacked such a joint attack formation. If they could bring it back and send 15 peak Divine Masters to set up the formation, it would definitely be very powerful. It would greatly increase their battle strength. The Lord of Heaven would definitely be no match for it. However, the Primordial Light Tribe was guarding there. How are they going to get there? I wanted to hide my strength first and make a move at the critical moment. It seems like I can't hide it anymore. Ye Immortal muttered from the Celestial Race. Then he ordered, "You guys hide here first and wait for my news." After that, Ye Immortal stepped out and walked toward the Iron Chain. Ye Immortal is going to make a move. As soon as Ye Immortal walked out, he was discovered by Lu Ming's group and the Quasi-Saint Race. Ye Immortal actually dares to make a move alone. Where did he get his confidence from? Xianxia said. Ye Immortal's battle strength was equivalent to a Guangxian Wang envoy. Even if he was stronger than an ordinary Guangxian Wang envoy with his divine weapon, there was a limit to it. As long as the other party attacked, 2 Guangxian Wang envoys would be enough to suppress Ye Immortal. Moreover, there were 3 Guangxian Wang envoys and many joint attack formations. Ye Immortal was no match for them at all. Ye Immortal actually dared to make a move? Lu Ming frowned. Based on his understanding of Ye Immortal was not an impulsive person. If he wanted to make a move, he would most likely be confident. Could it be that Ye Immortal's battle strength had skyrocketed in just a few months? A member of the Celestial Race? Haha, he's really courting death. Yuan Jiuji sneered. He originally wanted to wait for Lu Ming's group, but he didn't expect to meet a member of the Celestial Race. But it didn't matter. He would just kill him. Ye Immortal stepped forward and landed on the Iron Chain. Step by step, he walked forward unhurriedly. Soon, he would pass through the Iron Chain and arrive at the second mountain. Kill! Yuan Baji waved his hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 Guangxian Wang envoys under Yuan Baji attacked Ye Immortal like 2 streaks of light. Their light beams were like thousands of sharp swords, piercing Ye Immortal into a beehive. Chapter 48-79. Ye Immortal remained calm in the face of the fierce attacks from the 2 Guangxian royal envoys. Ye Immortal made his move when the thousands of strands of light neared him. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Ye Immortal's body, causing the void to explode and the world to lose its color. A battle sword had already appeared in his hand. Without a doubt, it was a top-notch source-grade divine weapon that was no weaker than Lu Ming's War God Spear. Whoosh! Ye Immortal charged forward and slashed out a shocking sword light. As the sword light slashed out, the strands of light began to crumble. In an instant, thousands of strands of light exploded. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at the 2 Guangxian royal envoys. The 2 Guangxian royal envoys were shocked. They turned into rays of light and used all their strength to block the attack. Boom! Boom! After 2 loud explosions, the 2 Guangxian royal envoys retreated like kites with their strings cut. The light on their bodies dimmed, and their auras withered significantly. Light Controller. This is the strength of a light controller. One of the Guangxian royal envoys shouted in shock. His eyes were filled with shock. The other members of the Yuan race, such as Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji, were also shocked. It was not just the Yuan race. Lu Ming and the rest of the Quasi-Saint race were also shocked. Peak Divine Master. Ye Immortal has broken through to the Peak Divine Master level. Dandin exclaimed, "How can it be so fast?" Logically speaking, it would take a long time for one to break through from the 9th level of the Divine Master realm to the Peak Divine Master level. Even an exceptional prodigy or a reincarnator like Ye Immortal wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Tang Jun also exclaimed in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She was also a reincarnator and had been at the Origin realm in her past life. She knew how difficult it was to break through from the 9th level of the Divine Master realm to the Peak Divine Master level. No matter how exceptional a prodigy was, it was impossible to break through in one go. Even a reincarnator was the same. Xianxia was also a reincarnator. Her cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Divine Master realm nearly 1,000 years ago. However, she had not broken through after so many years. "Ye immortal, a peak divine master," Lu Ming whispered. He exchanged glances with Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bone Devil, and the others. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. Ye Immortal was a ninth-tier divine master, and his fighting prowess was terrifying. He was equivalent to a Guangxian emissary, or even slightly stronger. In that case, Ye Immortal, who had broken through to the peak of the divine master level, was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Just now, with just one move, he was able to beat back and injure two Guangxian royal envoys. Bang! Bang! After defeating and injuring the two Guangxian princes, the Yi Immortal stepped on the iron chains and dashed toward the second mountain like a ray of light. Many people from the Primordial Light tribe were terrified as they retreated involuntarily. "Get into formation." 21 people join attack formation. 9 Origin roared. Suddenly, the figures of 21 experts beside him flickered and set up a joint attack formation. The formation transformed into a battle sword and slashed towards Yi Immortal. Heavenly Sword, Star Explosion. Yi Immortal's deep voice rang out as he slashed out with his sword. A huge star appeared in the void. The huge star rapidly expanded and collided with the battle sword formed by the Primordial Light tribe's joint attack formation. Then, with a loud boom, it exploded, creating a terrifying destructive force. The battle sword formed by the joint attack formation trembled continuously and was sent flying backward. What terrifying power! Everyone's hearts pounded wildly. Yi Immortal's move was obviously in Genesis art. Moreover, it was a Genesis art that had never been used before. Its power was far greater than the Heavenly Sword, Moon's End, and Sun's End. Obviously, the first two moves were more suited for group attacks, while this move was unparalleled in single-target attacks. It was very likely that Yi Immortal couldn't use it before and would only be able to use it after he broke through to the peak of the Divine Master level. To be able to beat back the 21 people joint attack formation of the Primordial Light tribe, its power was beyond imagination. The Patriarch is invincible. The people of the Heavenly Human tribe were so excited that they were trembling all over. Who in the world could compare to a Divine Master with such battle prowess? Yi Immortal seized the opportunity and rushed over the iron chains. Heavenly Sword, Moon's End. Yi Immortal's cold voice rang out as he slashed out with his sword. A fragmentary moonlight appeared in the void and scattered thousands of rays of light, enveloping all the people of the Primordial Light tribe. Every ray of light was a terrifying sword light. All the experts of the Primordial Light tribe felt their hair stand on end as they sensed a fatal threat. Their light beam hair danced wildly. More than 1,000 of the Primordial Light tribe's light beam hair danced together and intertwined to form an impenetrable defensive wall. However, the cultivation levels of the Primordial Light tribe members present were uneven, so the power of their light beam hair was also uneven. Some of the stronger ones were naturally able to block Yi Immortal's attack, but some of the weaker ones couldn't. Their light beam hair was pierced through, and their bodies were also pierced by the sword light. In an instant, at least 100 Primordial Light tribe members were killed. The other Primordial Light tribe members were terrified and frantically retreated. Yi Immortal is really decisive in his actions. He's really a formidable person. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Although the Yi Immortal and the Yi Immortal had a hostile relationship, he had to admit that the Yi Immortal was a formidable enemy. He was decisive in his actions and had killed hundreds of Primordial Light tribe members without hesitation. He had offended the Primordial Light tribe by doing so. The Primordial Light tribe would definitely seek revenge in the future. However, Lu Ming also understood that regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Human tribe, the Quasi-Mortal tribe, the Heaven Destroyer, or the demons, they were all hostile to the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Even if they didn't offend them, they would sooner or later fight to the death. Even if you didn't kill them, they would still kill you. However, understanding the reason was one thing, and daring to act so decisively was another thing altogether. Most people would think that they were lucky and wouldn't dare to offend the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. After repelling the primordial light tribe members, the Yi Immortals' figure flashed and rushed toward the 15 battle sabers. It was obvious that the Yi Immortal was targeting the 15 battle sabers. A 15-man joint attack array was very useful. If 15 peak almighty people were to set up the array, their combat strength would be comparable to a Guangxian Imperial envoy's or even higher. In this era, where the origin source didn't exist, an elite at the level of the Lord of Heaven was already considered a top-notch combat strength. They could influence the outcome of a battle, let alone a Guangxian Imperial envoy's combat strength. A Guangxian Imperial envoy was the backbone of a force and the core combat strength of a force. His value was self-evident. Otherwise, the Yi Immortal wouldn't have taken the risk of offending the Primordial Light Tribe and acted decisively. Stop him! Stop him! Set up the array! Set up the array! Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji shouted at the same time. The 3 9-man joint attack arrays that had been battling the silver-eyed Yin-Yang corpse suddenly changed directions and attacked the Yi Immortal. Celestial Sword, Destruction of the Sun. The Yi Immortal slashed out with his sword again, and a huge sun appeared in the sky, shining brightly. End of chapter. Chapter 4880. Yi Immortal had used a Genesis technique from the get-go. A great sun sprinkled down rays of light. Every ray of light was a ray of sword chi that was incomparably hot and capable of incinerating all things. This kind of attack was a large-scale attack, and it was an indiscriminate attack. In an instant, it enveloped the 3 9-man joint attack formations and the silver-eyed Yin corpse. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 9-man formations continuously clashed with the scorching sword chi. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed hundreds of times. In the end, 2 of the formations were knocked back and their light dimmed. The people who had set up the formations vomited blood and were seriously injured. There was also a formation that was attacked by 9 people, but it was even more miserable. It was directly destroyed, and the 9 people who set up the formation were pierced by thousands of sword lights and died. The carrier used by the 9-man formation wasn't damaged, and Yi Immortal put it away with a wave of his hand. The protective black chi around the silver-eyed Yin corpse was also pierced, and hundreds of tiny sword holes appeared on its body. However, the silver-eyed Yin corpse's vitality was extremely tenacious, and it didn't die. Black chi surged around its body, and the sword holes rapidly healed. Damn it! Yuan Jiuji's eyes turned red. The 9-man formation, just now, was his subordinate. Even in the Primordial Light Clan, a 9-man formation carrier was very precious. It was a huge loss for them to fall into Yi Immortal's hands. In Yuan Jiuji's heart, Yi Immortal's hatred was second only to Lu Ming's. At this moment, Yi Wuxian was about to make a move and take away the 15 battle blades. But then, a giant sword light slashed towards him. It was the 21 people under Yuan Jiuji's command. Facing an array set up by 21 people, even the current Yi Wuxian had no choice but to focus on the battle. Boom! The 2 sides clashed again, shaking the entire chi channel. Space shook and the mountain quaked even more violently. At the same time, the 21 people under Yuan Baji's command flickered and set up a great formation. That's right, Yuan Baji also needed a 21-man joint attack formation. Multicolored light soared into the sky, condensing into a huge battle saber. His battle saber sliced through the air and headed straight for Yi Immortal. Boom! Yi Immortal attacked with all his might and clashed with the giant saber. Even Yi Xiao couldn't match up to the 2 21-man array formations. He couldn't help but retreat. The terrifying power directly destroyed the other palace below. That is, many people's eyes suddenly widened. That was because there were also balls of light in the destroyed palace. There were a total of 12 balls of light, and within each ball of light was a spear covered with runes. It was the carrier of another joint attack formation. This mountain was different from the previous one. On the mountain peak in front of them, there was a huge palace that was connected together. The palaces on the mountain peak were separated. There were at least a dozen of them scattered across the vast mountain peak. Could it be that in every palace, there was a carrier of a joint attack formation? Many people's hearts raced. If that was the case, it would be invaluable. Even the primordial light race, which had a rich heritage, was tempted. It was too difficult to refine a joint attack formation. Not only were the materials extremely rare, but the refining requirements were also shockingly high. If there were really so many joint attack formation carriers, it would be a huge treasure trove. Collect! Wuxia roared and grabbed downwards with his palm. A gigantic claw was formed and enveloped the 12 spears below. As he channeled his energy, the light that enveloped the 12 spears exploded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 12 spears flew towards Ye Immortal and were collected by Ye Immortal. You're courting death. Kill him. Yuan Baji roared. The two 21-man joint attack formations formed a saber and a sword respectively and attacked Ye Immortal. Both sides were in a pinnacle battle. Yuan Baji and his men appeared above the 15 battle sabers and began to collect them. Yuan Baji's face was a little gloomy. He also wanted the 15 battle saber formation carriers, but he had lost a lot of his men and couldn't compete with Yuan Baji. Go, follow me. Yuan Juji gave a low cry and led his subordinates, charging towards another hall. Perhaps each of the palaces here had a joint attack formation as a carrier. For the sake of the formation carriers, he couldn't care less about guarding the iron chain. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, several angry roars came from the other palaces on the mountain. Following that, a few burly figures rushed out from a few palaces. These figures were shrouded in thick black chi. They were fierce and had a monstrous aura. They were absolute corpses, and they were all silver-eyed corpses. There were actually so many silver-eyed corpses on this mountain. There were already 4 of them, plus the previous one, there were 5 of them. Silver-eyed corpses were equivalent to Guangxian royal envoys. Yuan Baji and Yuan Baji's faces changed drastically when so many of them appeared at once. Set up the formation and meet the enemy. Yuan Baji roared. Yuan Yu was the only Guangxian royal envoy left under his command. He definitely couldn't stop them and had to rely on the joint attack formation. At the same time, Yuan Baji also ordered his men to attack. A big chaotic battle broke out. Good opportunity. In the distance, Lu Ming and the others looked at each other, revealing a tempted look. Previously, they were all sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Now it was time to make a move. They were very tempted by those joint attack formations. They were too important for the current Heaven Destroyer. Among the current major forces in the universe, there was no need to mention the creatures in the forbidden areas. They had existed since the last era and had a deep foundation. They themselves had a large number of joint attack formations. The Quasi-Saint race also had a deep foundation and also had joint attack formations. Even the Celestial race had now obtained several sets of joint attack formations. On the Heaven Destroyer's side, except for Lu Ming and the others who had obtained a set of joint attack formations, the others didn't know the situation. Perhaps they would gain nothing. If this continued, the gap between the strength of the Heaven Destroyer and the other forces would become bigger and bigger. The competition between forces relied on the overall strength. The overall strength must be strong. Relying on the strength of a few people, they could win for a while, but in the end, it wouldn't last long. For example, Lu Ming defeated his opponent, but the overall strength of the Heaven Destroyer wasn't strong enough and couldn't occupy the vast universe ruins. Only when the overall strength was strong could they occupy a larger territory and obtain more resources. Little Qing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, you guys enter the Chaos Ring first. Bone Demon and I will rush over. When the time is right, I will let you guys out. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone and then let them enter the Chaos Ring first. He and Bone Demon's figure flashed and rushed towards the iron chain like 2 streams of light. Chapter 4881. As soon as Lu Ming and the Bone Demon appeared, the people of the Primordial Light tribe noticed them. However, they were busy dealing with the Silver-Eyed corpse, so how could they have the strength to stop Lu Ming and the Bone Demon? Soon, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon passed through the iron chain and rushed in another direction, disappearing in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lu Ming and the Bone Demon rushing over, the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe also showed signs of interest. In the end, Xianxia also rushed toward the Iron Chain with the expert comparable to the Guangxian Imperial Envoy in several joint attack formations. They also successfully passed through the Iron Chain and entered the second mountain peak. As for the others, they continued to stay on the first mountain peak. This was because the battle ahead was too intense. There were too many experts participating, and they were all at the level of the Guangxian Imperial Envoy. Even the strongest existence, like the Lord of Heaven, would find it difficult to intervene. Wouldn't the others be courting death if they went over? Lu Ming and the Bone Demon were very fast. They quickly left the battlefield and appeared in front of a palace hall. Lu Ming moved his mind and released Dandan from the primitive ring. There are no formations in the palace hall. Dandan sensed carefully and said. Then, Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan restrained their auras and rushed into the palace hall. They arrived at the center of the palace hall unimpeded and found something. There were 12 light balls wrapped around 12 battle swords. Each sword was covered with runes. They were the carriers of joint attack formations. Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan were overjoyed. In every palace here, there was indeed a carrier for a joint attack formation. Fortunately, there was no danger in this palace hall, and they didn't encounter any extreme incorps. Without hesitation, the three of them immediately broke the light balls and put away the 12 sword-type joint attack formations. A 12-person joint attack formation could be brought back to the Heaven Destroyer. If 12 peak Divine Master experts were to set up the formation, the Heaven Destroyer would have the strength of a Guangxian Imperial Envoy. Even if it wasn't as strong, the difference wouldn't be too big. The three of them were excited. They walked around the palace hall and confirmed that there were no other joint attack formations. Then, they left and went to another palace hall. The mountain peak was very large. Even the top of the mountain was very wide. Dozens of palaces were scattered around the mountain peak, and there was still some distance between them. After a while, Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan appeared in front of another palace hall. Dandan sensed for a moment, but there were still no fluctuations of the array formation. The three of them walked in without worry. Sure enough, at the center of the hall, they found another joint attack formation carrier. There were still 12 carriers. It seemed that there were very few carriers of formations like the 15 sabers from before. However, there was a figure sitting cross-legged below the 12 combined attack formation carriers. Suddenly, the figure turned its head and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Its silver eyes were filled with a cold and brutal aura. Its body was covered in black gas. It was a silver-eyed incorpse. Roar! The silver-eyed incorpse roared. The black gas around its body surged. It pounced at Lu Ming and the others. Its sharp claws tore through the air. Its power was terrifying. Whoosh! Dandan threw out a handful of blue firestone powder. The blue firestone powder stuck to the silver-eyed incorpse. The blue firestone powder and the black gas around the silver-eyed incorpse collided, creating a sizzling sound. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon had already charged out, attacking the silver-eyed incorpse together. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's battle strength were not weaker than the silver-eyed incorpse. With the addition of the blue firestone divine weapon, they could restrain the silver-eyed incorpse. No matter how strong the silver-eyed incorpse's vitality was, it was not a match for Lu Ming and the Bone Demon. In just a few moves, the silver-eyed incorpse was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's spear pierced through its body. The energy of the blue firestone exploded from the silver-eyed incorpse's body. However, the silver-eyed incorpse was not ordinary. The blue firestone had a great restraining effect on ordinary extreme incorpses, but it had a great effect on the silver-eyed incorpse. The silver-eyed incorpse's black gas exploded, constantly wearing down the flames of the blue firestone. Unfortunately, the Bone Demon's attack also arrived. The purple gold battle axe almost chopped off the silver-eyed incorpse's head, causing the silver-eyed incorpse to be even more seriously injured. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's attacks did not stop. They were like a storm, constantly attacking the silver-eyed incorpse. Although the silver-eyed corpse resisted with all its might, after more than 10 moves, it was still unable to resist. Its body was cut into several pieces, and it was completely killed. After killing the silver-eyed corpse, they put away the carrier of the joint attack array. Then, the three of them quickly left this place and headed for another hall. However, this time, when the three of them approached the hall, a terrifying aura pressed down on them. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon were fine, but Dandan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed greatly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon came to Dandan's aid in time, blocking most of the power of the aura. They also pulled Dandan back quickly. A figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. His eyes were like stars, and his killing intent was as cold as frost. Ye Immortal. The figure that appeared from the hall was Ye Immortal. Lu Ming, I've been waiting for you for so long, the Ye Immortal said coldly. It was obvious that the Ye Immortal had used some unknown method to escape from the primordial light race's experts and arrived at this hall in advance. He had taken away the joint attack array carrier in the hall and laid an ambush here. His goal was to lure Lu Ming and the others into the trap. It was obvious that he had seen Lu Ming and the Bone Demon arrive at this mountain. Get into formation. Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, used the joint attack array to block him. Dandan shouted. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuxia appeared before Dandan had even finished speaking. Sword of the Heavens, Destruction of the Sun. The Yi Immortal used a terrifying Genesis technique the moment he attacked. A great sun appeared, and endless rays of light scattered down. Endless sword light pierced towards Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan. Dandan stepped back. Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward, shielding Dandan behind him. He thrust his palm forward, and a continent appeared above them. Then, the battle god spear danced wildly in the air, forming an airtight shield. The Bone Demon also attacked with all his strength, forming layers of defense. His body rapidly grew in size, using his body to block the sword light that filled the sky. PFF. The continent was instantly pierced through. Countless tiny sword holes appeared on it, and then it crumbled. The scorching sword light didn't stop, and it collided with Lu Ming and the Bone Demon. A series of collisions rang out, and the two were sent flying back. The Bone Demon was slightly better off. The Yi Immortal didn't use a spirit attack, and he withstood it with his sturdy immortal body. Lu Ming wasn't as well off. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale. Several parts of his body had been pierced by the sword light. Get into formation! Get into formation! Dandan roared. The Yi Immortal was too terrifying. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon were no match for him. Even escaping was a problem. Chapter 4882. When Yi Immortal was a 9th-tier Divine Master, his battle prowess was already at the level of a Guangxian royal envoy. Coupled with his top-tier divine weapons, his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. After breaking through to the peak Divine Master level, his battle prowess skyrocketed. There is already a huge gap between a 9th-tier Divine Master and a peak Divine Master. Even if Lu Ming and Gu Mo joined forces, there was still a huge gap between them and Yi Immortal. They had to set up a 10-man joint attack formation to put up a fight. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and the others appeared from the Chaos Ring. As soon as they appeared, they did not delay at all and immediately began to set up a formation. The formation of 10 people combined to form a huge figure. The figure wore black armor covered with barbs and held a halberd in its hand. It looked very ferocious. It was very different from the joint attack formation the heavenly human race had obtained. At the same time, Yi Immortal's attack arrived. This time, Yi Immortal used an even more terrifying Genesis technique. It was a single target attack, Sword of the Heavens, Star Explosion. A giant star pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. The giant star constantly surged, containing a terrifying amount of energy. Lu Ming and the others controlled the black-armored warriors to quickly retreat. At the same time, they swung their halberds with all their might. Boom! The halberd struck the star, causing it to explode with destructive energy. The black-armored warriors' bodies shook violently as they frantically retreated. The people who had set up the formation, such as Dandan, Bubbles, and Ling Yue, paled and almost vomited blood. However, Yi Immortal's attack was finally blocked. What a powerful attack! Lu Ming and the others were secretly shocked. One must know that when they set up the joint attack formation, they could easily suppress Guangxian royal envoys like Yuan Yu. At that time, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others hadn't reached the 8th tier Divine Master level yet. Their joint attack formation wasn't as powerful as it was now. Even though the combined attack array was stronger now, it still felt like it was no match for Yi Immortal. This showed just how strong the Yi Immortal was. Go! After blocking Yi Immortal's attack, Lu Ming and the others controlled the black-armored warriors to quickly retreat. Although the joint attack array could withstand Yi Immortal's attack, it was only temporary. The joint attack array consumed a lot of energy, especially for Dandan, Bubbles, Tang Jun, Ling Yue, and Wan Shun. They were only 8th level Divine Masters, so their energy would be quickly depleted. They had to shake off the Yi Immortal before they ran out of energy. You want to leave? Yi Immortal's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. His desire to kill Lu Ming was stronger than anyone else's. There was already a taboo sword ancestor. He did not want another Lu Ming to appear. The stronger the taboo sword ancestor was, the greater the impact it would have on the heavenly human tribe. Yi Immortal stepped forward and chased after Lu Ming and the others like a stream of light. He swung his sword, sending terrifying rays of sword light toward the black-armored warriors. However, these were not Genesis techniques. They were just ordinary attacks, so Lu Ming and the others easily blocked them. Even Yi Immortal couldn't use Genesis techniques all the time. Using Genesis techniques consumed a lot of energy. Even though Yi Immortal's control over his own energy had reached the pinnacle and he wouldn't waste any energy, he couldn't use Genesis techniques all the time. He would only use them when he was close enough. The two sides fought as they walked. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. Sort of the heavenly human star explosion. When the two sides were close enough, Yi Immortal used another terrifying Genesis technique. A star crashed toward the black-armored warriors, filled with terrifying destructive power. Lu Ming and the others could only meet the attack head-on. Boom! After the collision, the black-armored warriors were sent flying again. Their bodies were trembling, and the light on their bodies had dimmed significantly. This is bad. The hearts of Lu Ming and the others sank. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves before Dandan and the others ran out of energy. Once their energy was depleted, the array would collapse. But from the looks of it, it would be very difficult for them to shake off Yi Immortal before the array collapsed. Let's enter the crack. Lu Ming transmitted to the others. They had to give it their all. He wanted to enter the crack and use the heavenly abode light in the depths of his chi channels to shake off Yi Immortal. Although it wasn't a good time to enter the depths of his chi channels, the heavenly abode light in the depths of his chi channels seemed to have gone berserk when the giant bird charged out. Dense heavenly abode light would rush out from the depths of his chi channels from time to time, making it very dangerous. However, they had the armor refined by Dandan, so they might be able to give it a try. Okay, let's do it. Xianxia, Qiu Yu, Bone Devil, and the others agreed through voice transmission. Swish! The black-armored warriors charged towards one side of the mountain. There was a crack there. Yi Immortal quickly chased after them. After exchanging a few moves, Yi Immortal used another Genesis technique, Star Explosion. This time, Dandan, Tang Jun, and the others violently vomited blood. The array was on the verge of collapsing, and they were in imminent danger. However, they weren't far from the crack at this time. They controlled the black armored war envoy to charge into the crevice, then quickly rushed down the crevice. Trying to use the heavenly abode light to stop me? That's a good idea, but don't even think about it. The Immortal said coldly. Without any hesitation, he followed Lu Ming and the others into the crack. Not long after Lu Ming and the others charged into the crack, Lu Ming and the others could no longer maintain the array and were forced to scatter. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming sent Xianxia, Moon, and the others into the Chaos Ring, leaving only him and Gu Mo outside. Wearing the armor left by Dandan, they frantically charged forward. Who? A gush of heavenly abode, divine light, rushed over. Lu Ming and Bone Demon passed through it. Behind them, Immortal did not stop. He continuously slashed out with his sword, creating dazzling sword lights that forcefully split apart the heavenly abode light and followed closely behind Lu Ming and the others. Immortal was very determined to kill Lu Ming and would not give up so easily. Even after several heavenly abode lights, Immortal did not give up. This guy really doesn't want to live anymore, Gu Mo said unhappily. He was a little wary of Immortal. Immortal's soul attack was very terrifying and could be said to be Gu Mo's nemesis. Gu Mo's physical defense was completely useless. Let's charge towards the area with the densest heavenly abode light, Lu Ming said. The two of them descended with all their might, flying towards the area with the densest heavenly abode light. However, Wuxia's strength was truly formidable. Unless it was an extremely dense heavenly paradise godlight, Wuxia would be able to forcefully break through any ordinary dense heavenly paradise godlight. After chasing for a while, Immortal still did not give up. However, with the interference of the heavenly abode light, it was not easy for him to catch up to Lu Ming and the others. Both parties maintained a certain distance. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar rang out, making Lu Ming's hair stand on end. Chapter 4883. The roar of a beast actually rang out from the depths of the meridian. It was truly frightening. They could not help but think of the huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light. Was there another one below after the one that had flown out earlier? Not only did Lu Ming's expression change, but even Immortal's expression changed. His body tensed up involuntarily. Roar! Another roar rang out. Following that, purplish-golden heavenly abode light surged towards Lu Ming's group. Within the dense heavenly abode light was a huge beast. The beast resembled a lion, but its entire body was purplish-golden. It seemed to be completely condensed from the heavenly abode light and gave off a terrifying aura. Lu Ming, Gu Mo, and Immortal were all shocked. It really was a huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light. Enter the Chaos Ring, Lu Ming roared. With a wave of his hand, he entered the Chaos Ring with Gu Mo. Only the Chaos Ring remained, floating in the air. Immortal's eyes flickered. Now was the best time to take down Lu Ming. As long as he had the Chaos Ring in his hands, Lu Ming's group would be like turtles in a jar. However, the huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light was rapidly charging over. The distance between the two parties was getting closer. Immortal did not take action in the end. He turned around and quickly retreated. The battle prowess of a huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light was just too terrifying. Even reciprocity experts would die if they came, let alone him. This was because these huge beasts were not living creatures. They were condensed from extremely dense, heavenly abode light. There was no difference in their cultivation level, so they were not affected by the origin tribulation. Roar, roar. The huge beast constantly roared as the heavenly abode light constantly flashed. This made Immortal even more shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer. After flying for a while, he madly charged upwards. Strangely enough, the giant beast only continued to roar and did not continue to pursue the Immortal. After roaring for a while, the Immortal was nowhere to be seen. The giant beast turned around and flew towards the Great Desolation Ring. Nestle, we're in trouble. Could it be that this paradise mythical beast has its eyes on the Great Desolate Ring? Lu Ming had been paying attention to the situation outside the Great Desolate Ring. At this moment, he could not help but howl in grief. Heavenly Abode Beast was a name that Lu Ming had given himself. He had originally thought that the Grotto Heaven Beast would chase after the Immortal if he hid in the Chaos Ring. He had not expected that the Grotto Heaven beast would not chase after the Yi Immortal. Instead, it had stopped to pay attention to the Chaos Ring. What a blunder! The Paradise mythical beast circled the great desolate ring and observed it for a while. Then its enormous body began to shrink rapidly. Eventually, the beast form of the Paradise God beast began to morph rapidly into a plant form. This plant was only half a meter tall. Its roots had taken root in the void and were slithering around the great desolate ring. Above the head of this plant, there was a small plant that looked exactly the same as this one. It was flying back and forth, and it was completely composed of energy. What the? Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. How was this a Paradise God beast? It was clearly a stalk of source-level divine herb. Moreover, it was an extremely high-grade source-level divine herb. It was a source-level divine herb that could run around. It turned out that the Paradise God beast from before was just an illusion of this source-level divine herb to frighten people. Very good. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery light. A source-level divine herb of this grade was priceless. He definitely could not miss it. He wondered if the Yi Immortal would be so angry that he would vomit blood if he knew about it. With a thought, Lu Ming immediately appeared outside the great desolate ring. With a grab of his hand, a huge palm formed and grabbed at the source-level divine herb. However, the source-level divine herb was extremely fast. In a flash, it escaped from the range of Lu Ming's hand and flew towards the depths of the Qi channel as if it had been frightened. It was not easy to come across a stalk of high-level, source-level divine medicine. How could Lu Ming miss it so easily? After putting away the ancient desolation ring, Lu Ming quickly chased after the Yuanji divine medicine. However, this source-level divine herb had obviously been nurtured in the depths of the Qi channel. It was very familiar with the terrain and was not afraid of the Paradise God light. It continued to rush towards the area where the Paradise God light was denser in an attempt to shake off Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had the armor refined by Dandan and was also not afraid of the Paradise God light. He continued to chase after the source-level divine herb. The two of them quickly arrived at the deepest part of the Qi channel. They were almost at the bottom of the core mountain. At this time, Lu Ming released Dandan, Bubbles, and the Bone Demon. He realized that it was very difficult for him to catch up to the source-level divine herb alone. He could only rely on Dandan, Bubbles, and the others to help. Space-time force. Bubbles made a move and used space-time force. The space-time in the area was affected and the source-level divine herb's speed immediately decreased. Seal. Dandan also quickly made a move and shot out a dense array of runes. Seeing such a high-grade source-level divine herb, Dandan was more active than anyone else and used all his strength. Runes appeared in the surrounding void and intertwined to form a sealing array that was about to seal the source-level divine herb. At the same time, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon also made a move. Energy surged and formed a barrier that was about to completely seal the source-level divine herb. The source-level divine herb shone with a dazzling light as it tried to break free. However, it was futile against the combined efforts of Lu Ming's group of four. In the end, this stalk of source-level divine medicine was sealed by Dandan with an array formation. Lu Ming grabbed it and held it in his hand. The soul-grade divine medicine was like a sentient being. It kept twisting its needles, and the roots at its roots kept twisting. What a rich life essence. What a rich origin imprint. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and discovered that this stock of source-level divine medicine was no small matter. Lu Ming had also obtained source-level divine herbs in the past. In particular, he had obtained more than one source-level divine herb in the outskirts of the Qi channel. However, those source-level divine herbs paled in comparison to this one. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A fortuitous encounter. It really is a fortuitous encounter. Not only is this origin-level god pill extremely useful to reciprocity experts, but it's also extremely beneficial to peak god masters. It can greatly increase the speed and chances of breaking through to reciprocity, Bone Demon stared at the source-level divine herb as the soul fire in his eye sockets constantly pulsed. Dandin's eyes shone as he stared at the source-level divine herb. He almost drooled. Ordinary source-level divine herbs were extremely useful to reciprocity experts, but they were useless to peak godmasters. This was because peak godmasters found it difficult to absorb the medicinal effects and origin imprints of source-level divine herbs. However, the best source-level divine herbs were different from ordinary source-level divine herbs. This sort of top-class source-level medicine was extremely easy to absorb and refine. Even a peak god lord would be able to refine it. Chapter 4884. The value of a top-grade source-level divine herb was immeasurable. It could greatly increase one's chances of breaking through to the origin source realm. It was extremely tempting to divine masters. No wonder Dandin had such an expression. Lu Ming was certain that the primordial light race had many such source-level divine herbs. He had seen more than one at the primordial sacred mountain. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming stored the source-level divine herb in the chaos ring. Then, he had Dandin undo the seal. He let it roam freely in the chaos ring. It was best to let such a top-grade, source-level divine herb roam freely. After all, it couldn't run away from the chaos ring. There doesn't seem to be any danger in the channel of Qi. Why don't we take all the treasures here first and let them fight for the treasures above? Dandin said. That's what I was thinking. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he released Xianxia, Qiu, and the others. They put on Dandin's armor and began to search the area. Soon, they made a major discovery. Divine herbs, a large number of divine herbs. The environment in the deepest part of the channel of Qi was truly unique. There were large patches of divine herbs. Most of them were primary grade divine herbs. Lu Ming and the others found at least a few hundred of them. Most of their medicinal power was much stronger than the primary grade divine herbs outside. The energy contained in a few hundred primary grade divine herbs was extremely shocking. Moreover, there were a few source-level divine herbs. Unfortunately, they didn't find any top-grade source-level divine herbs. A vein of primordial crystals. Ha ha, we're rich. We're rich. Dandin suddenly laughed. They continued to dig in an area where there were main grade divine medicines. Finally, they saw a vein of primeval crystals. It looked similar to the vein they had found last time. Countless primordial crystals were embedded in a transparent rock. Lu Ming and the others began their arduous struggle. They peeled away the surrounding rocks, revealing a large vein of primordial crystals. A vein of primordial crystals as large as a mountain range appeared before them. Their eyes widened, and then they revealed looks of excitement. How many prehistoric crystals are there? Dandin was dumbfounded, his eyes shining. At the very least, there must be tens of billions of desolate crystals. Tang Jun also exclaimed in shock. Even though she was experienced and knowledgeable, she was still shocked to see so many desolation crystals at once. Lu Ming, the energy you need is finally enough. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and whispered, Not bad, it's finally enough. Lu Ming nodded. He then activated the Ancient Desolation Ring and put the entire Ancient Desolation crystal mineral vein into it. Lu Ming, what are you going to do next? Are you going to stay here and refine the Desolation crystals to make a breakthrough, or are you going to fight for the treasures? Dandin asked Lu Ming. If they broke through their cultivation first, their battle prowess would definitely skyrocket. The Desolation crystals here were enough for Lu Ming to make a breakthrough. The remaining Desolation crystals would be enough for the others to make a breakthrough. Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 8th tier of the Divine Master Realm, but his battle prowess was already so strong. Once he broke through to the 9th tier of the Divine Master Realm, his battle prowess would undoubtedly be even more shocking. It would even be possible for him to rival the Yi Immortal. However, there was a problem. Time. If Lu Ming wanted to make a breakthrough, he would have to refine at least 5 billion Desolation crystals, or even more. Even with Dandin's great heavenly refining origin formation, It would still take a long time to refine such a terrifying amount of desolation crystals. It would take at least a year. In such a long time, the treasures above would have already been snatched up by the immortal or the primordial light race. However, they were not strong enough to compete with the immortal or the primordial light race if they really encountered precious treasures. Lu Ming was also a little hesitant. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, "We should be directly above the core peak of the meridian. Let's go up along this path and see what's going on. If it doesn't work, we'll find a place to refine the desolation crystals and make a breakthrough." This was a compromise. They would go up first and see if they could succeed. If they could, they would decisively seize the treasures. If not, they would retreat. "All right, let's do that." The others nodded. Then the group flew up. There were no cracks above them. They planned to break through the rocks and enter the peak. Soon, they encountered rocks. They took out their divine weapons and started to dig. However, they soon stopped because they encountered an obstacle. There was a black metal in the rocks. This black metal was very hard. Even if Lu Ming and the others tried their best to break it open, it would take a long time. "Is this black star iron?" Dandan muttered. "Yes, this is black star iron. It's a material that can be used to refine master-grade divine weapons." "I didn't expect there to be so much here." Tang Ju nodded. They had just dug dozens of miles and found that it was all black star iron. The amount of black star iron here was shockingly large. However, they were pressed for time and didn't have that much time to dig. "Xianxia, we're counting on you," Lu Ming said to Xianxia. "No problem. Watch me." Xianxia revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth. With a crunch, a large piece of black star iron was bitten off. Crunch, crunch, chunks of black star iron were bitten off. Lu Ming waved his hand and put it away. Since it was bitten off, it would be a waste not to take it. Xianxia didn't like to eat metals of this level because they weren't very effective. He wanted to eat metals that could be used to refine source-grade divine weapons. Soon, Xianxia dug a huge tunnel that extended all the way up. In less than half an hour, the black star iron was dug through. Nestle, dark divine gold. "There's so much dark divine gold here." Suddenly, Xianxia shouted excitedly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Dark divine gold was a top-grade metal that could be used to refine source-grade divine weapons. Could there be one here? They quickly passed through the tunnel and saw a strange metal. This metal was too dark. It was darker than darkness. There was no light at all. Lu Ming stretched out his finger. His finger was like a spear gleam, piercing the black metal. However, it only left a shallow dent on the black metal. "It's really dark divine gold." "Xianxia, dig it all out," Lu Ming said excitedly. A metal that could be used to refine source-grade divine weapons was definitely precious. Since they had encountered it, they couldn't miss it. "Leave it to me," Xianxia shouted excitedly. He opened his mouth and began to dig. He started to dig along the edge of the dark divine gold. The edge of the dark divine gold was black star iron. It would be much faster to dig like this. As Xianxia dug, they found that there was an astonishing amount of dark divine gold here. It took them a few hours to dig out all the dark divine gold in this area. There were at least a few 100 million caddies. Refining in source-grade divine weapon required about a few 100,000 caddies of dark divine gold. There was at least enough to refine 1,000 source-grade divine weapons. Chapter 4885. Refining a source-grade divine weapon required about a few 100,000 kilograms of divine darkness gold. The main reason was that the divine darkness gold was too heavy. A fist-sized lump weighed 50 to 60,000 kilograms. A few 100,000 kilograms of divine darkness gold was actually not that big. Lu Ming put away the dark divine gold. When he returned to the Heaven Exterminating Army's camp, he could hand it over to the blacksmithing masters of the Heaven Exterminating Army to refine. Of course, the Heaven Exterminating Army would compensate them accordingly. Unfortunately, there was no time. Under such a large meridian, it seemed that there was not only a large number of chaos gems and divine herbs, but also a large number of precious metals. Unfortunately, digging for metals was too time-consuming. Even with Xianxia, they did not have that much time. After digging out the divine darkness gold, it was the rock behind. Lu Ming and the others worked together. After a few hours, they dug through the rock and entered a stone chamber. This is not the top of the mountain, but inside the mountain. It seems that this is an underground secret chamber. Guo observed for a while and speculated. There's a door. Let's go. Lu Ming said. At the side of the secret chamber, there was a stone door. It opened with a gentle push. Behind the stone door was a secret passage. After passing through the secret passage, they soon arrived at another secret chamber. This secret chamber was very big. It was like a great hall, and there were several stone doors around it. They casually opened a stone door and walked in. They found that it was also a stone chamber. This seems to be a refining room, Dandin said. He was proficient in rune formations and was quite experienced in refining. He could tell from the traces at the scene. There were some stone platforms at the scene. It did look like a refining room, but unfortunately, there was nothing left behind. Then, they left the stone chamber and opened another stone door. Behind the stone door was another stone chamber. However, this stone chamber looked like a bedroom. There was a stone bed, a stone bench, and a stone table. On the stone bench, there were a few stone cups and a stone pot. It should be used to pour tea and wine. It smells so good. There seems to be wine in this stone pot. Dandin's nose twitched. There is indeed wine. What a rich essence. This wine is amazing. Lu Ming walked towards the stone table. They had long since sensed that rich energy was constantly gushing out of the stone pot, containing a terrifying amount of life essence. When the lid was opened, everyone was stunned. There was indeed wine in the stone pot. However, it wasn't much. No, it wasn't that there wasn't much. It was very little. To be exact, there was only one drop. A single drop of wine actually emitted such rich energy and life essence. This was somewhat inconceivable. What was even more inconceivable was that this drop of wine should have been left behind from the previous era. After so many years, this wine had actually been preserved without evaporating or corroding. This was somewhat unimaginable. I feel that this drop of wine contains a terrifying amount of energy. It's countless times denser than the sky, jade, ginseng's energy. Xianxia said, That's right. This wine should be concocted from some peerless divine medicine. The existence of the previous era is truly extravagant. Dandin said as he licked his lips, as if he couldn't wait to swallow this drop of wine. This drop of wine contains a terrifying amount of energy. A normal person wouldn't be able to endure it and would explode, Bone Devil coldly said. His words were like a bucket of cold water that had been poured over Dandin's head. Can we only watch? Dandin said unhappily. Lu Ming might be the only one who can give it a try. Lu Ming, do you want to give it a try? I feel that if you can refine this drop of wine, your cultivation will probably quickly break through to the 9th level of the Divine Lord Realm. Bone Devil said. Lu Ming also appeared tempted. Just by sensing it, he could sense that this drop of wine contained a terrifying amount of energy. When he closed his eyes, it was like there was a great desolate era crystal mountain before him. If he could really refine this drop of wine, he might really be able to break through. I'll try first. In the end, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Of course, Lu Ming would not directly swallow this drop of wine. Instead, he used his forbidden energy to strip off a sliver of the wine, about 1% of the drop. After all, this was a drop of wine left behind from the previous era. Who knew if it was poisonous or something else, so it was best to be careful. Lu Ming swallowed this 1% of the drop of wine. Lu Ming swallowed it. Boom! The moment this sliver of wine entered Lu Ming's body, it was like a star had exploded, turning into surging energy that spread through Lu Ming's body. What astonishing energy! Lu Ming was stunned. He frantically circulated his forbidden energy to absorb and refine this energy. To Lu Ming's delight, this drop of wine did not contain any poison or other harmful elements. It was pure energy that was extremely pure and easy to absorb and refine. In just over 10 minutes, Lu Ming had refined all the energy. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation level had improved by a notch. What astonishing energy! It's at least the energy of 50 to 60 million desolate crystals, or even more. Refining this drop of wine might really be able to help me break through. After some thought, Lu Ming continued. This time, he stripped off 1/10 of the drop of wine and swallowed it. Extremely dense energy spread through his body, rapidly transforming into Lu Ming's forbidden energy. Soon, Lu Ming also absorbed and refined 1/10 of the drop of wine. Like before, he did not discover anything strange. Let's refine it together and break through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm in one go. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He opened his mouth and sucked. All the wine in the stone pot flew into Lu Ming's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. This drop of wine constantly exploded in Lu Ming's body, wildly attacking him. Lu Ming's body even began to swell. However, Lu Ming was no longer the same as before. Ever since he comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique, his forbidden energy had undergone a qualitative change. It was incomparably strong and tenacious. The forbidden energy circulated, crazily absorbing and refining the wine drop's energy. Lu Ming's cultivation also crazily rose. Soon, he reached the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm and began to attack the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. A few hours later, boom, there seemed to be a booming sound coming from Lu Ming's body. It was as if he had broken through a certain hurdle. Lu Ming's aura soared and soared to another level. He had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. Xianxia, Qiuyu, Ling Yue, Dandan, and the others were all overjoyed. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, his fighting strength would definitely soar. How many opponents below Origin would there be? After another hour, Lu Ming withdrew his aura and ended his cultivation. I didn't expect that I would really break through, and so quickly, Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It was too fast. In less than half a day, he had broken through. Compared to refining the primal crystal, this was many times faster. Even with Dandan's great heavenly refining origin formation, refining the primal crystal would take at least a year. However, refining this drop of wine would take less than half a day. The difference was too great. This drop of wine was simply a supreme treasure. Chapter 4886. What kind of wine is this? Isn't it too terrifying? Dandan circled around Lu Ming, looking at him intently. Haven't you ever thought that the person who drank the wine is the most terrifying? Xianxia said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. That's right. The person who drank the wine, the owner of the wine, was the most terrifying. Just one drop was enough for Lu Ming to break through from the 8th level Divine Master Realm to the 9th level Divine Master Realm. This was equivalent to 5 or 6 billion desolate crystals. And the owner of the wine had obviously drunk the entire pot. How extravagant was that? What kind of cultivation did the owner of the wine have? It was definitely far beyond their imagination. Come, let's go up, Lu Ming said with confidence in his eyes. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lu Ming was full of confidence. Now, even if he encountered the Yi Immortal, Lu Ming was confident that he could put up a fight. Even if he encountered a large group of the primordial light race, he would not be afraid. Given his current combat strength, he could compete for treasures with the other races. We can't give up on the stone cup and stone pot. Put away. Dandan hurriedly put away the stone cup and stone pot on the stone table. The stone cup and stone pot were definitely not simple to match with such a precious wine. After putting it away, they walked up a flight of stairs. As for the other secret rooms, Gu Mo and the others had already searched them while Lu Ming was refining the wine. They did not find anything special. The stairs slanted upwards. When they reached the end of the stairs, they arrived at a courtyard. They had already reached the top of the mountain. They were in a palace at the top of the mountain. I remember that the top-grade source-grade divine armor is in that direction. Dandan pointed to the east. Let's go. Lu Ming and the group dashed toward the east at lightning speed. The top-grade source-grade divine armor was too precious. It was their main target. Roar. Suddenly, a violent roar rang out. An extremely sharp force tore at Lu Ming and the others. It was a silver-eyed corpse. It's a good opportunity to test my strength. Lu Ming soared into the sky. His figure was as fast as lightning as he thrust out his war god spear, colliding with the sharp claws of the silver-eyed corpse. When the war god spear collided with the silver-eyed corpse's claws, the claws were shattered into pieces. The war god spear didn't stop as it pierced through the silver-eyed corpse's palm. The blue firestone flames enveloped the silver-eyed corpse's entire arm. The silver-eyed corpse roared and retreated. But Lu Ming was like a shadow, his war god spear thrusting out like lightning. Although the silver-eyed corpse tried its best to resist, after 10 moves, Lu Ming had pierced several holes in his body. In the end, the war god spear stirred up his body, causing it to explode. Amazing! Dandan was full of praise. Lu Ming also showed a satisfied expression. The silver-eyed corpse's combat strength was equivalent to the Guangxian royal envoy, but it was killed by Lu Ming in just 10 moves. Although the war god spear was infused with the blue firestone, which could suppress the silver-eyed corpse, Lu Ming didn't use his ultimate moves like the heaven-breaking form and the great desolation form. It was obvious that Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than the silver-eyed corpse's. This gave them a boost of confidence. They continued to head east. When they were close to the east, boom, 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 boom. Colorful lights flashed, and roars could be heard from time to time. There is still a chaotic battle over there. Lu Ming and the others looked into the distance and found that a chaotic battle was taking place at the intersection of the second mountain peak and this mountain peak. The second mountain peak was also connected to the core mountain peak by a chain. At one end of the chain, Wuxia, the powerhouses of the primordial light race, and some silver-eyed corpses were engaged in a chaotic battle. It wasn't hard to guess that the joint attack array carriers at the second mountain peak had all been taken by various parties. Then, the various parties wanted to enter the core mountain peak through the chain, so a chaotic battle broke out at the entrance of the chain. This is a good chance. Lu Ming and the others were delighted. They thought that the primordial light race, Immortal, and the others had already reached the core mountain peak and taken away the silver-grade divine weapons and armors. They didn't expect that they would still be fighting at the entrance of the second mountain peak. This gave them a chance. How could they miss such an opportunity? Lu Ming and the others sped up and rushed to the east. A corner of the palace there had been shattered, and a top-grade silver-grade divine weapon and armor had flown out. A few balls of light could still be seen in the shattered area. Inside each ball of light was a piece of armor. It was exactly the same as the top-grade silver-grade divine weapon and armor from before. At least, it looked the same. Lu Ming and the others were discovered by the primordial light race, and Ye Immortal as they approached. Roar, roar, roar. 5 silver-eyed corpses were engaged in a chaotic battle with the people from the primordial light tribe. At this moment, they also discovered Lu Ming and the rest. All of them roared and abandoned the people from the primordial light tribe. Instead, they charged toward the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the rest were. The 5 silver-eyed corpses ran past the chain at an extremely fast speed. Once the silver-eyed corpses left, the primordial light race suddenly had one less opponent. They only had Ye Immortal left. 2 21-man joint attack arrays will continue to deal with Ye Immortal. The rest of you, follow us. Yuan Baji shouted. He led 2 Guangxian royal envoys and several joint attack arrays along the chain and rushed toward the mountain peak, where Lu Ming and the others were. Yuan Baji did the same. He led his experts and followed closely behind Yuan Baji. Ye Immortal's eyes were cold. He attacked with all his might, wanting to rush toward the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the others were. Unfortunately, he was attacked by 2 21-man joint attack arrays. The 2 21-man joint attack arrays turned into a saber and a sword. Their attack power was astonishing. Ye Immortal could only protect himself. It was extremely difficult for him to rush over. Let's speed up, Lu Ming shouted. They increased their speed to the maximum and rushed into the shattered palace before the silver-eyed corpses and the primordial light race arrived. So many. Once they rushed into the shattered hall, Lu Ming and the group's hearts trembled and their eyes widened involuntarily. There were 11 balls of light. There were actual 11 balls of light. Each ball of light contained a piece of armor. All of them were exactly the same as the top-notch soul-grade divine weapon that had flown out earlier. Their heartbeats involuntarily quickened. Could it be that these 11 armors were all top-notch soul-grade divine armors? If that was true, they would really be rich. Lu Ming and the others did not have time to rejoice. They rushed forward, and each of them targeted a ball of light and started to attack. Lu Ming grabbed one of the balls of light. The defensive power of this cluster of light was much stronger than that of the cluster of light that enveloped the carrier of the combined attack array. Lu Ming actually did not manage to break it. Even Lu Ming could not break it, let alone the others. Naturally, they could not break it. Break it, Danon shouted. He had already transformed into his original form. His shell glowed as he used the array to break the ball of light. Chapter 4887. Xianxia and the others also used various methods to break the light balls. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming began to use the heaven-breaking style. His 5 fingers were like 5 long spears, constantly stabbing the light balls. After using the heaven-breaking style, Lu Ming's power was too strong. The light balls finally couldn't withstand it and exploded with a bang. The armor inside the light balls was also caught by Lu Ming. After injecting the forbidden power into the armor and scanning it with his spiritual sense, Lu Ming already knew the level of the armor. His eyes were extremely bright. It was really a top-notch source-level armor. According to the level, it was on the same level as the life-spirit divine weapon of the heavenly court, like the war god spear. I'm rich. I'm really rich. The value of a defensive armor of the same level was many times higher than that of an offensive weapon like the war god spear. Back then, among the 18 life-spirit divine weapons of the heavenly court, there wasn't a single defensive divine weapon. It could be seen that defensive divine weapons of this level were too precious and too rare. In fact, before the creatures of the Forbidden Lands appeared, all the major forces in the universe added together didn't have many defensive divine weapons of this level. However, this was the Purple Heaven Cave. In the previous era of the Eldritch continent, only the top forces could occupy it. It was normal for a powerful force that claimed to have immortals to be in charge of it, to have many armors of this level. There were probably many treasures more precious than this. However, there was no time to refine it now. With a thought, he put the armor into the Eldritch ring. Then, Lu Ming pounced on the second light ball. Originally, there were 11 light balls here. Lu Ming and the other 10 people divided 10 light balls. There was still one left. Lu Ming's current target was the remaining light ball. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming continued to use the heaven-breaking style. His fingers were like spears, constantly stabbing the light balls. After a while, this light ball was also broken by Lu Ming. The armor inside fell into Lu Ming's hands. Upon sensing it, Lu Ming knew that this was also a top-notch source-grade armor. It seemed that the armors in the balls of light were all top-notch source-grade divine armors. Roar, roar, roar. The 5 silver-eyed corpses continued to roar as they closed in on Lu Ming's group. Their sharp claws continued to swipe out, and a terrifying force tore at Lu Ming's group. Boom! Lu Ming used the Great Desolation style and slapped out with his palm. A large piece of land formed in front of the 5 silver-eyed corpses. The claws of the 5 silver-eyed corpses tore at the continent, creating large cracks. Finally, the continent exploded with a bang. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had not used his full strength. He did not want to use his full strength for the time being. If he used his full strength now, how could he trick the people of the Primordial Light Clan? Once Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji, and the others saw Lu Ming using his full strength, would they still dare to charge over? How could they be as energetic as they were now? Lu Ming blocked in front of Xianxia and the others. The divine battle spear kept thrusting out, and spear light pierced towards the silver-eyed corpses. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his left hand and shot out rays of blue firestones. Lu Ming had attached a forbidden energy to the blue firestones. When the blue firestones got close to the silver-eyed corpses, the forbidden energy on them exploded, and the blue firestones were blasted into powder. The blue firestone powder enveloped the 5 silver-eyed corpses. At this moment, the bone demon finally broke through the ball of light and put away the armor inside. After putting away the armor, the bone demon did not stop and charged towards the 5 silver-eyed corpses. In the process, he also threw out a large amount of blue firestones. Of course, it was impossible to completely block the 5 silver-eyed corpses with just the blue firestones. After all, the silver-eyed corpses had a strong resistance to the blue firestones. The black smoke on the silver-eyed corpses surged like flames and rushed past the blue firestones. However, they were met with the terrifying attacks of Lu Ming and the Bone Demon. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's weapons were attached with blue firestones, which had a restraining effect on the silver-eyed corpses. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon blocked the 5 silver-eyed corpses. Lu Ming still did not use his full strength, and looked like he was going all out to block the 2 silver-eyed corpses. The Bone Demon relied on his strong defense and blue firestones to block the 3 silver-eyed corpses. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Lu Ming's battle strength was equivalent to a Guangxian imperial envoy, at most a little stronger. Behind them, Yuan Baji and Yuan Juji rushed over with their men. Attack from the other side. Kill them and take the armor. Yuan Baji shouted coldly. He planned to bypass the battlefield where Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and the silver-eyed corpses were fighting and directly attack Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others. They would kill Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others first and take the armor. This move was ruthless. However, Lu Ming had expected it. He did not move and waited for the people of the Yuan Guang clan to come closer before he suddenly attacked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. The war god's spear shook and turned into a dazzling spear light, stabbing at the silver-eyed corpses. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. The spear light broke through the silver-eyed corpses' defenses and pierced holes in their bodies. The terrifying destructive power was like countless tiny spear lights that exploded in the silver-eyed corpses' bodies, almost tearing them apart. After the silver-eyed corpses were repelled, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge continent was formed and pressed down on the people of the Yuan Guang clan from above. It covered the sky and the sun, and its aura was violent. The people of the Yuan Guang clan were shocked, and their hearts trembled. The power was too terrifying. Why is it so terrifying? Attack! Attack with your full strength. Block this attack. Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji roared and attacked with their full strength. The 3 Guangxian royal envoys under their command also attacked with all their might, attacking the void. There were others who hurriedly set up arrays to block the attack. Boom! The continent pressed down and collided with the attacks of the Yuan Guang clan. There was an earth-shattering explosion. At the moment of collision, the people of the Yuan Guang clan were shocked. Many of them spat out blood. Kill! Lu Ming roared and used the sky-breaking form. He stabbed out with his spear at one of the Guangxian imperial envoys. This was Lu Ming's full strength attack. The Yuan Guang clan member had just blocked Lu Ming's attack and had not recovered yet. The main reason was that he had been careless. He did not expect Lu Ming's attack to be so terrifying that it could put so many of them under such great pressure. It would be strange if he could recover after blocking Lu Ming's desolation form in a hurry. How could he block Lu Ming's sky-breaking form in such a state? Whoosh! The head of the Guangxian imperial envoys was pierced by the spear light and exploded. His soul was also destroyed in an instant. Chapter 4888. A Guangxian royal envoy was killed by Lu Ming on the spot. Not far away, Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji, and the other members of the primordial light race were all scared out of their wits. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. They were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. The combat strength that Lu Ming displayed just now was too strong. It had far surpassed the combat strength of the Guanxian royal envoy. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xianxia and the others. Because the silver-eyed corpses were about to attack, Xianxia and the others, Bone Demon alone couldn't stop them. Lu Ming waved the war god spear and blocked the silver-eyed corpses. At this moment, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Xianxia had also destroyed the light balls and put away the armor inside. At the same time, the three of them also attacked and threw out a large number of blue firestones. The combat strength of the three of them was about the same as the strongest Lord of Heaven. Naturally, they couldn't be compared to the silver-eyed corpses. However, they could still cause a lot of disturbance to the silver-eyed corpses with their blue firestones. Retreat! Let's retreat! Let's retreat first. Not far away, Yuan Jiuji and the others wanted to retreat. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. They planned to avoid him and let the 21 people joint attack formation deal with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't want to let Yuan Jiuji and the others go so easily. He definitely couldn't reconcile with the primordial light race. They were mortal enemies. Now that there was a chance to get rid of them, how could he give it up so easily? Whoosh, 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 Lu Ming waved the war god spear and stabbed out 5 times a row. These 5 stabs weren't aimed at the primordial light race or the silver-eyed corpses, but at Dandan, Bubble, and the others. No, to be precise, it was aimed at the 5 light balls they were in. The 5 balls of light had originally been continuously attacked by Dandan, Bubbles, Ling Yue, and the others. They had already consumed a lot of energy and were not far from breaking through. Lu Ming's attack power was extremely strong. With Lu Ming's help, the 5 spear lights pierced the light balls, and the 5 light balls immediately shattered. Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others all put away the battle armor in the ball of light. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in the blink of an eye. All of you, enter the great desolate ring. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming activated the suction force of the Chaos Ring and sucked Dandan, Bubbles, and the others into the Chaos Ring. Outside, only Lu Ming remained. Even the Bone Demon had been sent into the great desolate ring. Lu Ming was alone, so it was easier for him to take action. He planned to go all out. With a flash, he dodged the attack of the silver-eyed corpse. Lu Ming was like a stream of light as he charged towards Yuan Baji and the others. The current Lu Ming was too fast. In a few moments, he had caught up to Yuan Baji and the others. Join hands and block him, Yuan Baji roared. Under Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji, there were 6 9-man joint attack formations. They set up the formation together and launched a terrifying attack towards Lu Ming. As for the 2 Guanxian royal envoys, they brought Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji and quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming didn't want to clash head-on with the other party's joint attack formation. The combined attack of 6 9-man joint attack formations was extremely terrifying. It was at least equivalent to the combined attack of 10 or 20 of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Even Lu Ming didn't want to clash head-on. Although he wasn't afraid, it would consume a lot of energy. He directly used his movement technique to avoid the joint attack formation's attack. Then, he used the sky-breaking style to attack one of the formations. How could a 9-man joint attack formation be a match for Lu Ming? It was destroyed by the spear light, and 5 of the 9 people who set up the formation were killed in an instant. The remaining 4 also vomited large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to attack Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji. Oh no, he's going to kill the young master and the others. Stop him. The remaining 5 9-man joint attack formations were shocked and chased after Lu Ming with all their strength. Quick, come and help us. Don't worry about the Yi Immortal, Yuan Jiuji roared in horror. He was shouting at the 2 21-man joint attack formations, asking them to come and help. On the opposite mountain, the 2 21-man joint attack formations also noticed that Yuan Baji and the others were in a bad situation. They abandoned the Yi Immortal and rushed to the mountain. Yi Immortal's eyes flashed, but he didn't chase or stop them. To be honest, he was also shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. Not long ago, He had fought with Lu Ming and could completely crush Lu Ming. Even the joint attack formation that Lu Ming and the others had set up was no match for him. They were chased into the crack. Could they have obtained an opportunity under the crack? Could they have obtained all the desolate gems under the meridians? But it's useless even if they obtained so many desolate gems. They can't refine them and break through so quickly. Ye Immortal couldn't figure it out. No matter how heaven-defying a forbidden body was, it couldn't refine a large number of desolate gems and break through in such a short time. Could it be that they had obtained other opportunities? Yi Wuxian's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. There were many questions that he couldn't figure out. Didn't they encounter a giant beast formed by the heavenly light under the crack? Lu Ming and the others hadn't died. Not only had they not died, but Lu Ming's cultivation had also skyrocketed. Yi Immortal couldn't figure it out. However, he could use the power of the primordial light tribe to fight Lu Ming. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses and he could reap the benefits. The two 21-man joint attack formations were fast, but Lu Ming was even faster. The battle god spear pressed down like a huge mountain towards Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji, and the others. The 5-9-man joint attack formations couldn't save them in time. Block it! Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji had no choice but to take it head-on. Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji roared at the top of their lungs and used all their strength to launch their strongest attack. The two Guanxian royal ambassadors did the same. Their bodies almost turned into rays of light. Boom! Boom! After 4 explosions, the 4 figures of the primordial light tribe retreated. The two Guanxian royal ambassadors spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and the rays of light on their bodies dimmed. Surprisingly, Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji didn't die. They each had a piece of armor covering their bodies. This was definitely a top, source-level divine weapon armor. It wasn't any weaker than the armor Lu Ming and the others had just obtained. Moreover, there was a layer of runes inside their source-level divine weapon armor. Lu Ming's attack was blocked by 2 powerful layers of defense. Otherwise, given their combat abilities, they would most likely die if they collided head-on with Lu Ming. These forbidden creatures are really rich. Their bodies are full of treasures, Lu Ming murmured in his heart. However, he didn't stop attacking. Sky-breaking form. Lu Ming became one with his spear and turned into a ray of dazzling spear light that stabbed towards one of the Guangxian royal ambassadors. Yuan Yu. Yes, Lu Ming was aiming at Yuan Yu. This guy had chased after him and destroyed 6 trillion cells in Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wouldn't forget this. Oh no, Yuan Yu's face turned pale. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Chapter 4889. Yuan Yu wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Yuan Yu roared as he ignited all the energy in his body to unleash his strongest attack in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. As long as he could block this attack, the other 5 9-man formations would arrive. In addition, 2 21-people combined attack formations would arrive soon. As long as the 21-man formations arrived, he would be saved. He struck the most powerful blow of his life and collided with the spear gleam that Lu Ming had transformed into. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion as Lu Ming's spear light shattered Yuan Yu's attack like a hot knife through butter. The spear light pierced through Yuan Yu's forehead. Puffed. Yuan Yu's head exploded, and her soul was also annihilated. Another Guangxian royal envoy had fallen. Yuan Yu had already been injured, and Lu Ming's attack was his strongest attack. It was normal for Yuan Yu to not be able to block it. However, because Lu Ming was focused on dealing with Yuan Yu, the 5 9-man formations of the Yuan Guang clan had already arrived. Lu Ming wanted to dodge, but it was too late. However, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. At least 100 layers of defense appeared behind him. They were all defensive archaic secret skills. Although it was impossible for these archaic secret skills to block the combined attacks of the 5 9-man formations, they could still offset some of the power. Boom! 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 5 consecutive attacks penetrated Lu Ming's defense and landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was thrown forward. He felt the blood in his body churning, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that I didn't have time to refine that armor. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. His defense was still not strong. Although the taboo power had undergone a qualitative change, and his overall defense had improved greatly, he was still injured after being hit by the combined attacks of the 5 9-man formations. If he wore a top-notch soul-grade armor, he would definitely not be injured. Of course, this sort of injury was nothing to Lu Ming. Every cell in his body was filled with a steady flow of energy. Lu Ming's injuries quickly healed. Kill! Lu Ming roared and swung his war god's spear backward, striking the 2 sabers. These 2 sabers were formed by 2 9-man formations. With 2 dang-dang sounds, the 2 battle blades flew out. The radiance dimmed, almost collapsing. The people who set up the formation inside coughed out blood at the same time. Their faces were filled with horror. Lu Ming's battle prowess was simply too strong. Just now, Lu Ming's attack had not been his full strength. If he had, they might not have been able to maintain the joint attack formation. Desolate style. After sweeping away the 2 9-man formations, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge continent formed and pressed down on Yuan Baji, Yuan Zhuji, and the last Guangxian emissary. The 5 9-man joint attack formations wanted to block the great desolate continent. However, the 5 silver-eating corpses had already charged over, leaving the 5 9-man joint attack formations with no time to deal with them. Although the silver-eating corpses had some intelligence, in their eyes, Lu Ming and the Yuanguang race were both invaders, and they had to attack them. Oh no! Yuan Baji and Yuan Zhuji turned pale. Although they were wearing top-notch source-grade divine weapon battle armor and had life-saving talisman inscriptions carved into their bodies by the elites of the Primordial Light tribe, they were not invincible. Even if they were attacked continuously, the power could still penetrate their defenses and injure them, or even kill them. Lu Ming's battle prowess was enough to pose a threat to their lives. However, it was at this moment that 2 21 people combined attack formations finally arrived. Boom! Boom! A saber and a sword slashed the continent and shattered it. Then, the saber and sword continued to slash at Lu Ming. Buzz! The taboo power in Lu Ming's body surged wildly into the god of war spear. He then stabbed the spear twice consecutively, clashing with the Dao and sword combined attack arrays. Then, Lu Ming's figure quickly retreated. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. The 21-man formations were extremely powerful. Each of them was as powerful as Lu Ming's battle prowess. Even Lu Ming would be at a disadvantage if 2 of them attacked together. Kill! Kill him for me. Tear him into pieces. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Yuan Baji and Yuan Zhuji roared. The 2 21-man formations attacked Lu Ming again. Fight! Lu Ming roared. His battle-intense sword and his blood boiled. His long spear was like a dragon as it clashed with the 2 formations. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering roar erupted from the mountain as a violent force swept in all directions. The 2 sides exchanged 5 or 6 moves in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's figure kept retreating. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage when fighting against 2 21 people combined attack arrays. However, it was still possible to resist the other party. Lu Ming wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. But at this moment, the 2 formations suddenly retreated rapidly and came to the side of Yuan Baji and Yuan Zhuji. Why are you retreating? Kill that bastard for me in one go. Yuan Zhuji roared. 9th young lord, our strength is seriously exhausted. It's impossible to kill the other party before our strength is exhausted. It's better to leave. Inside the formation, a burly man transmitted his voice to Yuan Zhuji and Yuan Baji. This made Yuan Baji and Yuan Zhuji's expressions change. They also came to their senses. The 2 21-man formations had already consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle with the Yi Immortal. After exchanging 5 or 6 moves with Lu Ming, their energy consumption was even greater. If they continued to fight, their strength would really be exhausted. Once the 21-man formations were gone, They would be in great danger with Lu Ming in front and Yi Immortal behind them. They might even die here. Go! Yuan Joji roared and chased to the other side of the mountain with Yuan Baji and the others. The saber and sword covered Yuan Joji and Yuan Baji and quickly retreated. The remaining 5 9-man formations also shook off the silver-eyed Yin corpse and retreated together. It seems that their strength is about to be exhausted. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he guessed the truth. However, he didn't chase after them. Firstly, the 2 21-man formations were extremely difficult to deal with. Even if he attacked, he might not be able to defeat the other party. Secondly, he had also consumed a lot of his strength. If he continued to attack, it would be even more exhausting. After all, there was still the Yi Immortal on the other mountain. Chasing after them would only benefit the Yi Immortal. Lu Ming took out 2 stalks of divine medicine and swallowed them in one gulp. He quickly refined them. The energy that he had depleted was also recovering rapidly. Soon, the people of the primordial light race rushed down from the other side of the mountain. Roar! Roar! After the primordial light race retreated, the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses lost their target and pounced on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had no intention of fighting with the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses. He strode forward and headed for the mountain where the Yi Immortal was. Chapter 4890. Lu Ming's figure flickered a few times before he landed on the metal chain. He stepped on a metal chain and charged toward Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal, let's fight again. Lu Ming roared. His fighting spirit was like a dragon. He wanted to see who was stronger between him and Yi Wuxia with his current battle strength. Yi Immortal narrowed his eyes slightly. He circulated his energy to the maximum. The top-grade source-level divine weapon armor on his body glowed like a layer of dancing flames. When he was a 9th-level divine master, he had been at a disadvantage when he fought with Lu Ming, who was an 8th-level divine master. Now that they had all broken through, he was determined to suppress Lu Ming this time. After all, he had broken through to the peak of the divine master realm from the 9th-level divine master realm. Compared to Lu Ming, who had broken through from an 8th-level divine master realm to the 9th-level divine master realm, he had improved much more. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming was extremely fast. He was about to pass through the metal chain in an instant. At this moment, Yi Immortal made his move. He slashed out a shocking sword light that went straight for Lu Ming's glabella. You don't dare to fight me fair and square? Lu Ming sneered. Yi Immortal wanted to trap him on the metal chain. In that case, Lu Ming would have to face Yi Immortal in front and the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses behind him. This was because the 5 silver-eyed Yin corpses were also chasing after Lu Ming along the metal chain. Sky Splitter style. Lu Ming directly increased his combat power to the extreme and performed the heaven-splitting style. He became one with the spear and transformed into a spear gleam. He dashed forward and collided with the sword gleam that Yi Wuxia slashed out. Clang! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The spear light and the sword light shook continuously. In the end, the sword light dissipated. However, Lu Ming was also stopped. Chaos Sky Splitter. When Lu Ming's figure came to a halt, he immediately unleashed 2 ultimate moves, the Desolation style and the Sky Breaking style, almost instantaneously. Above the Yi Immortal's head, a huge continent formed and pressed down on the Yi Immortal. At the same time, Lu Ming transformed into a beam of spear light and rushed forward. He actually changed his moves so quickly, Yi Immortal's heart skipped a beat. Most people wouldn't change their moves so quickly when using such a move. Usually, after using such a move, they would need to take a breather. However, Lu Ming didn't slow down at all. He had just used the Heaven Cleaving style, and then used 2 more ultimate moves. There's almost no gap between them. However, he did not know that this was a realm that Lu Ming could only reach after comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique. Comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique was very beneficial to Lu Ming. There were many benefits that Lu Ming hadn't discovered yet. He would have to wait to discover them later. In the face of Lu Ming's storm-like attacks, Ye Immortal roared and attacked with all his might. Terrifying energy exploded from his body. Several beams of sword light shot out. Some of them slashed towards the continent in the sky, while others slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. The continent in the sky was blasted apart. However, Ye Immortal's strength was scattered. He couldn't block Lu Ming's sky-breaking style. The spear gleam that Lu Ming transformed into defeated Yi Wuxia's sword aura. It dashed past the iron chain and landed on the mountain peak where Yi Wuxia was. Buzz! Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He swept his war god spear towards Ye Immortal. Sword of the heavens, star explosion. Ye Immortal roared. He used his strongest Genesis technique to battle Lu Ming. The two exchanged another blow. This time, they were evenly matched. Both of them retreated. Then, their figures moved and charged towards each other, each using their ultimate moves. Lu Ming used the Primal Desolation style and the Sky Breaking style consecutively. However, Ye Immortal was very powerful. He also used his Genesis techniques consecutively. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in the fierce battle against Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several blows. Last time, when Lu Ming was an 8th-level Divine Master, he had suppressed Yi Wuxia, who was a 9th-level Divine Master, and barely gained the upper hand. But this time, although he had broken through to the 9th-layer Divine Master, Ye Immortal had broken through to the peak Divine Master level. The extent of his improvement was greater than Lu Ming's. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't suppress Ye Immortal this time, even if he used his full strength. After a few exchanges, the 5 silver-eyed corpses also charged over. They roared and attacked Lu Ming and Ye Immortal at the same time. This exchange turned into a chaotic battle. In a secret place in the distance, a group of people was secretly watching. These people were the Quasi-Saint tribe, led by Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia and the others had extremely grave and ugly expressions. Lu Ming and Ye Immortal's battle prowess has reached such a level. It's unbelievable. Indeed, to be able to erupt with such battle prowess at the Divine Master level, their battle prowess is comparable to the Origin level, right? It's still reasonable for Ye Immortal to reach such a level of battle prowess. After all, he's a reincarnated person and is known as the strongest person in the heavenly human tribe. But it's unbelievable that Lu Ming has reached such a level. The most unbelievable thing is that Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 9th-layer Divine Master level. Once he reaches the peak of the Divine Master level, I wonder how powerful he will be. Beside Xianxia, a few experts who were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were discussing this, their voices trembling slightly. Although they had battle prowess comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, they felt that they were far inferior to Lu Ming and Ye Immortal's battle prowess. They had a feeling that if they were to face off against Lu Ming and Ye Immortal alone, they would be killed instantly. This feeling was similar to facing the Origin level. Xianxia didn't say a word, but his expression was ugly. He had always prided himself as a peerless genius. He thought that with his talent, he would be almost invincible in a battle of the same level in the universe. But now, he realized that he was far inferior to Lu Ming and Ye Immortal. Although his current cultivation was only at the 9th-layer Divine Master level, even if he broke through to the peak of the Divine Master level, his battle prowess would only be comparable to that of the Guangxian Royal Ambassador. He was definitely no match for Lu Ming and Ye Immortal. This was a huge blow to his confidence. The battle between Lu Ming, Ye Immortal, and the 5 silver-eyed corpses wasn't over yet. They had exchanged more than 20 blows in a row. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the two figures retreated rapidly. They were Lu Ming and Ye Immortal. Lu Ming, today's battle is over. We'll fight another day. Yi Wuchang left behind a sentence. His figure was like lightning, and he actually retreated. Looks like Ye Immortal has exhausted a lot of his energy. But I'm in a similar state. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He guessed that Ye Immortal had retreated because he had exhausted a lot of his energy. After all, Ye Immortal had exchanged many blows with the Primordial Light Tribe. Ye Immortal knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Ming if the battle continued, so he might as well retreat. Actually, Lu Ming was in a similar state. He had exchanged blows with the Primordial Light tribe, killed 2 Guangxian royal ambassadors, and blocked 21 people combined attack arrays. He had also exhausted a lot of his energy. Right now, he was almost out of energy. He had no intention of continuing the battle. It would be very dangerous to continue fighting in such a chaotic situation. Chapter 4891. Lu Ming, no matter how talented you are, all the members of the Heaven Exterminating Army are dead. What's the use of being alone? Ye Immortal's figure was about to disappear before Lu Ming's eyes when a voice rang out. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He shouted, "Ye Immortal, what do you mean? You should know what I mean. Lu Ming, I'll kindly give you an address. The Heron Ancient Mine. Go and collect the corpses of Heaven Destroyer's men." Ye Immortal's voice rang out again. His figure had completely disappeared before Lu Ming's eyes. "The Heron Ancient Mine," Lu Ming muttered. His face was a little gloomy. Although he couldn't believe Ye Immortal's words completely, he couldn't not believe them. What happened to Heaven Destroyer's men? Also, where was the Heron Ancient Mine? It must be somewhere in the Purple Heaven Cave. But where was the specific address? There was no time to think because the 5 silver-eyed corpses were charging at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the 5 silver-eyed corpses. He rushed to the side of the mountain and quickly disappeared. The treasures at the top of the mountain had been plundered. The treasures in the depths of the meridian had also been taken away by Lu Ming and the others. There was no need to leave this meridian. After going down the mountain, the 5 silver-eyed corpses were still chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew at full speed. After more than 10 minutes, he finally shook off the 5 silver-eyed corpses. Then he found a hidden place and released Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others from the Chaos Ring. Lu Ming told everyone what Ye Immortal had said. Ye Immortal is definitely up to no good. The Heron Ancient Mine must be very dangerous. He wants to trick you into going there. Dandan immediately said, "It may not be completely groundless. What if it's true?" Tang Jun said. His face was solemn, and his eyes were full of worry. In the Heaven Destroyer, there were many friends and relatives of Tang Jun. Naturally, she was worried. "That's right. It's better to believe it than not. We must go and take a look. However, before we go, we must try our best to increase our strength. Also, where exactly is the Heron Ancient Mine? We have to find it first," Lu Ming said. Since the Ye Immortal had told Lu Ming the name of the Heron Mine, he naturally wasn't trying to guide Lu Ming out of kindness. That place was definitely very dangerous. At the very least, the Ye Immortal felt that it was very dangerous. Therefore, it was necessary to increase his strength. Of course, they had to find the location of the Heron Mine first. Everyone was dumbfounded. How would they know the location of the Heron Ancient Mine? Should he ask the Ye Immortal? Previously, we obtained many scrolls. I wonder if there is a map of the Purple Heaven Wonderland on them? Xianxia said. The Purple Heaven Wonderland covered a huge area. Logically speaking, the people of the Purple Heaven Wonderland should have drawn a map. They had obtained many scrolls on the first mountain. Immediately, they took out those scrolls and opened them one by one. There really is a map. When Lu Ming flipped open the 9th fortune scroll, his eyes lit up. There was really a map in that scroll. When Lu Ming injected his forbidden power into the scroll lit up. In the void, a huge map appeared. The mountains and lakes on it were clearly visible. Every location was marked with words. Unfortunately, these words were from the last era. Lu Ming didn't recognize any of them. "I found a map here too. I found it too." At this time, Dandan and Bubbles exclaimed. They also found a map, respectively. After injecting their powers, the image that appeared was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. It was an identical map. It seems that many of these scrolls are maps. Dandan muttered. They thought of the scrolls that flew away on the first mountain. They guessed that the people of the other forces had also obtained a lot of them. But this map is marked with the words of the last era. We can't understand it at all. Can any of you understand it? Lu Ming said and glanced at everyone. Most of his attention was on Gu Mo, Xianxia, and Tang Jun. Gu Mo had lived for a long time, while Tang Jun and Xianxia were reincarnated. In their previous life, they were the daughters of the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng. Heaven Destroyer had people who specialized in studying the words of the last era. Would they understand something? I don't understand. Guillermo shook his head directly. Then, Xianxia and Tang Jun also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. You two were the daughters of the taboo sword ancestor in your previous life. Have you not studied the words of the last era at all? Dandin muttered. When we died in our previous life, Heaven Destroyer hadn't been developed for a long time. Therefore, we didn't study the words of the last era. It's normal that we don't understand them. Tang Jun said. Everyone was stunned. They were speechless. How about this? Let's ask the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe. The Quasi-Saint tribe has a long history. There should be people who understand the words of the last era. I can sense that the Quasi-Saint tribe is on that chi vein. Lu Ming said. When he fought with the Yi Immortal, he had already sensed that the Quasi-Saint tribe was hiding in the distance. Everyone nodded. This was the only way. You guys enter the Chaos Ring first and refine the top-notch armors. I'll go look for the Quasi-Saint tribe and the others. Lu Ming said. He let Xianxia and the others enter the Chaos Ring to refine the top-notch armors. Lu Ming turned into a rainbow light and continued to head toward the Chi vein. In fact, whether it was the people of the primordial light race, the celestial race, or the Quasi-Saint tribe, none of them left the Chi vein. Instead, they were hiding somewhere in the Chi vein. This was because they didn't know that the treasures in the depths of the Chi vein, such as the Chaos Crystal vein, had been plundered by Lu Ming and the others. They were hiding in the dark, avoiding the silver-eyed ink corpses while waiting for the paradise divine light in the depths of the Chi vein to dissipate. After Lu Ming arrived at the Chi vein, he sent a message to Xianxia using the sound transmission jade talisman. Unexpectedly, he soon received a reply from Xianxia, asking him to meet at a certain place. In a canyon, Lu Ming saw Xianxia and some other Quasi-Saint tribe experts. Those Quasi-Saint tribe experts revealed a trace of fear in their eyes when they saw Lu Ming. Brother Lu, your battle prowess is truly frightening and admirable at the same time. Xianxia smiled and cupped his fists. He had an amiable appearance, hiding the jealousy and displeasure in his heart. Brother Xianxia is too polite. I was just lucky. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and smiled as if he had forgotten that Xianxia had helped to exterminate the Lord of Heaven and drive them out of the ancient city. By the way, Brother Xianxia, I'm looking for you this time because I need your help with something. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, if you need anything, just say it. As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help. Xianxia path. Actually, it's not a big deal. I wonder if Brother Xianxia can read the words of the previous era? Lu Ming asked. I know, I've dabbled in it. Xianxia nodded. Chapter 4892. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard that Xianxia knew the language of the previous era. He immediately took out the map and showed it to Xianxia. Brother Lu, did you get the map of Purple Heaven Hollow too? Xianxia asked calmly. Brother Tsong, did you get it too? Lu Ming asked. That's right. I was lucky enough to get two not long ago. Xianxia nodded and translated the markings on the map into the language of the current era. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Everything was based on benefits. Lu Ming's current combat strength was too shocking. Xianxia did not dare to offend Lu Ming and even wanted to be on good terms with him. So the Heron Ancient Mine is here. After Xianxia translated, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he looked in a direction on the map. The Heron Ancient Mine was in the northeast of the map. They were now in the southeast of the map. There was still a long distance between them. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bade farewell to Xianxia. He then quickly left the meridian and headed toward the Heron Ancient Mine according to the map. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that Guillermo was looking for him in the Chaos Ring. He waved his hand and released Guillermo from the Chaos Ring. Have you found the exact location of the Heron Ancient Mine? Guillermo asked. Yes, I'm on my way there. Lu Ming said. How about this? I'll bring you there. You can refine the top source-level divine weapon armor in peace. Anyway, it's not very useful to me. Guillermo said. Guillermo's defense was extremely shocking. It was probably stronger than a top source-level divine weapon armor. He did not need it at all. All right. Lu Ming nodded and entered the Chaos Ring. He took out the black source-level divine weapon armor and started to refine it. It was not easy to refine a top source-level divine weapon armor. It would take some time. As for the Bone Devil, he carried the Great Desolate Ring and rapidly flew towards the Heron Ancient Mine. The Heron Ancient Mine was a huge mine. The underground had been hollowed out and extended in all directions. At this moment, there were many people guarding the entrance of the Heron Ancient Mine. These people were actually creatures of the Forbidden Lands. The Blue Sea race, the Baleful Een race, and the others actually had them. However, there weren't many of them. There were only about 100 people on each side. I wonder if the Heaven Destroyer and those demons died inside. Within the Baleful Een race, a few Baleful Een race members were chatting. This Heron Ancient Mine is already quite strange and full of danger. Moreover, there are extreme Een corpses. Even if they're not all dead, they are not far from it. Another Baleful Een member said. However, those absolute Een corpses haven't come out yet. It seems like the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons haven't died yet. We just have to wait a little longer. The Baleful Een being from before said. At this moment, in the Heron Ancient Mine, the Heaven Destroyer and the demons were facing a crisis. The terrain in the Heron Ancient Mine was very complicated. There were all kinds of mines and tunnels that extended in all directions. In a pit, the Heaven Destroyer and the demon gathered together. Around them was a layer of black light that enveloped them. This layer of black light was completely made up of dense demonic chi. Outside the light, there was a large number of extreme Een corpses. These extreme Een corpses surrounded the light and kept roaring. Some of them directly charged at the light and caused the light to shake. Whoosh, 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 within the light, rays of blue light flew out and hit these extreme Een corpses. These rays of blue light were actually blue firestones. Within the light, Lion, Tang Jian, and the other higher-ups of the Heaven Destroyer and the leaders of the demons looked outside with serious expressions. Most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were gathered here. If this continues, our blue rock won't be able to last for long. Tang Jian sighed. The blue rock he was talking about was actually blue firestones. It's all because of those creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to hide here. Lion said in a low voice. They couldn't help but think of their experiences during this period. After they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they spread the news that the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons had gathered together. The Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons had worked together for many years and had a tacit understanding. Moreover, they also understood that their strength was the weakest among the various forces in the universe. If they didn't work together, they wouldn't even be able to survive, let alone compete with other forces for treasures. After they gathered together, their strength increased greatly. They were about to explore a chi channel when they were attacked by the extreme Een corpses. The extreme Een corpses used their powerful defense and vitality to catch the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons off guard and suffered heavy losses. If it wasn't for Gu Changfeng breaking through the encirclement with his powerful combat strength, their losses would have been even greater. However, after breaking through the encirclement, they couldn't shake off the extreme Een corpses at all. The extreme Een corpses chased after them, and the more they chased, the more there were. In the end, there were thousands of extreme Een corpses. At that time, the people of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were in despair and thought that they were going to be wiped out. However, there was always a way out. At the crucial moment, they encountered an abandoned mine. They realized that the extreme Een corpses were actually afraid of this mine. They used the mine as their base and blocked the attacks of the extreme Een corpses. In the end, they realized that the extreme Een corpses were afraid of a type of blue rock in this mine. Later, they started to collect the blue rock in the mine and made all kinds of weapons. After a long period of research, they even successfully attached the blue rock to their weapons. After all, there were many world divine turtles in the Heaven Destroyer who were proficient in formations. Although they weren't as good as the Dandan, they were very proficient in rune formations. Among the evil demons, there were also some who were proficient in rune formations. It wasn't difficult for the two sides to work together and research how to attach the blue rock to their weapons. In the end, they used the blue rock to kill a large number of extreme corpses and successfully broke out of the encirclement. With the blue rock, their confidence increased greatly. They were about to continue exploring when they encountered the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds, the Blue Sea race and the Eveline race. When the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds saw them, they immediately attacked. The blue rock was useless against the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. In this battle, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons also suffered great losses. In this battle, even Gu Changfeng was severely injured. At the crucial moment, the current leader of the purple-eyed evil demons, Xianxia, ignored the danger and crazily merged with the demon ancestor blood crystal. She actually successfully activated a trace of the demon ancestor blood crystal's power at the crucial moment and blocked the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. Then they retreated as they fought and retreated into the Heron Ancient Mine. The terrain of the Heron Ancient Mine was complicated and there were all kinds of dangers inside. After the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds charged in, they also suffered great losses. Behind them, the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds retreated. However, they used the blue rock to gather a large number of extreme corpses. They used the extreme corpses to deal with the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons while they themselves guarded the Heron Ancient Mine. The light shield formed by demonic chi was created by Xianxia using the demon ancestor blood crystal. Chapter 4893. We're very lucky this time. You should know that the demon ancestor blood crystal is the ultimate treasure of our demon clan. It's extremely ancient. Since ancient times, almost no one has been able to merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal and activate its power. It's a miracle that Xianxia succeeded this time. In Kong, the current leader of the Silver Wing clan, said, "The demon ancestor blood crystal was the most precious treasure of the demon clan. Naturally, countless demons wanted it for their own use. In fact, in the history of demons like the previous era, there were many demons who wanted to take it for themselves and merge it with their own bodies. Because there was a rumor in the demon clan that whoever could merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal would obtain great fortune and evolve into a supreme demon ancestor. His talent and potential would skyrocket, and he would have a chance to become an immortal in the future. But in history, no demon had succeeded. No matter how talented they had never succeeded. Without exception, when they tried to merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal, they were devoured by the demon ancestor blood crystal instead. Until later, no demons dared to try again. In this era, the demon ancestor blood crystal had been sealed by the human sovereign barrier. Naturally, no demons had the chance to try again. Later on, when Lu Ming took out the demon ancestor blood crystal, no demons tried because it would be a waste of their lives. This time, they were really forced into a corner. If they did not fight to the death, they would also die in the hands of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. But they did not expect Xianxia to succeed and merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal. Her cultivation and strength skyrocketed. At the critical moment, she fought against several peerless masters of the Forbidden Lands alone. These peerless masters were not weaker than Gu Changfeng. It was also because of Xianxia that they had the chance to retreat to the Heron Ancient Mine. "How's Xianxia's condition?" Lion asked with a worried expression. "Not too good. The process of merging with the demon ancestor blood crystal did not seem to be very smooth. I hope she can pass this stage smoothly." In Kong's side, the other demons also looked solemn and worried. The four royal demon clans had always been in a competitive relationship. In the past, they had never stopped fighting. However, things were different now. Now that the universe was in chaos and the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had appeared, the demons' strength had declined. If they still killed each other, they would be digging their own graves. They had long since abandoned their former enmity, so no matter which royal demon clan they were from, They all hoped that Xianxia could successfully fuse with them. If Xianxia could successfully fuse with it, then the demons would have an unprecedented expert who would lead the demon clan to glory. However, Xianxia's fusion did not go smoothly. It was not a complete success. It could only be considered a partial success. Sometimes she would be awake, and sometimes she would be in a daze. She relied entirely on her tenacious willpower and instincts to fight. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Those blue rocks are about to run out. Tang Jian sighed. The blue rock that they encountered before didn't contain a lot of blue rock. Although they were able to move all the blue rock, they couldn't help but continue to consume it. After fighting with the absolute corpse nonstop for a period of time, he had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, among the absolute corpses, the silverite corpses, and the absolute corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven had a strong resistance to the blue rock. If one didn't have a strong battle strength, the blue rock alone wouldn't be able to stop these powerful absolute corpses. During this period of time, they had completely relied on Xianxia's demon ancestor blood crystal to form a defensive light shield and the blue rock to barely block the attacks of the absolute corpses. Now, Gu Changfeng was still recovering, Xianxia's condition wasn't stable, and the blue rock was about to run out. The situation wasn't good for them. Roar, roar. At this moment, a few angry roars sounded. 3 burly figures suddenly charged towards them and crashed into the demonic chi light shield. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic chi light shield shook violently. These 3 figures were covered in thick black gas. Their eyes were silver white. They were clearly 3 silver-eyed corpses. The 3 silver-eyed corpses were extremely powerful. They constantly attacked the demonic chi light shield, causing it to cave in. Behind the 3 silver-eyed corpses, there were more than 10 burly absolute corpses. Each of them was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. They also attacked together, causing the demonic chi light shield to shake even more violently. Attack! Stop them! Sure, he roared. Shio, shio, shio. Instantly, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons attacked, shooting out rays of blue light. These blue light rays were all long needles made from blue rock. They were densely packed as they hit the absolute corpses. Then, the blue rock exploded, turning into blue flames that enveloped the absolute corpses. The blue rock had quite a bit of effect on the absolute corpses. No matter if it was the silver-eyed corpses or other absolute corpses, they all needed to use the black gas to block it. Their own strength was naturally affected, and their attacks on the demonic chi light shield were also much weaker. Not long after, the 3 silver-eyed corpses were treated with the other absolute corpses. We used up a large amount of blue rock just now. We don't have much left, Tang Jian said with an ugly expression. Although their divine weapons were also covered in blue rock, they didn't dare to engage in close combat with the silver-eyed corpses. The difference in battle strength was too big. Even if they had divine weapons with blue rock, they would only die if they engaged in close combat with the silver-eyed corpses. They would be easily killed. So, they could only shoot out blue firestones from afar to block the absolute corpses. This way, they would use up a lot of energy. Boom! Boom! Not long after, a violent explosion sounded again, and the demonic chi light shield shook violently. The 3 silver-eyed corpses led the absolute corpses to attack again. The Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were helpless and could only continue to shoot out blue rock to block. After a while, the silver-eyed corpses were treated with the absolute corpses, but not long after, they continued to attack. After a few times, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons finally ran out of blue rock. Roar! The silver-eyed corpses led the absolute corpses to attack again, and the demonic chi light shield trembled nonstop. The faces of Lion and the others were incomparably gloomy. This time, without the blue rock, they could only rely on themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic chi light shield trembled more and more violently. Although this demonic chi light shield was released by Xianxia using the demon ancestor blood crystal. Xianxia's cultivation was limited after all. Moreover, she had only half succeeded in fusing with the demon ancestor blood crystal. So, although the demonic Qi light shield's defense was strong and could block normal absolutine corpses, it was very difficult to completely block the silver-eyed corpses. The three silver-eyed corpses were about to break through the demonic Qi light shield and kill their way in. Attack! Stop them! Lion roared, and his figure soared into the sky. He took out an origin-grade divine weapon and slashed at a silver-eyed corpse. His divine weapon was naturally covered in blue rock. Chapter 4894. When Lion attacked, Heaven Destroyer and the other top expert from the evil demons also attacked the three silver-eyed corpses. However, there weren't many top experts on both sides. There were only a few people who were at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven. The rest were at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Although their divine weapons were covered with blue rocks, their combat strength was far inferior to the silver-eyed corpses. In just one exchange, the experts from Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were forced to retreat. They spat out blood, and their faces were pale. There were even two top Lord of Heaven-level experts who were almost killed by the silver-eyed corpses' terrifying claws. Everyone's hearts sank. The difference in combat strength was too great. The silver-eyed corpses were blocked by the demonic Qi light shield. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to block it. When the silver-eyed corpses broke through the demonic Qi light shield, how could they block it? Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom, boom. The extreme corpses kept roaring as they attacked the demonic Qi light shield. Finally, a crack appeared. The three extreme corpses charged through the crack and appeared above everyone's heads. Their berserk auras covered the sky and pressed down on everyone. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, making everyone feel an enormous pressure. Then, the three extreme corpses attacked. Their sharp claws tore through the void, and a terrifying force grabbed at everyone. Block it! Lion and the others roared as they rushed into the sky to block the attacks of the extreme corpses. Their eyes were filled with determination. Without the demonic Qi light shield, they knew that they wouldn't be able to block the three silver-eyed corpses. In the end, they would probably be killed. However, they had no choice. They couldn't run away. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed into the sky from the ground and charged at one of the silver-eyed corpses. With a loud boom, the silver-eyed corpse was blocked. It was Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng retreated quickly. His face was pale and his blood was weak. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from his injuries. Roar! The silver-eyed corpse let out a furious roar and charged towards Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng held his divine weapon and fought with the silver-eyed corpse. Although Gu Changfeng was injured, it was still possible for him to fend off the silver-eyed corpse with the help of his blue firestone weapon. However, the others were in imminent danger. When the others faced the two silver-eyed corpses, they were not a match at all. As soon as they exchanged blows, there were people who died, torn apart by the silver-eyed corpses. Kill! A silver-eyed corpse let out a loud roar and charged at Kong. Its sharp claws swiped at Kong's head. My life is over. Kong sighed. With his strength, there was no suspense when facing a silver-eyed corpse, and only death awaited him. At this moment, in the sky, a black light filled with rich and powerful demonic Qi flew towards the silver-eyed corpse. With a bang, the silver-eyed corpse was blocked. A figure appeared in the sky, exuding an aura as vast as the abyss. It was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was in an unusual state. Her eyes were tightly shut, and black demonic Qi surrounded her body like black ribbons. A terrifying aura gushed out from her body, but it was not very stable and kept fluctuating. The two silver-eyed corpses turned to look at Xianxia. With a roar, they pounced at Xianxia with shocking speed. Xianxia still had her eyes closed. As if it was her instinct, her palm formed a demonic blade that was more than 10 meters long. She stepped in the air and waved the demonic blade, fighting with the two silver-eyed corpses. After a few exchanges, Xianxia's figure retreated slightly. She was at a disadvantage. She had to maintain the demonic chi barrier to block the other extreme Yin corpses, so her battle strength was naturally not at its peak. However, if she did not maintain the demonic chi barrier, a large number of extreme Yin corpses would rush in, and many of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons would die. One had to know that there were more than 10 extreme Yin corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons would not be able to block them. In this way, Xianxia was at a disadvantage against the two silver-eyed Yin corpses. Roar! The silver-eyed Yin corpses roared angrily and continued to attack Xianxia. Outside the demonic chi barrier, there were more than 1,000 extreme Yin corpses. They attacked the demonic chi barrier crazily, putting Xianxia under great pressure. Outside the Heron Ancient Mine, the Blue Sea race and the Evil Yin race heard the explosions coming from the mine. Such intense explosions. It seems like the battle is very intense. Perhaps the battle has entered its final stage. After this battle, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons will be destroyed. The Quasi-Saint race, the Heavenly Human race, the Heaven Destroyer, the evil demons, and the other low-level races will all be eliminated. After destroying these low-level races, we will destroy the Blue Sea race and the Primordial Light race. The Void Universe will belong to the Evil Yin race. A few Evil Yin race members discussed in secret. Similar discussions occurred within the Blue Sea race. Who is it? Suddenly, a top expert from the Baleful Yin tribe shouted as he looked at the void behind him. This elite from the Evil Yin race was equivalent to the Primordial Light race's Guangxian royal envoy. At the same time, there was also an expert of the same level from the Blue Sea clan who was looking at the sky. Whoosh! There was a flash of light in the void, and a young figure appeared. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. After the Bone Demon flew with him for a while, Lu Ming refined the top-notch origin-grade armor and let the Bone Demon enter the ancient Desolation Ring. He traveled alone and finally arrived at the Heron Ancient Mine. This person seems to be Lu Ming from the Heaven Destroyer. A Evil Yin race member recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming had become famous in the universe after the battle with the Heavenly Human race, and had killed 3 of their strongest Lord of Heaven. Even the creatures in the Forbidden Lands knew of Lu Ming's reputation and had seen Lu Ming's portrait. That's right, it's Lu Ming. It's indeed him. The other creatures in the Forbidden Lands also recognized Lu Ming. Very good, very good. Let's send him and the rest of the Heaven Destroyer to hell. The top expert from the Evil Yin clan sneered. In a flash, he dashed toward Lu Ming like a beam of dim light. Before he arrived, a terrifying sinister aura dashed toward Lu Ming, exuding an extremely cold and sinister aura. Lu Ming frowned, and a terrifying murderous intent appeared in his eyes. As soon as he arrived, he heard a loud explosion in the Heron Ancient Mine. He couldn't help but worry. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted, and the Battle God Spear appeared in his hand. He thrust it forward. The spear radiance was dazzling and destroyed the evil Yin Chi. It continued to pierce toward the elite from the Evil Yin race. Oh no! The top elite of the Baleful Yin race paled in fright, and disbelief appeared on his face. Lu Ming's attack power was beyond his imagination. It was terrifyingly strong. Chapter 4895. The spear radiance pierced through the baleful Yin Chi of the Baleful Yin tribe expert and blasted a large hole in his body. The Baleful Yin tribe expert retreated rapidly, his body twisting like a ghost. Baleful Yin Chi filled the air, and the large hole in his body was quickly mended. The Baleful Yin tribe's body constitution was extremely special. It was between illusion and reality. It was as if it had no physical body, but was pure, baleful Yin Chi. It was difficult for ordinary attacks to cause any harm to such a body constitution. However, Lu Ming's attack was no ordinary attack. It was too strong. No matter what kind of body constitution one had, it would destroy everything. Although the baleful Yin tribe expert was not dead, he was severely injured and his aura was weak. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He did not stop and chased after the baleful Yin tribe expert. The war god spear was like a mountain range, pressing down on the baleful Een tribe expert. The violent, destructive energy completely drowned him. Ah! The baleful Een expert let out a shrill scream as his body exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed. His scream was filled with indignation. He had been careless and underestimated Lu Ming. Otherwise, with his strength and special body constitution, he would not have been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. Unfortunately, it was too late. There was no point in regretting. This person, the other baleful Een tribe experts, including the CC tribe, felt a chill in their hearts. They could not help but retreat. How would they dare to stop Lu Ming? Lu Ming was not in the mood to continue attacking the baleful Een tribe and CC tribe experts. He turned into a beam of light and rushed into the Heron ancient mine. When he disappeared, the baleful Een tribe and CC tribe people were relieved. Lu Ming has terrifying combat strength. Indeed, Lord Baleful Een tribe must have been careless. However, it is still shocking that he could kill Lord Baleful Een tribe in 2 moves. Let's send a message to the other lords and ask them to come and kill this person. Some Baleful Een tribe people discussed and spread the news. The CC tribe people also thought that Lu Ming could not be left alive and had to be killed. Therefore, they spread the news and asked more CC tribe experts to come. Lu Ming dashed into the Heron ancient mine and flew toward the direction of the booming sound at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, he saw some mechanisms and arrays. However, they were all broken. He guessed that they were either destroyed by the exterminating heavenly army, the ultimate Een corpse, or the living creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. They no longer had much power. At this moment, the battle between the Heaven Destroyer and the extreme Een tribe experts was. Gu Changfeng was severely injured, and it was already his limit to hold back a silver-eyed Een corpse. Furthermore, he was at a complete disadvantage, and it was likely that he would not be able to defeat the Een corpse after a while. Xianxia was fighting 2 silver-eyed Een corpses and had to use her demonic chi barrier to block a large number of extreme Een corpses, so she was in an even more passive position. Finally, a silver-eyed Een corpse clawed at Xianxia and tore the baleful Een chi on her body, leaving a few deep wounds on her body. Xianxia kept her eyes closed. Her body trembled and her energy fluctuated. Even the baleful Een chi around her shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Prepare for the battle. Lion roared and turned back to his original form. The Heaven Destroyer and the demons all took out their divine weapons and were ready to fight. Once the baleful Een chi was destroyed, they would have to fight to the death. Everyone, remember this. When the great battle erupts, try your best to charge outwards. If you can escape, do so. Don't worry about others. Do you understand? Tang Jian shouted. Many people looked sad. This was the most helpless decision, but it had to be done. The only way was to preserve the strength of the heavenly extermination troop. If they could preserve as much strength as possible, the heavenly extermination troop would be destroyed. Roar! The 2 silver-eyed Een corpses continued to roar and pounced at Xianxia. Xianxia could only resist with all her might. If this continues, Xianxia will be in great danger. He has not completely fused with the Devil Ancestor Blood Crystal, and has only partially fused with it. If this continues, all his efforts will be in vain, and he might even be devoured by the Devil Ancestor Blood Crystal. Een Kong said with a solemn expression. The other Abyss Devils, especially the purple-eyed Abyss Devils, were even more worried. Look outside. Suddenly, someone shouted. Many people looked outside the demonic chi light shield. In that direction, a large amount of blue light suddenly flew out and shot towards the extreme Een corpses. Everyone could clearly see that the blue light was the blue rock they had used before. These blue rocks were polished into the shape of needles or shuttles. When they hit the extreme Een corpses, they exploded and turned into blue flames that enveloped the extreme Een corpses. Sizzling sounds could be heard. Following this, a figure charged over at an astonishing speed. Wherever he passed, spear lights flashed, and the extreme Yin corpses exploded one by one. "Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming," someone in the Heaven Destroyer exclaimed. Only him. Some people in the Heaven Destroyer felt their hearts sink. What was the use of Lu Ming coming alone? Wasn't he just sending himself to his death? "Lu Ming, leave quickly. Some of the extreme Yin corpses are terrifying. You can't deal with them," Yin Kong roared. He knew the name Extreme Yin Corpses from the Abyss Devils. Some of the Abyss Devils' ancient books had records of extreme Yin corpses. Lu Ming was strong, comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, but it was useless in this situation. Among the extreme Yin corpses, there were at least a dozen existences comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Not to mention, there were also existences like the silver-eyed Yin corpses. Lu Ming was no match for them. He was just sending himself to his death. With Lu Ming's talent, it would be a pity if he died here. To be honest, Lu Ming's value alone was worth thousands. The others also shouted for Lu Ming to leave, but it was already too late. There were at least 4 or 5 extreme Yin corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven charging towards Lu Ming. It's too late. Yin Kong, Tang Jian, and the others had pale faces as they sighed. But in the next moment, their eyes widened. They saw Lu Ming advancing instead of retreating. The War God Spear vibrated and sent out 5 spear lights, each aimed at 5 extreme Yin corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The spear lights were unstoppable. The 5 extreme Yin corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven couldn't even withstand a single blow. Their bodies were directly pierced through, creating a large hole. The blue firestone flames on the tip of the spear spread out from the extreme Yin corpses' wounds and enveloped them. In one move, 5 extreme Yin corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were heavily injured. Yin Kong, Tang Jian, and the others didn't even have time to be shocked before Lu Ming continued to attack. Another 5 spear lights were sent out. This time, the bodies of the 5 extreme Yin corpses that were comparable to the strongest Heavenly Lord realm exploded into pieces. They had completely died. Chapter 4896. This, within the demonic Chi light shield, everyone from the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons opened their mouths wide in shock. In just 2 moves, 5 existences that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were killed. What kind of combat power was this? They were very clear about how strong these extreme Yin corpses were. Although they were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, they were actually much more difficult to deal with than the strongest Lord of Heaven. Their offensive power was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, but their vitality and defensive power far surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven. An ordinary strongest Lord of Heaven had no chance of winning against these extreme Yin corpses. However, Lu Ming had killed 5 extreme Yin corpses in 2 moves. Although they could see that Lu Ming's divine weapon was also covered with a blue rock, although the blue rock could restrain the extreme Yin corpses, the effect was not that heaven-defying. There was only one possibility, and that was that Lu Ming's combat power was too strong. Could it be that Lu Ming had made great progress during this period of time? "Xianxia, let me in." At this moment, Lu Ming arrived outside the demonic Chi light shield, and his voice was transmitted into the demonic Chi light shield. When Lu Ming's voice fell, the demonic Chi light shield rippled, and a gap appeared. Although Xianxia's eyes were tightly shut, she was still conscious. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he charged into the demonic Chi light shield. Without the time to greet Lion, Tang Jian, and the others, Lu Ming charged in Xianxia's direction. Sky-splitting style. Lu Ming became one with his spear, and he turned into a spear light, piercing through the void. With shocking speed, he stabbed at a silver-eyed Yin corpse. Roar! The silver-eyed Yin corpse roared, and it waved its sharp claws at Lu Ming. With a clang, the spear light collided with the silver-eyed Yin corpse's claws. Then, the silver-eyed Yin corpse's claws shattered, and the spear light pierced through its palm. The silver-eyed Yin corpse retreated, and Lu Ming quickly followed up. His spear was like a dragon as he launched a barrage of attacks. Currently, Lu Ming's combat strength was already far above the silver-eyed Yin corpse. In addition, He had the blue firestone to restrain the silver-eyed corpse. A single silver-eyed corpse would not be able to withstand Lu Ming's attacks. In just a few moves, the silver-eyed corpse's body was pierced through by the war god's spear. After a few more moves, the silver-eyed corpse's body was torn apart and it died on the spot. After killing this silver-eyed corpse, Lu Ming turned around and charged towards the silver-eyed corpse that Gu Changfeng was fighting against. Because Gu Changfeng was in an even worse situation. Because Xianxia had lost a silver-eyed corpse, the pressure on her was greatly reduced, and she was able to stabilize the situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spear radiance was like a dragon, and the attacks were fierce. The silver-eyed corpse that was fighting with Gu Changfeng was killed by Lu Ming in a few moves. At this moment, everyone present was shocked beyond words. They were all shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. Such a terrifying silver-eyed corpse could not withstand a few moves from Lu Ming. What kind of combat strength did Lu Ming have? Was he still in the Divine Master Realm? How could a Divine Master Realm's combat strength reach such a level? This was simply an origin source. Even Gu Changfeng was shocked beyond words. Even if it is a forbidden body, there are not many people who can reach such a level of combat strength in the Divine Master Realm. Moreover, Lu Ming is only in the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. If his combat strength reaches the peak of the Divine Master Realm, how powerful would he be? Can a forbidden body reach such a level? The two most outstanding forbidden bodies in the ancient times, the life spirits of the Heavenly Court and the life spirits of the Great Ancient Divine Court, did not have such combat strength when fighting at the same level, right? Gu Changfeng thought to himself. Then he took out a few divine elixirs and swallowed them. Lu Ming did not stop and charged towards the last silver-eyed corpse. Roar! The silver-eyed corpse's intelligence was very high. When it saw Lu Ming kill two beings of the same level as it, it knew that it was no match for Lu Ming. When it saw Lu Ming charging towards it, it turned around and tried to escape. However, Xianxia would not let it escape. She used all her strength to restrain the silver-eyed corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming rushed over and cut off the silver-eyed corpse's escape route. With Lu Ming and Xianxia working together, the silver-eyed corpse's fate was sealed. In just a few moves, it was completely killed. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the demonic chi light shield, the extreme corpses did not have much intelligence and were still attacking. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bone Demon, and the others appeared. Let's attack together and destroy these extreme corpses. Lu Ming's voice rang out as he charged towards the outside of the demonic chi light shield. Then, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others followed Lu Ming and charged out, throwing out blue firestones. Kill! Then, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demon experts roared and charged out as well. The three silver-eyed corpses had been killed, and there were not many extreme corpses left that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Their strength had dropped drastically. On the other side, there were experts like Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Gu Changfeng. They were completely unstoppable, and a large number of extreme corpses were killed. Not long after, the thousands of extreme corpses were almost all killed. At this moment, Gu Changfeng sat cross-legged on the ground and started to heal himself. Xianxia was in a similar situation. She landed on the ground and closed her eyes. The demonic chi on her body fluctuated and was very unstable. Xianxia's situation is not looking good. Brother Lu, do you have any way to help her? Kong came to Lu Ming's side and sighed. I don't know much about this. Guimo, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming turned to ask. Guimo was the ancestor of the demonic path, and he must have a way. Unexpectedly, Guimo shook his head. The origin of the demonic ancestor blood crystal is frighteningly ancient. I don't know much about it, but I can feel that the demonic ancestor blood crystal's energy is frighteningly strong. Merging with it is harder than ascending to the heavens. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Only Xianxia can rely on herself. Guimo said. Hearing Gumo's words, the evil demons' faces turned solemn. It seemed that Xianxia could only rely on her own luck. Lu Ming, how'd you find this place? Tang Jian asked. I heard from Yi Immortal. Lu Ming said. He guessed that Yi Immortal must have been active in this area before and knew that Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were trapped here. However, Yi Immortal told Lu Ming that he didn't have good intentions. He probably wanted to use the Songming tribe and the baleful Yin tribe to deal with Lu Ming. He knew that Lu Ming must have come here to save the people of Heaven Destroyer. This would definitely make him face the Songming tribe and the baleful Yin tribe. It could be said that this was an open conspiracy. Lu Ming knew this, but he had no choice but to come. Yi Immortal? This guy doesn't have good intentions, Tang Jian muttered. Tang Jian muttered. Naturally, they could guess Yi Wuxia's intentions. By the way, how did you guys get here? Why are you trapped here? Lu Ming asked. It's like this. Tang Jian briefly recounted their experiences during this period of time. The Songming tribe and the baleful Yin tribe? A wisp of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He said, we have to leave this place quickly. The baleful Yin tribe and the Songming tribe are guarding outside. They must have sent messages to the others. Chapter 4897. What about Xianxia? Yin Kong asked. Take her away and put her into my chaos ring. Afterward, he sent a voice transmission to Xianxia, asking her to cooperate. He then put Xianxia into the chaos ring. Senior Gu Changfeng, you should heal in the chaos ring too. Lu Ming looked at Gu Changfeng. Lu Ming, did you comprehend the 3,000th ancient secret skill? Gu Changfeng stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes. That's right. Senior, you are wise. Lu Ming nodded and did not hide anything. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Gu Changfeng was shocked and said, you really comprehended the 3,000th ancient secret skill. This is unbelievable and unprecedented. Senior, you are flattering me. Didn't the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court comprehend the 3,000th ancient secret skill long ago? Lu Ming said, that's just a rumor. Gu Changfeng shook his head and smiled. He then said to Lu Ming through voice transmission, to tell you the truth, I once heard from a senior who survived the Ancient Divine Courts that the Lord of the Ancient Divine Courts did not comprehend 3,000 ancient secret skills. In fact, he only comprehended 2,999. Lu Ming was shocked and replied, how is that possible? Didn't they say that the Ancient Divine Court had the 3,000th ancient secret skill? Have you seen anyone who has gathered the 3,000th ancient secret skill? Gu Changfeng asked. Lu Ming was stunned and did not know how to answer. Yes, it had always been a rumor that the Ancient Divine Court had the 3,000th ancient secret skill, but no one had ever gathered them all. It was said that after the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court died, no one had gathered the 3,000th ancient secret skill. So, it's just a rumor. In fact, there are only 2,999 Grand Ancient Secret Arts in the Grand Ancient Divine Court. The 3,000th Grand Ancient Secret Art has always been a conjecture of the Grand Ancient Divine Court's leader, but he didn't manage to comprehend it. I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend the 3,000th Grand Ancient Secret Art. So, you're unprecedented. I can feel that your forbidden energy has become even more terrifying. Gu Changfeng said. Not bad. Lu Ming did not hide anything. You're an eternal genius. Of all my previous taboo physiques, you're probably the most accomplished. You've walked the path that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court couldn't walk. However, I've heard that the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng, seems to have walked on another path. It seems to be unprecedented. I truly wish to have the opportunity to meet him. Gu Changfeng said. In terms of age, Gu Changfeng was Tang Feng Sr. However, when Tang Feng was born, Gu Changfeng was already in a deep sleep, and the two of them had never met. After talking with Gu Changfeng, Lu Ming felt a surge of emotions. It turned out that he had unintentionally walked on a path that had never been seen before. He had originally thought that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had also comprehended 3,000 ancient secret skills. Who would have thought that the Master of the Primordial Divine Court would fail and would instead be stuck at 2,999. Fortunately, there was this rumor that Lu Ming had succeeded. If he had known earlier that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had failed, he might not have succeeded either, because he had always thought that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had comprehended 3,000 ancient secret skills. He thought that since others had succeeded, it meant that this path was feasible and that he could succeed too. Therefore, he had been persevering and did not give up. If he had known earlier that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had failed, he would have been discouraged and thought that this path was not feasible. He might have failed. Things were really unpredictable. After that, Lu Ming also put Gu Changfeng into the Chaos Ring. It was not only Gu Changfeng. Next, Lu Ming got everyone to enter the ancient Desolation Ring. There were most likely creatures guarding outside the Heron Ancient Mine. It would be a burden to bring a large group of people with him. It was safer and more convenient for him to move alone. After putting everyone into the Chaos Ring, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he dashed out of the Heron Ancient Mine. Soon, Lu Ming arrived outside the Heron Ancient Mine. As soon as he arrived outside the Heron Ancient Mine, Lu Ming felt many cold gazes landing on him. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent, and they were like sharp blades cutting his skin. These were naturally creatures of the Forbidden Land. There were hundreds of them from the Songming tribe and the Baleful Yin tribe, which was several times more than when Lu Ming had entered previously. There were more people from the Baleful Yin tribe and the Songming tribe. They came so quickly. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly. It had only been a short while since he had gone in to help, but the number of people from the Baleful Yin tribe and the Songming tribe had increased by several times. It seemed that there were experts from the two tribes in the area. Lu Ming, how dare you kill an expert from the Baleful Yin tribe? You are courting death. Set up the formation and summon the Baleful Yin Ghost King. Tear him apart. A middle-aged man from the Baleful Yin tribe spoke. His body was constantly twisting and turning like a ghost. This middle-aged man had arrived later. Before entering, Lu Ming had not seen him before. However, the aura he gave off was extremely terrifying. He was probably a top expert. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A total of 15 experts from the Baleful Yin tribe rushed out. They all had treasures that looked like skulls. These skulls were the size of an adult's fist and were covered with runes. These skulls were the carriers of the combined attack formation. The runes spread, and the 15 skulls shone. They intertwined with each other and then formed a huge figure. This figure gave off a terrifying Baleful Yin chi. It was the Baleful Yin Ghost King that the Baleful Yin tribe had mentioned. This was the Baleful Yin Ghost King formed by the combined attack formation of 15 people. It was extremely powerful. The Baleful Yin Ghost King roared and pounced towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the Songming tribe also attacked. The Songming tribe also used a combined attack formation. However, it was not a combined attack formation of 15 people, but in combined attack formation of 18 people. The combined attack formation of 18 people formed a flying fish. This flying fish had 2 wings. With a flap of its wings, it shot towards Lu Ming like an arrow released from a bow. The 2 combined attack formations attacked Lu Ming from the left and right. Following closely behind the 2 combined attack formations, 2 figures also charged towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. One was the middle-aged man from the Baleful Yin tribe, and the other was a top expert from the Songming tribe. These 2 people were comparable to the Guangxian royal envoy. They knew that Lu Ming was very strong. Therefore, they used their strongest combat power from the get-go. Their coordination was flawless. The 2 terrifying combined attack arrays and the 2 experts who were comparable to the king of Guangxian formed a killing move. They wanted to kill Lu Ming. In the face of such an attack, the Guangxian royal envoy would definitely be killed in an instant. Even if they were stronger than the Guangxian royal envoy, they would still be severely injured. However, Lu Ming's strength was not just a little stronger than the Guangxian royal envoys. What's more, he was in control of a top-tier soul-grade armor. Chapter 4898. On the way to the Heron Ancient Mine, Lu Ming had already refined a top-notch source-level divine weapon armor. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart stirred and a black armor appeared, shrouding Lu Ming within it. It covered him tightly, and he looked just like a god of war. Swoosh! The sky-breaking form was unleashed and turned into a sharp spear radiance that shot toward the sinister Shade Ghost King. Roar! The sinister Shade Ghost King roared and slashed at Lu Ming with a Ghost King blade. When the blade collided with the spear radiance, there was an earth-shattering explosion. In the next moment, the Ghost King blade vibrated violently and dense runes appeared on its surface. The sinister Shade Ghost King was also forced to retreat. The sinister Shade Ghost King was formed by a 15-man combined formation. The 15 people who had set up the formation were all peak almighty experts. Compared to the 9-man combined formation of the Yuan Guang tribe, it was naturally much stronger. However, compared to the 21-man combined formation of the Yuan Guang tribe, it was still much weaker. Its offensive power was slightly stronger than that of the Guangxin royal envoy, so it was naturally no match for Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming forced the sinister Shade Ghost King to retreat, the 18-man combined formation of the Blue Sea tribe and the 2 top expert from the Blue Sea tribe and the Sinister Yin tribe arrived. 3 terrifying attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming ignored the 3 attacks. He gathered all his strength and continued to unleash the sky-breaking form to attack the sinister Shade Ghost King. Boom! 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 The 3 terrifying attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body only vibrated a few times before he blocked the 3 attacks. It is indeed a top-notch, source-level divine weapon armor. Its defensive power is very strong. The vibrations that passed through the armor were not much. I can completely block them. Lu Ming's confidence was greatly boosted as this thought flashed across his mind. The top-grade, source-grade battle armor didn't disappoint Lu Ming at all. Its defensive power was too strong. Those 3 terrifying attacks had been completely blocked. Even if there was some vibrating force through the armor, it wasn't strong. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could completely withstand it. Only someone with the same attack power as Lu Ming would be able to penetrate the armor and cause a certain amount of damage to Lu Ming. These people were obviously not good enough. Boom! Lu Ming's offensive was not affected much. He exchanged a second blow with the Baleful Yin Ghost King. This time, the Baleful Yin Ghost King's saber exploded. The spear light pierced a hole through the Baleful Yin Ghost King's body. In reality, it had pierced through the body of a Baleful Yin expert. The destructive power exploded, and the Baleful Yin expert's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot. With 1 person killed, the formation instantly became unstable and its light dimmed. It almost couldn't maintain the form of the Baleful Yin Ghost King. Primitive style. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and used the primitive style. A piece of land formed above the Baleful Yin Ghost King's head. This piece of land wasn't large. It was only 100 meters in radius. The smaller the area, the stronger the attack power of the primitive style. The piece of land with a radius of 100 meters suppressed the Baleful Yin Ghost King's head. A terrifying power exploded, and the Baleful Yin Ghost King exploded. The remaining 14 people who had set up the formation were all shocked to death. Yes, the 14 people who had set up the formation were all shocked to death by the primitive style. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Only 15 skulls were left floating in the air. At this time, another 3 attacks landed on Lu Ming. However, they didn't cause much damage to Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and the war god's spear swept out. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe, who was comparable to the Guangxin royal envoy. This top expert from the Blue Sea tribe was the closest to Lu Ming. He was directly hit by the war god's spear. His body flew out like a cannonball and smashed through a mountain. Let's go. The top expert from the Baleful Yin tribe was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He was frightened. He couldn't help but think of the top expert from the Baleful Yin tribe who had been killed by Lu Ming. That expert was at the same level as him. If he could be killed by Lu Ming, what about him? Therefore, he fled without hesitation. The speed of the Baleful Yin tribe was extremely fast, comparable to that of the Primordial Light tribe. Like a ghost, he disappeared into the distance in a few flashes. The other members of the Baleful Yin tribe didn't dare to stay. They followed closely behind the top expert and fled into the distance. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He didn't chase after them. Instead, his body flashed, and he charged toward the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe. Ah, damn it, the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe was shocked. When he saw the top expert from the Baleful Een tribe escape, he was furious. However, the most important thing now was to stop Lu Ming. "Come and help me," the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe shouted. At the same time, he unleashed his full strength. He opened his mouth and a long river appeared. The long river was filled with this kind of water. It was extremely cold. This kind of cold was different from ordinary cold. Not only was it cold, but it was also filled with Een Qi. It was like the Qi of the 9 underworlds. The river surged and swept toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the 18 people's joint attack formation also charged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored the attack of the formation. "Open!" Lu Ming bellowed. The taboo power surged into the war god spear wildly. The war god spear rapidly grew in size. It was like an incomparably huge mountain range, pressing forward and lashing out at the cold and gloomy river. Splash! The river splashed in all directions. It was directly split open by the war god spear. The powerful force hit the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe and sent him flying. His body trembled and his face turned pale. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. At the same time, the 18 people's joint attack formation hit Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's body staggered slightly, but he managed to block the attack. To be honest, the joint attack formation of the 18 people from the Blue Sea tribe was very powerful. It was only slightly weaker than the joint attack formation of the 21 people from the Primordial Light tribe. Lu Ming wouldn't have dared to let it hit him if he didn't have the top-notch Source-Grade Divine Weapon Battle Armor. In fact, even with the top-notch Source-Grade Divine Weapon Battle Armor, a powerful force could still pass through and hit Lu Ming. However, this force couldn't cause serious injuries to Lu Ming immediately. It could only cause light injuries. Given Lu Ming's vitality and recovery ability, he could recover quickly. Of course, this was only one such formation. Lu Ming could ignore it. If there were 8 or 10 of such formations, Lu Ming wouldn't dare to be so careless. Continuous light injuries could also accumulate into serious injuries. "I'll send you on your way." Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe. If he wanted to fight, he had to focus on one person. Boom! The Desolation style was executed. A continent formed above the top of the Blue Sea tribe's expert and pressed down on him. The top expert from the Blue Sea tribe roared and used all his strength to resist. However, it was useless. When the continent pressed down, the Blue Sea tribe's expert's attacks kept collapsing. In the end, the continent pressed down on his body. Bam! The man's body was torn to pieces. Chapter 4899. This top expert of the Blue Sea race was crushed by Lu Ming's desolate style. His body was torn apart, and his soul was also destroyed by the violent, destructive power. Another terrifying expert was killed by Lu Ming. The remaining Blue Sea race members were terrified. "Go! Retreat first!" The Blue Sea race members, including the 18 people in the formation, fled into the distance. "You want to leave now?" Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and chased after the Blue Sea race like a stream of light. In an instant, he caught up with the 18 people in the formation. Boom! Lu Ming struck with his palm and used the primeval style. A large piece of land blasted toward the 18 people's combined attack array. The 18 people of the Blue Sea race formed a giant fish with 2 wings. The fish's head was as thin as a sword, and its body was surrounded by cold water. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 18 people's formation could only take it head-on. But the result was that the giant fish was forced to retreat. In a head-on battle with Lu Ming, the combined attack of the 18 of them was still lacking. Moreover, Lu Ming now had a top-notch source-level divine weapon armor. When he fought with others, he could use more of his energy to attack. He did not need to consider defense. His combat power would undoubtedly be stronger. Yi Immortal used this advantage and was usually stronger in a battle of the same level. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He attacked continuously, and his opponent couldn't resist at all. After a few moves, Lu Ming's spear broke through the opponent's defense and killed one of the Blue Sea race members in the formation. The remaining 17 Blue Sea race members in the formation were really panicking. Lu Ming, are you really going to kill us all? You're becoming a mortal enemy of the Blue Sea race. Can you stop our revenge? A Blue Sea race member roared. Aren't we mortal enemies now? Lu Ming sneered. He had finally seen through the life forms of the Forbidden Grounds. Even if you were to avoid them, they would still take the initiative to come and kill you. Therefore, the only way was to counterattack and kill until the other party was afraid or even flatten the other party. Only then would they be able to eliminate all future troubles. Dealing with these creatures of the Forbidden Lands, Lu Ming would not show mercy at all. Whoosh! The sky-breaking style erupted and turned into a dazzling spear light. This time, the spear light directly pierced through the two-winged giant fish. When the giant fish exploded, 7 out of the 17 people who had set up the formation were instantly killed by the spear light. The remaining 10 people were also injured. They ignored their injuries and fled in all directions. Spread out and spread the news to Lord Song Luo. During this period of time, we brought back a large amount of resources from the Songming Sea. Soon, more cultivators will awaken and come to the Purple Heaven Cave. At that time, those cultivators will avenge us. Several Blue Sea race members roared loudly. Their figures didn't stop as they fled with all their might. Lu Ming went all out to kill them. In the end, another 6 people were killed by Lu Ming. A few people still managed to escape. There were many people from the Blue Sea race. In addition to those who had set up the formation, there were also those who didn't. They had already escaped. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Lu Ming didn't stay. His figure flashed, and he left the place. A day later, in a relatively quiet and hidden place, Lu Ming appeared and released the people from the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons. Seeing that they were safe, they naturally thanked Lu Ming profusely. In particular, Lion, Tang Jian, and the others were even more amazed by Lu Ming's strength. At the same time, they were also very ashamed. Not long after they entered the Purple Heaven Cave, they were chased by the Extreme Een Corpse. Later, when they finally got rid of the Extreme Een Corpse, they encountered the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Therefore, during this period of time, it could be said that they had accomplished nothing. On the other hand, Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed, forming a sharp contrast. By the way, Senior Lion, Senior Tang, do you recognize the words of the last era? Lu Ming asked. I know a little. Lion nodded. That's great. We previously obtained some scrolls from the Purple Heaven Cave. They were recorded in the words of the last era. We can't understand them at all. Please take a look, Senior. Lu Ming said. Scrolls from the Purple Heaven Cave. Lion's eyes lit up. Not only him, but the others around him also revealed a look of joy and anticipation when they heard it. If these scrolls recorded some mysterious chi refinement skills from the last era, or even profound refining skills and alchemy skills, they would be invaluable. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large number of scrolls appeared. Lion picked up a scroll, opened it expectantly, and read it carefully. Not long after, Lion revealed an excited look and said, Recorded in this scroll is a profound refining skill that can refine source-level divine weapons. If this is given to our blacksmith masters, their refining skills will definitely increase greatly, and the success rate of refining source-level divine weapons will also increase by a lot. It's actually a profound refining skill. This is simply a priceless treasure. Tang Jian was also excited. This kind of refining method was too valuable for a certain force. The various factions in the universe, such as the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Human Tribe, and the demons, although there were blacksmiths who could refine source-level divine weapons, the success rate was very low. One could imagine the speed at which source-level divine weapons were produced. The supply was far from meeting the demand. If they could increase the success rate of refining source-level divine weapons, it would be crucial for the development of a faction. However, although I can understand it, it's still very complicated to translate it. It will take a long time. Lion said, It doesn't matter. Let's see what's in these scrolls first. When we bring them out, we can slowly translate them. Lu Ming said. Then, Lion picked up the second scroll and began to read it. This scroll was a profound crafting technique. Moreover, it was an offensive technique called the Tai Heavenly Imperial Palm. Once mastered, it was extremely powerful and was even more powerful than an ancient secret technique. Of course, the value of this Qi refinement technique could not be compared to the previous refining skill. After all, this type of offensive Qi refinement technique was generally only suitable for beings below the origin realm to cultivate. This was because after reaching the origin realm, one could only comprehend Genesis arts according to one's own origin power. The power of Genesis arts was generally far above that of ancient secret techniques or offensive Qi refinement techniques. Lion then picked up the third scroll and read it. This is in source-level array. Lion suddenly exclaimed, revealing the array's expression. What? In source-level array? The first to react was Dandan. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Lion, staring at him with fiery eyes. It's in source-level array. The others also became excited, and their eyes lit up. Yes, it's in source-level array, and a defensive one. Lion nodded solemnly. And source-level array was not to be underestimated. In the past, the heavenly human tribe and the demons did not know about it, but Heaven Destroyer lacked source-level arrays. Therefore, the arrays in Heaven Destroyer's base were not very powerful. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.